There are three handouts, and let me apologise to our honoured guest, Sheikh Mansour. We agreed that we'd do a back and front sheet. Well, I couldn't contain myself. Well, over the weekend when I was working on this, I thought you really do need some kind of an overview with names and themes in terms of who wrote and when they wrote and so forth. So there's a staple sheet over there with 4 pages on it, which is just an overview. I've rather grandiosely called it A History of Christian Mysticism in the West, an overview sketch. Now, it's a very sketchy sketch, let me tell you. And I'm sure as anything, you will find names left off it. And it's basically names of people with a brief introductory comment there. So, and then the other handout of mine is Session 2, and our topic, Love, Longing and Union. And what I'd like to do today is look at some texts. So I've taken the liberty of putting a few more texts than I did last week there. But before I do, let me mention some books. And there's a mass of literature. Well, I think one of our disadvantages in terms of your own tradition, Sheikh Mansour, is that, as you've said, much of it's in Farsi or Arabic or not in English, and even the translations. When I spoke at the Islamic Centre at Granville a couple of years ago, Sheikh Jihad gave me a copy of the Quran, which is translated into an English translation. And I also have put down on the back table there a larger version of the Quran, which Sheikh Jihad and Sheikh Mansour gave us here at the Aquinas Academy when they were last here. Smokes. Excuse me. It's the microphone. In our library, we also have these books. I don't know whether you're familiar with them, Sheikh Mansour. It's from the Islamic tradition. One is called Islamic Spirituality Foundations by Sayyid Hossein Nasser, very famous author. Iranian. Must be a good man. And and this one from the Classics of Western Spirituality Tradition. They are both in our library and available to be borrowed. So I'll just put them there. If you wish to borrow them, you're most welcome. Please sign them out. I have mentioned a number of books there on my own handout. This one I think is very good, by Andrew Louth, called The Origins of the Christian Mystical Tradition. That's my own personal copy. This is similar, but a bit older, called Late Medieval Mysticism, edited by Ray Petrus, 1957. It has much of the same scholarship in it, however. This book, Light from Light, an anthology of Christian mysticism by Louis Dupré and James Wiseman, is also a very good book. And then there's a whole series of books, of which this one is a representative one, George Maloney's book, The Breath of the Mystic, just talking about themes, mostly concentrating on prayer. And Louis Bouillet's classic 3-volume work on the history of Christian spirituality. That's my own copy, and I'll only lend that to you if your eyes shine with charity. If you really want to buy for yourself a good introductory work to a quintessential text on Christian mysticism, I think you can't do better than this one, The Impact of God by Ian Matthews. I'm going to be referring in my own reflections to John of the Cross, and it's an introduction to John of the Cross. If you wanted to have an introduction to a contemporary or a modern mystic, and I think Thomas Merton would be the man I'd single out there. If you know nothing about Merton, this is an excellent introduction to his vision, his mysticism. It's called Merton's Palace of Nowhere by James Finley. Thomas Merton, for those of you who don't know anything about him, died in 1968. He was a Cistercian monk, which places him in the Benedictine tradition, and we'll be mentioning St. Benedict today. All right, our topic then is love, longing and union. And let me very, very quickly go back and recall the main points that I mentioned last week. At the core of our humanity, constituting us quintessentially as human beings, is relationship. And the core relationship is our relationship with God. But that's not going to mean anything unless I'm also engaged in the process of relating with myself honestly and constructively, with other human beings, and with the world around me. The sacred scriptures align the three of those together. Love the Lord your God with all your mind, with all your heart, and your neighbour as yourself. we are of latter years discovering that if our humanity is to blossom, we have to always also relate well with trees and animals and water and air. And it really is the dreadful results of wanton abuse of the environment that has brought us to this situation. We just cannot go on living this way. And that's not uncommon in the human family, the sense that you discover the truth, you wake up when death impinges. When there are intimations of mortality, you start to see things you couldn't see before. We couldn't see what we were doing to the environment. And in fact, we weren't doing as much wicked things to the environment 500 years ago as we've done in the last 50 years. But we just can't go on doing it. So that end of the network of relationships is coming to us. Now, that's the ground of mysticism. That's the ground of religion. That's the ground of spirituality. I define spirituality as living relationships. You commit yourself to building relationships all the time, and we have to work at it. Relationships don't just happen. They don't just fall in your lap. Need I tell anyone who's forged a relationship? And if you think that's the way it is, I'd say you're either naive or lying. It just doesn't work that way. And we are interested in living relationships. That is, relationships that are alive. So spirituality is living relationships. Religion is spirituality concretized. That is, when you enter into life this way, and we are constituted in our humanity through relationships, living relationships, and the quality of our humanity can be measured by the quality of our relationships, that emerges in a given culture, in a given time in history, with a given creedal vision as religion. And so you have rites, you have symbols, you have structures of authority, and so on. Now, I did say that religion without spirituality is soulless. And I would go on and say dangerous. Spirituality without religion is truncated. Spirituality of its nature is a socially tending reality. It tends towards symbols and rituals and community and engagement. Mysticism is that experience of communion to which we move. Our hearts long for the fulfillment of that relatedness. And again, that lies in the future, the fulfillment of our relationships. And that's where we come to today in terms of love, longing, and union. And throughout the Christian tradition and anything that I've read of other traditions, this movement towards communion, to knowing myself to be part of the one, knowing myself to be a participator in being with a capital B, knowing myself, in our tradition, to be one called by God to be part of a covenant, to be part of Christ in the world, that's mysticism. That's the heart of it. It's possible for a human being to sleepwalk through life. It's possible for our culture to give you so many analgesics through television, through the media, through various experiences, that you remain dulled, unaware, unawake to who and what you are. That the call of your very being, the deepest desire of your heart, never impinges upon your consciousness. Not in any explicit way. I would say it will impinge implicitly. Show me somebody who's addicted to something. Show me someone who is excessively busy, and that's a form of addiction, let me tell you. Show me somebody who's constantly violent, and I'll show you someone who hasn't awakened to the fact that what they seek in life is to love and be loved. And it's a misreading and a misplacement of that. There's a beautiful quotation on your sheets. Now let me find it here from Augustine. It's on the second page, and it's the third bullet point. Augustine says something which I think is brilliantly insightful. He says, love, for St. Augustine, love is the essence of our humanity. That is the gravity. That's what grounds us. I think that's another way of talking about living relationships. to the extent that our relationships are living, we are in love. And to the extent that we move more and more deeply into living relationships, we are more and more deeply in love. Augustine says, love cannot be idle. What is it that moves absolutely anyone, even to do evil, if it is not love? Show me a love that is idle and doing nothing. Scandals, adulteries, crimes, murders, every kind of excess, are they not the work of love? Cleanse your love, then. Divert into the garden the water that was running down the drain. Am I telling you not to love anything? Far from it. If you do not love anything, you will be dolts, dead people, despicable creatures. Love by all means. In fact, Augustine would say, you can't help but love. You're made for it. Your heart cries out for it. Your very being looks for love as it goes out into the world. Love by all means, but take care what it is you love. The spiritual project, if I can put it in those terms, is to wake up, to know what it is you seek in this world, to know what you want. On the notes there, I've indicated the most significant life questions in point number 2 there, the second bullet point. And there's different ways of phrasing the question, the most significant life question. What do I want? What is my being seeking? Where do I find my fulfillment? And you may have your own ways of articulating that question. Now note that it's not a question of deciding, for example, do I like crunchy peanut butter or smooth peanut butter? Or will I stay at home this Christmas or go to Phuket? Or will I go to the university and do this course or that course? This is not so much a question of what you do as who you are. It's a question of discovery. It's a question of awakening. So that you become aware that there is within you an energy, a desire, a longing, an urging which you didn't invent, and in a sense over which you have no control, not any ultimate control. You will, for better or for worse, desire to love and be loved. Think about your own experience of human beings. Do we thrive on hatred or on love? Do we thrive in peace or in violence? Do we thrive on lies or the truth? Now, all of us could think of someone who would make us pause in answering that. And a classic case, I think, is Oskar Schindler, who in peacetime was totally incompetent and just dropped out of life and couldn't cope. Put him in the war, where he was constantly on the edge of danger and death, and the man was a winner. Heroic, courageous, inventive. I would suggest to you that that is not normal. Moments of fright and danger can bring out the best in people. Talk about the normal, day-to-day business of being human. We do better when we know that we are loved, and we do better when we are loving. There's a beautiful quotation which I have there from St. Bernard of Clairvaux. So if you go to page 3, the second bullet point. Bernard of Clairvaux is known, they named his mysticism, and this can be a bit misleading, but it also can be a bit helpful. They named his mysticism bridal mysticism. It's very erotic, it's very biological in its references, and like a lot of mystics in the Christian tradition, he makes much of the Song of Songs from the Bible. He's got 86 sermons on the Song of Songs, and they are using the Song of Songs as an allegory to talk about the relationship with God. But he has another little treatise on loving God, and that second point there is so simple and beautiful. Bernard was a brilliant and insightful man. Easily they love more who know themselves to be loved more. if you think you are hated by someone, it's very difficult to love that person who hates you. If you experience yourself to be loved by someone, it's fairly easy and, if you like, natural to respond. And so there's a movement of building the relationships between the two of you. The story of the book of book of Genesis, the story of Jacob is instructive, and I refer to Genesis chapter 32, verse 24 through 31. Throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament, the Jewish scriptures and the Christian scriptures, the covenant, God has entered into a relationship, a loving, life-giving relationship with the human family and through the human family with the world. And when you read the Bible, it's as well to remember that these are human stories written by human beings, and they're very anthropomorphic, so that whenever they describe God, they'll describe God in human terms, and they imply that God thinks like human beings. So there's lots of revenge and hatred and winning and losing and all the kind of stuff that we human beings carry on with. I look at it this way, that the Word longs to be born in our hearts. The Word longs to be spoken in my life and your life and our lives. The Word is not going to preempt our freedom. The Word is not, as if by magic, going to click into place and say, all of a sudden, Whelan is just such a beautiful, loving human being. Look at him, not a streak of nastiness in him. Just so patient, so kind, so compassionate, so caring. Isn't God wonderful? You know what would happen if that happened? Whelan would become so full of himself and be so egotistical, worse than he is now, so that the whole thing would be a failure. That God is gently struggling to be born in Whelan's life, in the mud of it all, in the brokenness of it all. And my hope and my confidence and my trust in God that that is happening, my responsibility is to enable that to happen. Now, it happens on a grand scale in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And God says, trust the process. It's like a seed that's planted. It's like leaven in the loaf of humankind. So we have this story of Jacob. And if you go to read it in chapter 32 there of Genesis, Jacob wrestles with this one. And these are ways of talking of God, angels and so forth. So, and it's a marvellous Jewish tradition, which we've somewhat lost, I think, the ability to argue with God and to refuse to simply say, okay, God, that's fine, when it's not fine. Like Elie Wiesel looks at the Holocaust and says, it wasn't fine. And I do argue with God. I'm not an atheist. Precisely because I'm a man of faith, I can and should argue with God. This is what people who love each other and care about each other do, to try and keep the relationship alive and growing. So Jacob has this struggle with God, and God blesses Jacob because he fought him. Jacob is blessed because he had the nerve to fight God. Not fight in any, I'm going to conquer you, but tell me your name. And it's one of the most wonderful metaphors from the Bible, because Jacob has his sciatic nerve done in this struggle. He doesn't come out well, so he limps away. One of the things you'll notice with people who have deep and life-changing encounters with God, they limp. Not necessarily physically, but they're different. They don't fit. They know themselves to belong to something much deeper than the culture tells them life is all about. And they look sort of not quite there. It's a weird thing. One of the sadnesses and regrets in my own life is I've spent too much of my time trying to fit. And I don't fit. I am a misfit, and so are you. And the sooner you wake up to it, the better. You don't fit, I don't fit, but we do belong. We are part of the general picture. What generally happens with human beings is we settle for the lowest common denominator and get routinized into thinking the lowest common denominator, that's life. And that's not life. That's a second-hand life. That's a derived existence. What I'd like to do is look now at one of the great representatives, the last of the quotations there, from John of the Cross, One Dark Night. This book, which we have in our library, is the complete works of John of the Cross. John of the Cross is one of the most amazing writers in the, not just the Christian mystical tradition, but in the human family, I think. Extraordinary man. Only a little bloke. He was less than 5 feet tall, apparently. And a man, he joined the Carmelites, lived in Spain in the 16th century, and joined the Carmelites, but wasn't happy with the commitment, the life. And as tends to happen when human beings get over the first rush of enthusiasm, whether it's marriage or a job or whatever, you sort of settle in for the long haul, and charism and energy and insight and innovation can get domesticated. It happens regularly throughout history in religious congregations. And I would see our own time of transition as a death to that. And it's not pretty to see, because otherwise respectable, wonderful, beautiful people are caught out because they belong to this domesticated system, and they are maintaining the domesticated system. The church is dying. Long live the church. It must die in order to live. You and I must die in order to live. John of the Cross was actually imprisoned in a closet for 6 months by his own confreres. There was just one little slit of light up the top, and in this you'll find something that is part and parcel of anyone who gets to any depths of humanity. There's no other way except through suffering. I'd like to be able to turn up here and say, I have found the way to depth, and it involves no suffering. It's just joy, joy, joy. Happiness, happiness, happiness. It's not. There is a pattern to living, that living is born of dying. If you want to move on, you've got to leave something behind. If you ever say hello, you're going to have to say goodbye. That's the way it is. And John of the Cross suffered intensely at the hands of his dearly beloved confreres. And in those days, and we're talking 16th century Spain, you got whipped. You stepped out of line in a religious congregation. I think we ought to bring it back. No, really. But he suffered for years from the wounds of the whippings that his brothers in Christ gave him. But when he was in this dark cell where it was terribly cold, it was 10 foot by about 6 foot, terribly cold in winter, and he went in the middle of winter in December and came out in August, terribly, brutally hot in the summer, he managed to escape. He started to write poems. And when he escaped, he joined the Reformed group, and Mother Teresa of Avila was really the founder of the Reformed movement, took him under her wing and looked after him, and he directed people, but it was through poems. And then people came to him, and he wrote a number of poems and said, what do your poems mean? Now, I'll just give you a few lines from this particular one. This is his most famous poem, which he wrote soon after he came out of the jail that his confreres had put him in. One dark night, fired with love's urgent longings, the sheer grace. I went out unseen, my house being now all stilled. In darkness and secure, by the secret ladder disguised, the sheer grace. In darkness and concealment, my house being now all stilled. On that glad night, in secret, for no one saw me, nor did I look at anything, with no other light or guide than the one that burned in my heart. This guided me, more surely than the light of noon, to where he waited for me. Him I knew so well, in a place where no one else appeared. And so it goes on. And his two major works, that sometimes they're really considered as one work, The Ascent of Mount Carmel and The Dark Night, the prose versions are really explanations of the stanzas there. And one of the lines in that poem is, fired with love's urgent longings, the second line. he doesn't get right through. He spends so much time reflecting on this, and he says that in part, when the soul is wounded, and this is like Jacob, if you don't want to get wounded, don't go near God. And one of the realities in the Christian mystical tradition is that our capacity for engaging God face to face is awfully limited. So that to know that you are loved infinitely, to know the full actuality of that is just beyond us. You can only know it in bits and pieces, and it is a difficult process, and this is why Paul calls it a dark night. But it's the result of love. We bandy that word around, dark night. You know, anybody who's had depression or whatever talks about it as a dark night. Well, there's some validity in that, and you can use the metaphor however you like. John of the Cross uses it to describe the experience of being loved more than you are capable of enduring. This is chapter 11 of The Dark Night, book 2, paragraph 5. When the soul is wounded, touched and impassioned, all its strength and its appetites are recollected in this burning of love. How will we be able to understand the movements and impulses of all this strength and these appetites? They are aroused when the soul becomes aware of the fire and wound of this forceful love, and still neither possesses it nor gets satisfaction from it, but remains in darkness and doubt. And one of his other poems, where is it? The stanzas of the soul that suffers with longing to see God. There's a refrain keeps coming back, and dying because I don't die. He has an epigraph. I live, but not in myself, and I have such hope that I die because I do not die. In other words, there's a sense of, I can't stand this. Too much. Back to The Dark Night. The touch of this divine love and fire so dries up the spirit, and so enkindles the soul's longings to slake its thirst for this love, that a person will go over these longings in his mind 1,000 times and pine for God in 1,000 ways. David expresses this state very well in a psalm. My soul thirsts for you. In how many ways does my flesh long for you? That's Psalm 62. Psalm 41 in this morning's morning prayer of the church, similarly. Like a deer that yearns for the running stream, so my soul is yearning for you, my God. And another translation puts it this way, my soul thirsts for you. My soul loses itself or dies for you. I think you find in John of the Cross here the peak expression of something that's implicit in all the other mystical writers. And when we talk in the tradition about the mystics, that's probably misleading, because the mystics are sitting right here. We're all mystics, at least potentially, at least latent mysticism. In other words, the sense of being one. Now, I think there are some people who are actually born with a higher, a greater sensitivity to that reality than others. And I've met adults who are just dead to it. And I can't explain that. But it doesn't shake my faith that we are made for relationship. We grow in our lives towards greater unity and greater oneness. I think John of the Cross from a very early age showed a great sensitivity for it. He gave himself for it. And the whole purpose of the Christian life, liturgy, the rules of religious life, etc., is to enable the awakening to happen. In the end, nothing else matters, but just to wake up to who and what you are, so that you can become smitten and limp and know that you don't fit, but realize that you do belong. May God bless our culture, our society, our wonderful but dreadfully hedonistic and materialistic culture, with many smitten folk who know they don't fit, but love the culture and love the country and love the people enough to walk out there and shine in the dark. because they're in love. That, to me, is the heart of mysticism. It moves towards praxis. And we're actually, in our fourth session, actually pick up on some of the practical matters, in the last two sessions, actually. So I'm going to stop it there and invite Sheikh Mansour to come to the rostrum.
In the name of the most beloved one. This is Islamically traditional. When we start, we say in Arabic, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which means in the name of the most compassionate, the most merciful. This is always, that's how our scripture, the Quran, begins, and in the beginning of nearly every chapter we have this. That time and again God is reminding us that I'm the most compassionate, the most merciful. So the topic of today fits very much with what the Quran is talking about. I called it, with the permission of Dr. Well, and changed it a little bit, Symposium of Love, Longing and Union. The reason that I prefer to call it Symposium, it reminded me, because I wanted to take advantage of it. The Symposium, in its ancient Greek meaning of a session of drinking, sitting and drinking wine. Of course, we are not talking about serving wine as in a liquor shop they serve it. We are far away from it. But as I'll explain it, Muslim mystics, one of the reasons that I'm happy with using the term mystics and mysticism is because they're very mysterious in the terms that they use. And people who are not familiar with the terminologies, often they get confused that what type of people are these? Because very often in the Islamic mysticism text, you'll find the term wine is used. And for us, ordinary people, if we are only familiar with the worldly wine that is intoxicating our brain here and become drunken, we think that these guys are a bunch of drunken people, and what is it that they are talking about? On the contrary, they believe that the actual meaning of wine is love, and by love they mean divine love. Then they say that ordinary people who could not taste that real wine, because they could not see and taste that real wine, and at the same time there was a longing, there was a desire for that love for them, they went to a figurative, they went to metaphoric wine, and that is the wine that they can buy from the liquor shop. The Almighty God reveals to Prophet Muhammad, this is the one that I want to start with, to announce, verily my Lord is most merciful, most loving. God is the source of love. God is the most beloved one. God is the one that we all love, whether we are aware of it or not. First of all, what is love? The etymology of love. I don't know about English much, although I try to trace it back. In Farsi similarly, but Arabic, uniquely, I can say out of three languages that I'm by and large aware of, is a type of language that every single word, almost every single word in Arabic, you ask that why is it that this term is given to this particular object? There is a wisdom, there is a reason behind it, there is an etymology for it. The term love in Arabic is called ishq. I just transliterated. Ishq literally means that climbing the vine tree or ivy that is sticking to a tree or is sticking on a wall and is growing and is climbing. It has a smooth, it has evergreen leaves, and later on mystics, they used that term, or in Arabic, they used, God knows who started it, they borrowed that term that was originally used for the ivy trees. They use it to express that term that we refer to it in Arabic, ishq, or in English, love. Because they say that the person who is in love is like devotion. Isn't like that ivy devoting itself to a tree that is sticking to, or to a wall that is sticking to. And it's so hard to remove it. If you want to remove it, you're going to break it. You're going to kill it. The one who is in love is the one who is completely, absolutely devoting himself or herself to the beloved one. And hence the term love or ishq in Arabic is used for it. Because they refer to that original literal meaning of wine trees, they say that love is wine, coming from the vine tree. Love is a wine that is intoxicating perpetually. But you will not have any idea about it unless you taste it. The example that they usually give, they say that no matter how much an adult, and it's not permissible, we don't do that morally, No matter how much an adult wants to talk about the sexual pleasure to a child will have no idea about it. No matter how well you may describe a rose flower to a blind man, he will have no idea about it. Unless if he has the sight and he can taste it, he can experience it. Love is like this. No matter how well, and unfortunately my language doesn't help me to express it, to explain it properly, no matter how eloquent I would be, it is impossible to explain love to anyone unless the person has experienced it. That's what Ibn Farid says, the one who is very well known in his poems about the love poems, that we drank endlessly to the remembrance of the beloved. The beloved with capital B, they are talking about God. We are intoxicated before wine trees are created. See, he makes it very clear that we are intoxicated before wine trees are created, meaning that I'm not talking about this worldly wine that you're familiar with, champagne and things like that. The intoxication that we get from that real wine is very different from the worldly wine. Love is the actual elixir. Elixir is an Arabic term originally and is Englished. In the old days, that's a myth. I don't know if there is any truth in it chemically. In the old days, they believed that there is a mystical or mysterious chemical in the nature. That mysterious chemical, if you mix it with base metals, it converts it to gold. So many people, I know of them in the history, it's mentioned that they spend a lot of time of their lives, of years of their life to discover that elixir, become millionaire. Now, they say that that elixir has three properties. One is that it burns, the second is that it mixes, and the third that it perfects. It burns the metal, it mixes with the metal, and then it perfects it from copper, let's say, to gold. Again, mystics, they use that term metaphorically to express love. They say the actual elixir in the nature, in the world that you are looking for, is not the one that it converts the copper to gold. It is the love that perfects the man. It burns you. When you are in love, you are burning. You cannot wait to meet with your beloved one. Usually when I'm talking about love with the youngsters, I remind them of during the time of engagement. I tell them that remember the time of the engagement. Unfortunately, years later, perhaps it doesn't always continue forever. They ended up in divorce later. But during the engagement, during the time that they are in love, all of us, more or less, we might have experienced it. They cannot wait but to talk to each other. Hours and hours they spend over the phone, and when I asked my son last night that, how long are you staying on the phone? His fiancée is in Denmark. I said, Dad, that was only 5 minutes. And everyone was laughing at him. 5 minutes? More than an hour you're talking over the phone and say 5 minutes. This is love. And they are not conscious of the time, and no matter how much time they spend, still they are desirous for it. So they say that the actual elixir that converts you to perfection is love. In the old days also there was a mystery that there is an elixir of life, that if you can find it, you become, that concept of longevity, and you live forever. Again, mystics, they say that if you want to live forever, I have found an elixir, and I'm happy to share it with you, but on the condition that you taste it, you will be living forever. And that is again love. Hafiz, very famous Iranian poet, who is quite equivalent to Ibn Farid. In the Arabic literature, we have Ibn Farid. In Farsi literature, we have Hafiz. He says, never die those whose hearts are living by love. Thus, our eternity is engraved on the tablet of the world. If you want to see why Hafiz 800 years ago and still his literature is fresh and living, why Shakespeare more than 400 years ago and still his literature is living and fresh, is because these people were in love. And therefore, the masterpiece that they created, that never dies. So if you want to live forever, be in love, and also you will live forever. And finally, the expression that they have for love is that love is a dispensary of medicine, both to cure and prevent. Again, I'm quoting from very famous Iranian mystic poet with the name of Khayyam. His couplets are very famous. He says, never avoid a chemical that if from it, again, by chemical, he talks about that chemical of love. If from it you only have a sip, it cures 1,000 illnesses. The illnesses that we are all suffering from, all the enmity, all the problems that man is suffering from, he says that it's because they are not in love. Or in fact, they did not discover the real one that they supposed. In your heart, potentially, like what Michael was saying, potentially we are all in love. Unfortunately, we don't realize, or we do not, we have not identified the real beloved one. I'll come back to that again. Islam and love. Islam is the religion of love. When Prophet Muhammad was asked to define Islam, he says, "Hal ad-dinu illa al-hub" in Arabic, which means that is religion other than love? Any religion, I believe, that has some elements of love and affection in it. In the Quran, at least 80 times, according to my counting, the Almighty God says, He loves. Surely God loves those who are pious. Surely God loves those who repent and return to Him. Surely God loves those who are righteous, and the like. The other side of the love that I'm sure that it crosses the mind of many people is that about the wrath of God. Is it true that God gets angry? If God is the most loving and the most beloved one, does He get angry as we have it in the Old Testament, and we have it in the Quran, in various ayat, verses of the Quran as well? If God is the most beloved and loving, why does He get angry? What's the meaning of the wrath of God? Muslim mystics have two explanations for that. One is that they say that love has two facets. It's one but with two facets. When you are purely, truly in love of someone, you hate the enemy of them. If you are truly loving your country, you cannot love the enemy of your country. So, hatred is the other facet, the other side of love. This is one explanation. Another explanation that they have, it's about do we have the concept of hell and heaven, or is only heaven? Because if God loves His creation, if God loves humans, how come that He's sending them to hell? According to the Quran, hell with fire. What sort of love is this? They say, and this is a disagreement between Muslim mystics and Muslim theologians. Theologians, they say that there are some that could stay in hell forever. So we have eternity in hell as we have eternity in heaven. Mystics, on the contrary, and Ibn Arabi insists on that, he says that there is no eternity in hell. Eternity is for heaven. We are created to live in heaven forever. Now, we have to work towards it in this world. If we do not, hell is another process of getting us to heaven eventually. It's a cleansing period. Suffering, going through the trials of life in this world is cleansing your soul. If you so decide to cleanse your soul in this world, otherwise in the purgatory world, in the world between this world and the hereafter, the day of judgment, God will send some of those who did not cleanse their soul in this world through the suffering of hell, so that eventually they will step out of it. So it's like a disciplining. When you love your child, doesn't mean that you just let them free, whatever they want to do. Disciplining your child also is an expression of loving your children, not that. So the wrath of God, they explain, in that sense, it doesn't mean that God is taking revenge. Taking revenge is it's a very mean attitude of man. God is not needy. Those who are needy, they need to take revenge. God doesn't need to take revenge from any of His creation because He's needless from them. So, a title we have again for Prophet Muhammad in the Quran, Muslims, Islamic traditions has given different titles or appellations to different prophets. For Moses, for example, the famous title that we have is interlocutor with God, or the one who God spoke to at the Mount Sinai. For Prophet Abraham, the famous title or appellation that we have is that he is the friend of God. For Jesus, the famous title that we have in the Islamic tradition is that Jesus is the soul of God, or the spirit of God, Ruhullah. For Prophet Muhammad, the famous title that we have is Habibullah, meaning that Muhammad is the lover of God. Very often he expressed that he was in love with God. 23 years Prophet Muhammad was preaching, and his mission lasted the last 23 years of his life. Towards the end of his life, he's asking, and that's stated again in the Quran, that of all what I brought to you, one major thing I'm demanding, and that is the love of my pure family, because it was through his pure family that his mission would continue. Now let's go to Islamic mysticism, love and Islamic mysticism. First of all, the definition of love. As I said before, Muslim mystics, they can't be bothered to define love for us. They said love is self-evident. It's something that, and no matter how many words are used to define it for you, you need to taste it. By talking about honey, you never taste honey. You just need to put a little bit of honey in your mouth and then you know what the honey is all about. So why should I waste my time defining love for you? It's something that you have it in your heart and you can taste it. Nevertheless, they say that love is like existence, or love is like life. Existence, they believe, comes in degrees. This is an expression of famous Muslim mystic of the 400 years ago, almost 400 years ago, Mullah Sadra. He says that love is like existence, or if you like, love is like light. As we have light, different lights in different degrees, the light of the candle, you say it's a light, the light of the sun also you say it's a light. Love comes like this. The lowest degree of love is the sexual love. And they say that because this is so low, it's out of equation. When we are talking love, although it includes that one as well, but we are not concerned about it because it's the lowest degree of love. Then comes higher and strongest one until it gets to the strongest example of love, that is the source of love, the Almighty God. So Ibn Arabi says when love is perfect, it is God. In other words, if you have reached the perfection in love, the strongest example of love, then you are but in love with God. Mullah Sadra also has another expression. He says, love is an excessive enthusiasm for union with the beloved one. That enthusiasm that you have in, because they say that the whole endeavor of man is in union with God, in embracing the ultimate reality, that is God. So that enthusiasm, when it becomes excessive, this is what we call it love, that they cannot live but without Him. When I talk in the fourth session about the practical aspect of love, I tell you that how they apply it is, today I'm just emphasizing on the theoretical aspect of love, the practical aspect of love. Hopefully in the fourth session I talk to you about it, that how it solves man's problem within ourselves in terms of our social relation and in terms of our relation between us and God. Mullah Sadra again continues that compatibility in this world is the cause for union. The reason that these two young boy and girl, they are attracted to each other, there must be some compatibility. As a marriage counselor, I've noticed this, that sometimes when they come and ask them that, why is it that you are attracted to each other? And they find out that the date of birth of both of them, they were both born in the same month, let's say. Or some sort of similarities they find that attracts them to each other. It's mysterious. We don't know what happens that people really fall in love with one another, but there are some compatibilities. The expression that Mullah Sadra has is this. He says that, see, your eyes are compatible with light, with colors. And that's why you enjoy a very nice scene. Your ears are compatible with beautiful sounds. It's a nice symphony, you enjoy it. Why is it that your eyes don't enjoy a symphony? Why is it that your ears don't enjoy a nice scene? Because ears are not compatible with seeing and so forth. Your heart is compatible with God. Your heart is compatible with God. Heart is the source of love, and that is the one that is compatible with God. You just need to activate it. As for the types of love, mystics, they explain that, well, this is to start with. Mystics, they really don't say that at the end of it, but in an academic way to take us to what they really mean, to start with, they say that love, it seems to, that's why I made this expression deliberately, love seems to be divided into real love and figurative love. Real love, they later on say that means love between you and God. Figurative love also is divided into platonic and romantic love. Platonic love, the love of mother towards her children, and romantic love between perhaps husband and wife and things like that. As I say, it also includes sexual love, but they say that because that is too low, it's out of the equation. So, to start with, it seems that we have different types of love. However, in reality, mystics, they say when you have a bare view about the topic of love, you see that there's only one love existing in the world, and that is the love for God, nothing else. Ibn Arabi has a very amazing expression for that. I translated it and I explain it for you. He says, none can ever love other than God. Nonetheless, His might is hidden behind Zainab, Sa'ad, and Hind. Zainab, Sa'ad, and Hind, these are some human names. So what he means is this, that no matter what you think you may fall in love with, in reality you have fallen in love with God. But you think that now you're in love with this girl, with that guy, with that object, with money, with anything else. God is hidden behind money. And therefore, because you could not see the one who is behind it, you think that this money is sweet and loving and you fall in love with it. God is hidden behind this beautiful girl. You cannot see the beauty of the creator of this beautiful girl, so you fall in love with girl. God is hidden behind this guy. So in reality, you are in love with God. You could not see the one who is behind these loving objects, and therefore you fall in love. Remember what we said last week, that everything in this world is the manifestation of God. So you see the manifestation of God and you fall in love with it because it reminds you of your origin. Since you have come from God, why is it that children, they love their parents? They're supposed to. Why is it that they love their moms? Because mom is the origin of this baby. And naturally you are in love with your origin. You love to go back to your origin. Similarly, because we are originated from God, if I can use the term, you are instinctively in love with God. I cannot, so again, it reminds me of Rumi, of one of the poems of Rumi. He says that do we call it a stepmother or foster mother? Imagine of a foster mother, a child who hasn't seen his or her mother ever. And he thinks that this foster mother is the real mother. He goes to the bosom of this foster mother until later on discovers the real mother. Says goodbye to the foster mother. And says that the yeg and the meaning foster mother is for a few days until I find my real mother. So they say that if one day you can find your real mother, you say goodbye to money, you say goodbye to humans, you say goodbye to whoever else, because you found the real beloved one. Jami, another famous mystic, in a poetic way, he says, a heart that is in love with the beautiful ones, anything in this world that seems to be beautiful to you, whether he knows or not, is in love with God. Whether you know or not, in reality you are in love with God. Rumi goes further and he says that imagine all the literature, in humans literature, any literature, Arabic, Farsi, English, French literature, the most powerful poems that we have, the most powerful proses that we have, the most famous stories that we have are what? Love stories. Delilah and, Samson and Delilah, Romeo and Juliet. In Farsi we have Farhad and Shirin. In Arabic they have Layla and Majnun, and you name it. He says, do you know why they are the most powerful stories, touching the hearts of humans across the globe, all through all traditions? Is because one drop of divine love has fallen on earth, mixed with the soul, and created this love literature on earth. Now you imagine, this is only one drop of the real love dropped on earth, mixed, and the story of Romeo and Juliet is created. So you imagine that if you access that source of love, one drop of it could create that they die for one another. Imagine if man can access the source of all those drops. Figurative love, therefore, they say that is like a doll in the hands of a baby girl to exercise motherhood from childhood. Ibn Arabi, again, he says that in order for you to fall in love with God is imperative to somehow, sometimes in your life, you have experienced a romantic love. He himself had experienced it, in fact, as well. He mentions that for a while in my youth, I was in love with a girl from Isfahan. Interestingly, it's from the same town that I'm coming from. Ibn Arabi is an Arab, he's not an Iranian, but he falls in love with an Iranian, with a Persian girl. And he says that if you have experienced romantic love for a while in your life, later on you would have an idea, when we talk about the real love, the love of God, then you would have an idea of what it involves. Those who romantically are in love, they don't mind. The whole night they stay awake, talking, conversing with one another, making love with one another. Later on, he says, I take you from that figurative love, from that exercise of the doll to exercise motherhood. I take you to the real love so that you can spend the whole night in meditation, in worshiping, invocation, and supplication with God. And you don't worship then anymore because you have to worship it, as jurists tell you. You worship God because you enjoy it, because you are in love with Him. The domain of love. How much time do I have? Oh, quickly. The domain of love. Mystics, they don't argue about these things. They say that we have witnessed it, remember it. They believe that they have experienced it. They say that the creation or manifestation, you name it as you wish, began with love. There's a path of love between God as the source of love and us. God loved us initially, and because He loved us, we've fallen in love with Him. So love between us and God is mutual. Quran confirms this as well. يُحِبُّهُمْ وَيُحِبُّونَا. God loves us, and therefore we love Him. In other words, the reason that we are in love with God because God loved us, and we are from Him. So life is started with love from God's side. There is a tradition that we have, in the Islamic tradition, we have so many quotations from Jesus, from the previous prophets, from Moses, from David. In the Islamic tradition, we have a saying that God revealed to David. For your information, we believe that David was a prophet, not a king there only. God revealed to Prophet David, I was a hidden treasury and I love to be known. God, before the creation, he says that I was a hidden treasury, that I was not known. I created the world to be known because I love to be known. I created the creation to be known. Okay, I mentioned about this. Again, there is a quotation, a very famous quotation in the Quran that they refer to express that how the creation started with the fuel of love, with all the materials of the creation was based on love. That before the creation of the heavens and the earth, God reveals in His image, in the world before it creates. It's asking heaven and the earth and all that it contains, are you coming to me willingly or unwillingly, by force or by willing and by love? And they all say that we are coming to you willingly and by love. Based on that, Muslim mystics, they say that the creation began with love. The path between us and God, the shortest path is the path of love, and the goal to reach is also to fall in love with God. If somehow in your life you fall in love with God, you have reached and you are able now to embrace that longing and union with God. I'd like to finish it with a famous argument, and again we have so much literature on this, about the paradox of love and logic. On the one side we have mystics, and on the other side we have Muslim philosophers. Since 400 years ago, however, I must say that there is a reconciliation between these two groups. Before 400 years ago, there used to be two distinct paths in the Islamic tradition. One was the path of the mystics towards God, another one was the path of theologians, the third was the path of philosophers. Since 400 years ago, with the very famous theosophians, with Mullah Sadra, he made a reconciliation between all of them. My PhD is in that particular field of theosophia. They believe it's from that Greek theosophia, love of God. By the way, if we go before that, or for those who are not familiar with this reconciliation, the argument has been for several centuries that mystics, they always talk about love, but we need logic as well. The reason being that they remember that all Muslims, they refer to the traditions and the sayings of Prophet Muhammad. That Prophet Muhammad says that God has sent two types of prophets for all humans. One is external prophets, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, you name it. Another one is the internal prophet. The internal prophet is the common sense, logic. The reason that 2 + 2 is equal to 4 for all nations is because of that internal prophet that we all enjoy commonly. So why do you deny that? Why do you insist only on love? You are not only heart, you are heart and head as well. Muslim mystics, on the contrary, they say that no, logic has different meanings. Logic sometimes means cunning, you are against it. Sly and cunning, you are against it. Logic sometimes means opposite of ignorance. We have no problem with that, we confirm it. The logic that we are against is justifying, is rationalizing religious matters. To start with, we have no problem with it. For common people, it's a common tool. The argument that they have, they say that we are telling that you can have access to better means of knowing God. Without denying logic, we are saying that there are better means to know God. In fact, knowing God, as I said perhaps last week, knowing God, they say it's not enough. What you need to experience God. You need to feel God. And you can only feel Him and experience Him if you have experienced love, if you have fallen in love with God. Otherwise, philosophers can well argue about the existence of God, yet it does not touch their personal life. All right? What matters is, but if you are in love with God, it definitely touches your personal life. So this is the way that they reconcile. And the famous saying of Rumi again is that those who are using logic are like those who are walking with a stick or with a wooden leg. He says the leg of the logicians is a wood. A wooden leg is very infirm. Why do you want to use the wooden leg? If you have an ordinary, healthy leg, walk. Or stick is for those who are blind. God has given you eyes. You say, why? I don't see God. He says that, come, I'll tell you how to activate your inner senses. And then you can see God with your heart, with the eyes of your heart. That is much more seen than the eyes of your head. Thank you very much.
we're in business. So we're open to comments or questions.
Yes.
Hello. This is a question for Michael, and I think you were saying, and this is what I want you to sort of try and unpack for me, about the dark night of the soul. Is loving is more capable than you can endure. Is that what you said? I sort of found that a big phrase, sentence, and if you could sort of unpack that a bit more, that would be great.
As John says in both the letters and his text, God is love. God is infinite love. Now, we believe that eventually we will have the capacity to love as we are loved. We will, and there's a section in the quotations there where I've put in some texts which could almost be sort of heretical. Who was the man in your tradition said, "I am truth," and got crucified for it? In the Christian tradition, and the Easterners have kept this alive more than the Westerners, there's a Greek word called theosis, which means something like divinization, that the more I engage with God, the more I'm actually coming home to my very origins. And they actually say we become God without losing our identity. Now that journey, that process, it has a lot of stripping about it, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, because I can't instantly accommodate or cope with infinite love. I'm just not built for it. It's too much. It's overwhelming. So that the experience of the dark night is the experience of God loving us into freedom. And have you ever had a situation in your life, Ros, where you've gone without doing much exercise, say, for 10 years, and then you take up exercise? I'm going to get fit. And you go out for a 6-mile walk, you come back, you wake up the next morning and your muscles were stretched beyond what they were capable of. I think that's a sort of a trivial analogy of what happens, that our capacity for love gets expanded, and the expanding is painful. And that's the dark night. When our mind, we've got to learn, and we'll talk about this the week after next with John of the Cross, is marvellous on this, we've got to learn real knowing by not knowing. We've got to learn real being by non-being. We've got to go through dying in order to live. And that process is the process of the dark night. He talks about the night of the senses, the night of the spirit, the passive and the active night. And really it is purgation. It's making yourself able to experience infinite love. Sam?
Yes. I once was involved with a group called the School of Philosophy, and they had many techniques, not many, but they had some very good basic techniques for being in the now. And they were talking about this becoming awake all the time. The more you just be in the now and eliminate, a bit Zen-like, you know, when you're sitting, you sit, when you eat, allowing the senses to be at that particular, whatever you're doing. Is that sort of approach, I found that very, very interesting, actually very, very good, because it was something I could do and get the results, or feel as though I was getting results. Does that come into any of this sort of approach we're talking about here?
Yes, I think when we start to talk about strategies, means of fostering the mystical way, I think what we're actually aiming at is to wake up to and facilitate what your vocation is, what the real you is crying out for. The real you is not crying out for a bigger house or a bigger car or whatever. Ultimately, and I use the word advisedly, ultimately, you're crying out for infinite love. That's what our tradition would say. Now, it's a question of waking up to that, not just in an abstract sort of a way. And in our Western tradition, people like von Balthasar and Rana were very, very strong and came back to this theme that the theologian has to be a contemplative, I would say, using the categories we're speaking of here. The one who talks about God has to be someone who knows God personally, who's in love with God and knows that he or she is loved by God. You have the crazy situation in our Western world, even to this day, where you've got people professing theology who are atheists. In other words, you disconnect the thinking and the talking about God from the actually being with God and knowing God personally. Now, little exercises like you described, like walking when you walk, wash your face when you wash your face, be where you are, helps you to wake up. R.D. Laing, the Scottish psychiatrist, has written very well on this in his book, The Politics of Experience. He says, we in the West have created a culture where we've cut ourselves off from experience and we don't know what we know. We've reduced knowing to a very rationalistic process and we're missing out on about 99% of our potential knowing capacity. Yes. 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 Some praxis changes you. Awareness, there's a simple logic to it that when you become aware of the truth and you submit to the truth, you become free, which enables you to become more aware of the truth and become more free. And it's not rocket science, nor is it heroic striving. It's just simple listening and being awake.
Sheikh Mansour, when you talked about the experience of romantic love helping you to understand divine love, I'm just wondering whether there's any part of Islam that recommends or demands celibacy.
Recommends
celibacy.
Celibacy. No, actually, that's a good question. In Islam, celibacy is not recommended, and we have so many prophetic traditions that you can well reconcile between your physical desire and your spiritual desire. Not only that, the spiritual desire, the physical desire is the ground. It's just like a platform from which you can ascend towards the spiritual desire. Although you have to control it, if you control it within its limit, because celibacy is an example of celibacy in terms of the sexual relation, is similar to fasting from food and drinking and all the rest of it. Your body has some demands as your soul has some demands, and you are the combination of the both of them. So to torture one for the sake of another one, you cannot suppress one desire completely. Well, it's not healthy. The Islamic teaching is that it is not healthy to suppress it completely, because as you cannot survive without eating and drinking, sexual desire is also another demand of your body. But if you can control it, and you have to control it, overeating is not good, and indulging in sexual relation also is not good. But the expression that mystics, in fact, they have for it, they say that treat it like your horse on the old days. Just feed it as much as it needs to give you a ride. More than that, don't feed it.
Is the Song of Songs from the Jewish scriptures part of your spiritual tradition in any way? Is it? Like in our Christian mystical tradition, right going back, Origen in the 2nd and 3rd centuries wrote about the Song of Songs, and then repeatedly down through the ages you'll find commentaries on the Song of Songs as an allegory of the person in relationship with God. Is there anything like that in the Islamic tradition?
Fortunately, I'm not familiar with the Song of Songs.
Huh?
Yeah, sorry, excuse my ignorance.
No. It's actually an erotic poem. It's part of the Jewish scriptures, sometimes called the Canticle
Is
of
it in the
Canticles.
Old Testament?
It's in the Old Testament, yes.
Yeah.
It's poetry. It's quite magnificent. It is commonly used in Christian wedding ceremonies. It's the lover and the beloved seeking each other and describing each other in sometimes outlandish terms, as you do in romantic love. Yeah. But it's quite a magnificent poem. Yeah.
Yes, for Sheikh Mansour, I was wondering in what way are children in the Islamic tradition taught to love? What processes are put into place to ensure that you end up with citizens that have as much, well, maybe not as much as you, but have some understanding of the higher levels of meaning of love?
Is it for the Muslims, did you say?
Yeah, in Islamic
In
tradition.
the Islamic tradition.
I taught children, but I have never taught in the Islamic tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had Muslim children in the classes, and I don't have any understanding how you would teach love, because I would teach it through Christian concepts.
Yes, yes. Well, deliberately, I reserved it for the fourth session, to be honest with you, when I talk about the practical aspect and application of love, how we can develop love within ourselves, how we can share it with others, how we can teach it to others. I'm happy to talk about, briefly to have answered your question. There are so many. The best way for the Muslims, I tell you that the best way for the Muslims, the mainstream Muslims, is to have some quotations with you from the prophetic saying and from the Quran. I assume that for Christians, like, if you quote something from the Bible, it's touching their heart, given that they have faith in the Bible. Similarly for the Muslims, if you have some quotations, and there are numerous quotations, both in the Quran and in the sayings of Prophet Muhammad about love. During the break, I was talking to one of the ladies. She asked me about what sort of do we have in Islam. I told her that we have exactly the 10 commandments as it is mentioned in the Old Testament, New Testament. We have it in the Quran, exactly the same. The all 10 commandments that we have it in the Quran repeated as well. The golden rule that Jesus refers to, do to others as you would love them have done to you, we have it in the Islamic tradition, the saying of Prophet Muhammad. In addition to that, Prophet Muhammad says, to start with, do to others as you would have loved them done to you. But I tell you, even do good to others, even if they have done evil to you. And you can only do that if you love the creation of God. I elaborate on it, I promise you, on the fourth session, how we can do that. But these quotations, I believe that it's helping children to understand the concept of love. Yeah. Ask the experts. Send me an email, I'm happy to forward them to you.
Sheikh Mansour, I was wondering if you could comment on what Michael explained about the St. John across that dark night. What do you, particularly the point that the wounding of God's love is because, to begin with, our love is inadequate to respond, and there has to be a process of what we call purgation, cleansing of our human lower selves. Is there something comparable in your
on that
tradition?
issue of the dark night, I have something to contribute. I believe it's related to the next session. I'm not trying to skip the questions, but because in the next session when we talk about the essence of God, we have to admit that at the end of the day we are limited beings, especially so far as we are in this world of space and time. We are limited, and obviously we cannot express infinite love towards God or anything else. And to reach to that infinite love, we are trying for a limited being. For a finite is trying to reach infinite. It's impossible. That side of the essence of God is what in the Islamic tradition also exactly we refer to as the darkness, is absolute darkness. That is beyond the reach of our heart, the reach of our mind, and simply because we are limited beings. Mystics, they don't talk about that area because they all say that we cannot reach out to that. Yes, we can endeavor to reach the union with the divine attributes, but divine attributes is different from the essence of God. Yeah. The essence of God they always refer to as the common, which means darkness. It's absolute darkness. It's beyond our vision or intuition or anything. I brought the work of Rumi. It's not published by our center, so obviously I'm not advertising for it, but I strongly recommend for those who want to have a good idea about the Islamic mysticism. And this is not the book that you need to borrow or you can borrow it. It's from our library. By all means, you can borrow it. But I strongly recommend that if you'd like to have a copy of this book, you will enjoy it in poetry, the work of Rumi, like what I was saying, that is in 2 volumes. And the best English translation, as it is this one, is the translation of Nicholson. So it's called the Masnavi of Jalaluddin Rumi, translated by Nicholson. I'm sure you can find it on Amazon.com and enjoy reading it.
Yeah.
Do we have it there?
No. I thought we may have had a copy of a translation of Rumi here. Oh, Jan's got... No, that's fine. Okay, that's it.
Oh,
Who's the
good.
translator? No. Yeah, fine. Who's the translator? Are you familiar with that one?
I'm not familiar with that translator. I don't think it's called... Is it all Rumi's work? It can be all of it. I think it's a collection. Sorry, I'm just trying to take
I got that at Borders at Macquarie Centre.
I have to check.
Excuse me.
Yes, sorry.
That's the one that Sheikh Mansour recommends.
All right. This is not all the translations of Rumi. It's a book about Rumi, although he quotes so much from Rumi, but it's just a book about Rumi, which is very good. I suppose that it's very good, although I don't know the person. But the actual poetry book of Rumi is this one. That is just a translation of the work there. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that Nicholson is known to be an expert in Rumi.
Well, I'll ask another question. Is that right? How does your tradition understand that as one becomes closer in the union with the attributes of love, what then is the relationship? How does that change our relationship in God's work in the world? I mean, in our tradition, the more we're with God, the more we actually, from a position of love and generosity, want to do God's work.
Mm-hmm.
Is it similar in Islam? Does the mystical path lead one to be more contributive? And also, what's the role of people who take more solitude? Is there a relevance of hermits in the Islamic?
That's a practical aspect of love. I may be sound boring on the fourth session, but I give you an example to confirm that definitely. That Muslim mystics, the example, there's a very famous saying by one of them. He says that, see, when God is all generous, infinitely He is generous, whether you believe in Him or not, whether you worship Him or not, He is generous. When the rain falls, it falls on everyone, atheists and theists alike. If you truly love the creation of God, you also need to be generous to all creation of God, irrespectively. You should not distinguish between this and that, between the one who is coming from the same so-called doctrine that you are coming from and the one who is not. God's attitude means that be kind and generous and merciful to everyone, as God He is Himself to everyone. It has so many good applications. Love definitely changes our mindset, definitely changes drastically our mindset.
Can I just add something there too, Win? I think the connection between the mystical and the social has to be maintained. That quotation I gave you last week from Dorothy Day is worth reflecting on. It seems to me, however, well, let me go back to Paul Byrne's review of Into the Great Silence. And the last sentence he says is, one wonders whether these Carthusian monks wouldn't be better running a soup kitchen. And it raises, I think, a very interesting question for us. And my response would be that our primary reference point is not the individual. That's very Western, very post-Enlightenment. Our primary reference point is the community. Now, not everybody in the community can run soup kitchens or be a nurse or a doctor or a teacher or a mother or a father. But we are present in that one who runs the soup kitchen. We are present in the one who looks after the little children. We are present, we are represented there. And in that sense, we are represented in the one who spends the night in prayer. We are represented in the hermit. We are represented in that community of Carmelite nuns down at Varraville. So that it's the we manifesting itself in many different ways. But we have to maintain that connection with the world. And I think in our Christian tradition, we've not always done that well, actually. I think there's been a disconnect too often. That said, paradoxically, the monastic tradition, and the word monastic comes from Plotinus used the monos pros monon, flight of the alone. So monasticism looks like it's all about the alone, but it's not. It's about people living together in community, and in the best Benedictine tradition, this was always a place of hospitality. There, Basil, for example, who represents the East, but also the undivided church in the 4th century, actually built a town which had a hospital, had a hospice, places of care, ensured that there were medical people there. And that, to me, is something of a sort of a model way. And not everybody can be a doctor out there doing the doctoring. But as a community, we all have a part to play. And my part might be to withdraw into solitude and be the part of the community that gives witness to solitude and silence, and that part. And other people, their part is to be doing, the hospitable face. And communities, monastic communities, always have an extern who does that on their behalf. At its best, it works well, but it's easy to become disconnected.
Over in Western Australia, at Norcia, they've got the Benedictine set up over there now, and they now have a hotel there, I think, and they have a beautiful art gallery. We've been there, and they have the monks there. They practice hospitality, and I know a man who went there and actually became a monastic there.
If I may, to the Sheikh. Last week we mentioned the concept of hierarchy, and in terms of hell and heaven or God, is this concept of hell in our attempt to understand and reach out to God, is that at a lower level? And otherwise the compassionate and the merciful, it becomes problematic, or people become problematic for it. Would you comment, please?
Yes, this issue of hell is always disturbing. Disturbing in the sense that it's part of our faith as religious people, as our scripture is telling us about faith, and at the same time we need to make some sort of reconciliation between how God is infinitely loving and at the same time people suffer. As I said, the explanation that they usually give is that the way to paradise goes through hell, whether the hell of this world through suffering or the hell of the world after. Islamically, we believe in at least 3 stages of life. One, to start with here, this world, physical world. The next is, it's not purgatory, you don't have a term in English for it, I've checked it out. But I use the purgatory in the literal sense of it, as a world between this world and the great day of judgment, where people enter hell or heaven. So the Islamic tradition says that those who did not purify themselves in this world by suffering or so-called suffering, although mystics again, they say that you don't have to suffer. Worshipping is suffering for those who don't understand why they are worshipping. Whereas if you understand what you are doing, you enjoy it. The example that they give is like the pang of the delivery. A mother who is in labor, she is in pain, but it's a pleasure pain, isn't it? So it is possible for a pain to be pleasant as well, because you have a reason for that delivery. I have no idea about it, I've just heard about it. So what others, they call it pain, they say that to you it's pain, to me it's a pleasure. Fasting, refraining from food and drinking, to you is a pain, for me it's a pleasure, because I know why I'm doing this. I enjoy it. I'm in love with God, and therefore I'm enjoying it. But nevertheless, in a general term of it, if you call it suffering in this world, you have to suffer to purify and to cleanse your soul, and then immediately you enter paradise. If you did not go through this process, because on the other side, remember that as Muslims and Christians, we also believe in the justice of God. So in order for God to be just and fair, it is not fair for those criminals and the righteous people, both of them, to enter paradise and enjoy it peacefully together. The issue, in fact, is more in depth. If I may have a time, just 1 minute to share it with you. They say that in this world, you develop a nature within yourself, a heavenly nature or a nature of hell. Those criminals, because they were so indulged in hell, they cannot live but a hell life. even if they live in this world forever, he says that I cannot help it but to go to the pub. I cannot help it but to drink. Those who are into drugs,
Our topic this week, session 3, is the divine darkness, knowing and not knowing. I take you back to the original notion of relationships, which is the very heart of our humanity. It is the heart of spirituality and religion, and indeed the heart of mysticism. Last week we talked about love and union, and I think when we talk about love and union and knowledge and darkness, we're actually talking about ways of relating. What happens when the finite human being encounters the living God? It's a mismatch. Yet that's our calling. That's what we're made for. We can't help but seek the absolute, and we intuit that there's something in us that's built for that. And in the ancient story of Judaism, the story of the fall, our original parents are portrayed as people who are companions of God, natural companions of God, the kind of beings that God would seek out in the cool of the evening to have a walk with. But something has happened. There's an alienation, there's a dysfunction, there's a disconnect. However, we're built to be companions of God, to love God and to know God. What I'd like to do in this session is to approach it again from the ground up. It is my custom to look for the human ground of the religious claim, and I found that it stood me in good stead. I came through a seminary system and a training as a Catholic in the 50s and the 60s, which tended to ignore the human ground and make religious claims, and I'm not saying the religious claims were bad, but they were disconnected. They were not emerging from the human longing so much as naming the human longing before I ever felt the human longing. What I would like you to do, and what I keep calling myself to do, is to actually feel the longing that has its natural fulfillment in connecting with the infinite. Within our Christian tradition, it has its natural fulfillment through and in Jesus Christ by the power of the Spirit in loving communion with God the Father. So if you look at existence, look at the world around you, your experience of the world. All people, events, and things point beyond themselves. You hold a little baby in your arms, and that baby is more than just this baby. That baby summons you to think other thoughts. An infant puts a mother in another world. An infant reminds us of history. An infant, like every person, and indeed like any event or thing, points. It says, not just me, more than me. I am part of something, and I manifest the bigger picture. Our pursuit of knowledge, our desire to know truth, every answer contains questions. As a matter of principle, we human beings will never get to the point where we've answered any and every question, where someone will be able to say, there's no more questions to ask, are there? I've just asked a question, are there? You must ask more questions. It's the very nature of the being. We are questing beings. We are questioning beings. We constantly find ourselves in the presence of the more than. Every person, every event, everything, every answer, every claim, every truth claim carries with it intimations of the more than. This is part of our human issue before we get to talk about ourselves as religious beings. At its most crass and at times disgusting level, advertisers hook into that desire for the more than. It's behind consumerism. We've never got enough. Enough is never enough. And there's a profound religious truth in that. But when it has us going in directions of seeking in the relative and in the finite for the absolute and the infinite, it becomes pathetic. We talked last week about existential transference, where the longing of my being, instead of being invested in being as such, gets invested in this being or that being. A partial satisfaction can only be hoped for in that direction. So we find ourselves always in the context of a mystery. And by the word mystery, I mean inexhaustible intelligibility. I'm not using the word mystery to imply that which I don't yet understand but may understand one day. The word mystery gathers together all that's implicit in those claims I've just been making, that every answer contains a question. Every event points. Every person suggests something more than this person. We're in the presence of the inexhaustible intelligibility, which ought to summon us to humility, awe, and gratitude, and a religious response. That is, if you like, the basis of all spirituality and all religion. That we find ourselves in a network of relationships before the inexhaustibly intelligible. The second point, and now I'm going to be specifically or explicitly religious in my language and drawing on our Christian tradition. Central to the Christian tradition is the notion of sacramentality. Now, it is interesting that in the early centuries, and I'm talking 2nd century, 3rd century, the Greek word mysterion, and in the Roman Empire, the language of the educated was Greek. For example, when Marcus Aurelius at the end of the 2nd century wrote his famous Stoic Meditations, he wrote them in Greek. He was the Roman emperor. You think, well, wait a minute, didn't the Romans speak Latin? Well, yes, they did. The educated ones knew and spoke Greek. Interestingly enough, Augustine didn't. He cut his Greek classes as a schoolboy and never learned to read or write or speak Greek, which is most unusual for an educated person. But this word mysterium, which is untranslatable really, we translate it literally by the word mystery, probably comes from the a Greek word muein, meaning blind, to not be able to see, which has interesting ramifications for what we'll talk about later. But the Latin translation of the word mysterion, mystery, was sacramentum, and became part of our Christian tradition to talk about the mysteries. And in the Greek and Eastern tradition, they still talk about liturgical life and sacraments as the mysteries, celebrating the mysteries, whereas in the West we tend to use the word sacrament. It's good to recover the roots of it, because in our Catholic tradition, when we settled on the 7 sacraments, we forgot the fact that the world is a sacrament, that life is sacramental. There's no limit to the sacramentality of what exists, and it's what we've already indicated, that in the finite is the infinite, in the human is the divine, in the material is the spiritual. Everything tells us of God. That's, in a nutshell, what sacramentality means. When we talk about the 7 sacraments, we're talking about very, very specific instances of the incarnational, the concrete here and now, that carries the great treasure of God encountering us as human beings. In our Christian tradition, we would say the preeminent sacrament, the great mystery, as St. Paul refers to it in the letter to the Ephesians, is in the incarnation, is embodied in Jesus of Nazareth, that historical man. The incarnation is really the pivot of our Christian spirituality and our Christian mysticism. The disciples in John's Gospel are recorded as asking, well, show us the Father. And Jesus said, look, see me, see the Father. The sacrament of Jesus of Nazareth, the great mystery, the presence, the enfleshed reality, is manifesting to us, if we have the eyes of faith, the reality of God in our world. Now, as St. Paul says, we are baptized into this reality. We become one with Christ. St. Paul was profoundly influenced by his road to Damascus experience, where he was thrown from his horse and heard the voice, why do you persecute me? And St. Paul said, well, who are you? And he said, I am Jesus whom you persecute. Now, for St. Paul, that was a huge leap, because he wasn't persecuting Jesus. Jesus was already dead. He was persecuting these people who called themselves Christians, this Jewish sect that was following the Messiah. No, you are persecuting Christ. You are persecuting those who have been baptized into Christ, as St. Paul was later to say it. So we normally, in the Christian tradition, we come to know God through Christ. When we celebrate the great Eucharistic celebration, we hold up the body and blood of Christ and say, through him, with him, and in him. That is how we come to encounter God. St. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 13:12, now we are seeing a dim reflection in a mirror. And this was a huge issue. Let me see, let me touch, let me verify that this is God amongst us, that God is acting here, that I am really encountering God. And it's echoes of Moses in chapter 3 of the book of Exodus. It says, well, who are you? When I go and speak to the people and carry out the command that you've given me, whom shall I say sent me? And the voice comes, I am who am. The tetragrammaton, the four Hebrew words. And you know, in Hebrew, in written Hebrew, they don't write vowels. It takes the teacher to speak the word, to put in the vowels, and therefore give you the meaning. And we generally say the vowels go in there, Yahweh. A word which Orthodox Jews don't pronounce, because this is, and we don't even know how to translate this, but it's something like, I am who I am. In other words, I shall be with you as mystery, as you will be blind. You will not be able to see. And one of the enduring themes of the Old Testament is you can't look on the face of God and live. However, Moses is one who spoke face to face with God. So it's not a hard and fast rule. St. Paul says, and I've not indicated this in the notes there, but St. Paul writes in his letter to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 5, make your own the mind of Christ. So if you want to know God, put on the mind of Christ. Become one with Christ. Start to see the world as Christ sees the world. Become so united with him that you think like him, you see like him, you hear like him, and you will know God the Father like him. Immediately following that quotation from Philippians 2:5 is the wonderful liturgical hymn. His state was divine, yet he did not cling to his equality with God, but emptied himself. And that kenosis, that emptying, is, I believe, entirely relevant to what we're talking about today. And I point you in the direction of one of the most challenging and perplexing of the quotations I've given you there, the last one from St. John of the Cross. And if you've never read John of the Cross and you come new to Christian mysticism, this will drive you nuts. So when I read it, I'm going to look around the room and see who's going nutty, and I'll see you there. It doesn't make sense to the rational mind. It only makes sense to the lover who's tasted love. And if you want to enter the world of John of the Cross, start with his poems. Indeed, start with the experience of tasting God. But if you want to know what John is talking about, you must access him through his poem. And this is from the Ascent. Remember, he wrote that poem, The Dark Night, of which we read some last week, and you've got a copy of it there from last week's note, One Dark Night. And then he was asked by people, tell us what it means. So he wrote The Ascent of Mount Carmel and The Dark Night of the Soul, and did not complete all the stanzas, but this is a prose explanation of it. In his map of the ascent of Mount Carmel, in his diagram of how we come face to face with God and how we get to know God, all along the I've got a copy of the map here. I'll just show it to you very quickly. All along the road in the map, that's it there. He drew this diagram of, it's the same diagram both sides. This one's in his original writing and drawing. This one's a clearer drawing. But all along the way here, the word nadia, 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 nothing, 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 nothing. And John of the Cross is very, very strong in that. And we'll come back to it next week when we talk about ways and means. But this word nothing matches the word kenosis, the emptying. Human concepts, human images, human ways of speaking of God are at best stepping stones, are at best orienting symbolic signs. They do not name the reality. They cannot name the reality. So John, nothing can name the reality. So John of the Cross writes in The Ascent, to reach satisfaction in all, desire its possession in nothing. Hear him saying, nadia, nadia, nadia. To come to possess all, desire the possession of nothing. To arrive at being all, desire to be nothing. To come to the knowledge of all, desire the knowledge of nothing. No thing. To come to the pleasure you have not, you must go by a way in which you enjoy not. To come to the knowledge you have not, you must go by a way in which you know not. To come to the possession you have not, you must go by a way in which you possess not. To come to be what you are not, you must go by the way in which you are not. I remember when I first read that in 1977, I thought, you know, what sort of a psychological cripple would write something like that? I was too young and too immature, and I didn't know, Marge, I didn't know. And you can't explain that. Somebody says to me, what does that mean? I say, well, you can't talk about that, but sit and be still for a few years. Learn the value of solitude and silence. Learn to taste God. Learn what St. Paul wrote to that same community in Philippi when he says, I struggle for the prize for which Christ Jesus took hold of me. There's the whole issue of grace here. One of the words that St. Paul uses a lot is the word gnosis. Now, again, it's a difficult word to translate. It literally means knowledge. It's a common Greek word, but he gave it an entirely new meaning. To know is to be in relationship with. And it's virtually another way of talking about what happens when you are in love with God. This is the kind of intimacy, this is the kind of relatedness that you will have. Point number 3 there on the notes. Throughout our Christian history, there have been, as it were, 2 choruses singing about God. At their best, they sing in harmony. And the full choir needs to have both the cataphatic voice and the apophatic voice. The cataphatic voice comes from the Greek word kataphasis, meaning affirmation. The apophatic comes from the Greek word meaning negation. The cataphatic tradition sings of what we can say about God. It makes affirmative statements like God exists, God is love, God is triune. We believe that we can make meaningful and valid affirmations about the infinite, the incomprehensible one. It is sometimes referred to in Latin as the via positiva, the positive way, the way of affirmation. But as soon as we say that, we must also, before we've drawn breath, say, but, no, negation. Whatever we say about God must be set aside. The way, the apophatic way, for example, when it hears the cataphatic chorus say, God exists, or God is love, the apophatic chorus comes in and says, no, God is not love. But it's a harmonious negation. Dennis Turner, in one of those books which I've got there, makes a very good insight, namely you have to go through the statements about God. And if you read the great apophatic theologian Dionysius the Areopagite, who died about 500, Fancy your mother giving you a name like it. Put up your hand in kindergarten and say, I'm Dionysius the Areopagite. Actually, he's named after, we don't know who he is, a Syrian monk. St. Paul ran into somebody at Athens at the Areopagus, so he took that as a pseudonym. Dionysius has a book on the divine name. He just keeps naming God and saying no. The apophatic way demands the cataphatic way in order to set it aside. That the ultimate encounter with God, and here's where we get the major metaphor, I think, of light and darkness. And Gregory of Nyssa, in his wonderful work, The Life of Moses, talks about luminous darkness. Now, if that's not beyond the rational, I don't know what is. And I've given you a lengthy quotation, which we might come back to in a moment. But the apophatic way then says, no, God is not love. God's more than love. Or the cataphatic way says, God exists. And the apophatic chorus chimes in and says, no, God doesn't exist. God is more than existence. The danger in the West, where we have emphasized the cataphatic way, I think, and tended to ignore the apophatic way, is that whether we realized it or not, God became one more being at the top of the pole of beings. And the apophatic way says, no, you can't even say God is a being. God doesn't exist. God is more than existence. The founder of the Aquinas Academy, Doc Woodbury, had a delightful on-the-farm way of talking about this. He says, our language about God is likey, notty, and moory. Whatever you say about God, remember, it's like this, it is not this, it is more than this. So if I say God exists, it's something like saying, well, think of existence, of being. Think of a lookout that points you towards the horizon of being. God is not the lookout, nor is God even the horizon, but that's the direction you will seek God and come to know God. God is like that, but not that, more than that. God does not exist. Long live God. Our languages and our images for St. John of the Cross sooner or later become obstacles. When John of the Cross talked about instruction in prayer, he said discursive meditation, which deals with ideas and images, lasts a matter of a few months. The spiritual director who keeps you playing or working with images and ideas and trying to engage in discursive meditation is doing the work of the devil, because you will very quickly come to a stage in your prayer life where you feel like you're marking time, where you feel as though the ideas and the images don't work anymore. You've come to a desert. And at that point, that's a point of transition, John says. That's a point when you are being called into a new way of knowing God, which involves a new language, a new way of being present, which is beyond the catechism words and the words of theology. And if someone back here wants you to explain it, you won't be able to. All you can do is summon them and say, come, enjoy, join in this process. I've listed there some major texts in the apophatic tradition. There are oodles of texts in the cataphatic tradition in the West that make affirmations about God. I find personally that some of those that concentrate on the apophatic are the most enlightening and informative. And it's an amazing paradox, this, that, and I think it might be implicit in Confucius saying, Lao Tzu rather, the one who says the most has least to say, the one who says the least has most to say. When we're talking about God, we often talk ourselves into an understanding that we don't have, talk ourselves into convictions that we don't really have, talk ourselves into a faith that we don't really have. There is a pace and a grace to it and an emptying which can have us encountering God in the manner of silence and the manner of grasping God that defies words and defies language. I recall a conversation I had with my mother when we were going for a drive a couple of years ago, and she was talking about the doubts that she had. Now, she's 86 years of age, she's almost blind. You know, she studied a bit of philosophy under that. But she was talking about the doubts. And I said, Mum, is it true also that somewhere underneath it, conviction is growing? And she said, yes, it is. You know, I think that one of the signs of maturity is doubt, honest doubt. The convictions that we have when we've got the answers are pretty shallow, actually. You grow through being willing to be... I think the doubt, a lot of it is being stripped of the pseudo-confidence that naming brings. And you move into a territory of conviction and of knowing that is indescribable, where silence really is the other language. John Henry Newman, the great, blessed John Henry Newman, who's an extraordinary man and a great intellect, said something that I think is very, very revealing, not necessarily of him, but of what was going on in our Catholic tradition in the 19th century, and probably the best part of 4 centuries. John Henry Newman says, mysticism begins in mist and ends in schism. Avoid it. Which, to me, shows a culture in which, tragically, this tradition is lost, has been at least suppressed, not entirely lost, but suppressed. Fortunately, it is beginning to emerge. Now, let me suggest to you something quite ironic. I think that the deconstruction that's coming with so-called postmodernism, whether they realise it or not, carries with it a certain apophatic dimension. I think the human family is rising up and saying all this confidence that science has given us, all these answers, and theology had that same sort of rational confidence. We proved the existence of God, and we proved this and proved that. And post-modernity is saying to modernity, you didn't prove anything, really. That your convictions were very shallow. That your arguments may have been logically correct, but so, existentially, in terms of my human relatedness, what does it mean? They proved the existence of God. So, God is not a conclusion to an argument. The living God is a loving companion, or that living God doesn't exist, even if you prove the existence by logic. I put it to you, and here I'm I've been influenced particularly by this particular book, Denying and Disclosing God, the Ambiguous Progress of Modern Atheism, by a Jesuit by the name of Father Michael Buckley, who maintains that in Christianity we have actually missed the point. We've gone over to the scientific way of discussing religion when we should have stayed in our own proper territory, the territory of the mystic, and borne witness through contemplation. And if someone wants to argue about the existence of God, my encouragement is don't do it, unless you like the fun of arguing. You're not going to get anywhere. It doesn't prove anything in terms of faith. Let me conclude with the reference which I indicated before to what is probably the greatest text in our Western tradition, or in our Christian tradition, in terms of the apophatic way of knowing God. And it's in the middle of the back of the sheet. St. Gregory of Nyssa is the life of Moses. And it's a most difficult text, so we do have a copy of it here if you want to look at it. And incidentally, the Cloud of Unknowing is probably more accessible, but it's not for beginners either. John of the Cross is brilliant and just full of pathos, and it's not for beginners either. So bear that in mind when you are seeking out these texts. Gregory of Nyssa writes, and poor Gregory, they made the blighter a bishop, you know, and he should never have been made a bishop. I wonder how many times that's happened in the history of it. He was a poet. He was a mystic. He was a man of just deep love for God and just wanted to write about it and tell people about it. And he was very Greek and very influenced by Plato in his expressions. What does it mean that Moses entered the darkness and then saw God in it. And right there you've got a tension that he's going to maintain throughout this allegory. Scripture teaches that as the mind progresses and through an even greater and more perfect diligence comes to apprehend reality, as it approaches more nearly to contemplation, it sees more clearly what of the divine nature is uncontemplated. In other words, as we enter the world of contemplation, our knowledge of God deepens. For leaving behind everything that is observed, that the senses can give us, not only what sense comprehends, but also what the intelligence thinks it sees, it keeps on penetrating deeper until by the intelligence's yearning for understanding, it gains access to the invisible and incomprehensible, and there it sees God. So far, that's cataphatic. But then, lest you be distracted, this is the true knowledge of what is sought, Gregory goes on. This is the seeing which consists in not seeing, because that which is sought transcends all knowledge, being separated on all sides by incomprehensibility as by a kind of darkness. When therefore Moses grew in knowledge, he declared that he had seen God in the darkness. That is, when he had then come to know that what is divine is beyond all knowledge and comprehension. For the text says, Moses approached the dark cloud where God was. Clear? Of course it's not. But it is. If you've been there, if you've tasted the incomprehensible and the unnameable, this is not something you know with the rational mind. It's known with the trans-rational mind. You know it as if by instinct. You are getting nearer the depth realities. And Paul says in Corinthians, there are things that are only known by the Spirit. And our knowledge of God is by way of not knowing. And we enter a much deeper and richer path of knowledge. I'll hand you over to Sheikh Mansour at this point.
The traffic was extremely slow. Nevertheless, maybe God didn't want us to talk about divine darkness. All right, just a few points quickly, all right? Yeah, that's all right. You know what we're talking about? I remember before some months ago that Dr. Wellen Conley came to me, invited me for this seminar. We were talking about the topics to discuss, and of course it was mutually agreed. I have no dispute on that. I remember when I received his email first after he had put them all together, and this topic of divine darkness, I was wondering whether we should really talk about this topic or not, because it's not something that you will appreciate in half an hour we can cover it up. It's a very profound epistemological discussion, not only philosophically in mysticism. The core of theoretical mysticism in Islam. Remember in the first section I mentioned that Islamic mysticism is divided into theoretical and practical. The core of Islamic mysticism in terms of the theoretical aspect of it is the issue of knowing God, possibility or necessity of knowing God. And it's not much of the knowing God in philosophical sense of it, like we know about the tree in terms of acquired knowledge. Muslim mystics assert that this is impossible, to know God in the sense of acquired knowledge. Yes, you may know about the signs of God, but knowing God is different from knowing the signs of God. That's why I hope that I can handle the topic properly. You remember also in the first session I mentioned that we have in Islamic terminology for mysticism. We compromised and accepted mysticism as a term to use as an English term because we're talking about the mysterious topic. Cuckoo people, they think that you are if you're talking about it. But the actual term that we have in Islam for it among the Muslim mystics is irfan. Literally it means knowing. It is called irfan or Gnosticism because it's dealing with knowing about God in an experimental way of it. So let's start from very scratch. The first question is it possible to know anything at all, or it is necessary to know it? When we go back to the time of the ancient Greek philosophers, Hero is perhaps the founder of the one who came up with the idea that nowadays that idea has become, ironically, among the postmodernist philosophers, very famous, that you can never certainly say that I know anything. All what you can say is that it seems to me so. Man has no knowledge about the reality. The reality is absolutely unknown to us. Now we are not talking about God. We are talking about having any sort of knowledge about the external world, anything out of me. The question is, do things exist only when perceived, or they really have a real existence, whether I can perceive them or not? Hero and his followers, they say that there's nothing existing out of your mind. It is your imaginations that make things exist. And then he goes to numerous examples of delusions and illusions, and the debate between the wise and the ignorant people, that they have all the different opinions and they never end up. Isms always are coming from the ancient Greek philosophers up until now and forever perhaps. The example of mirage, do you think there is a reality? Well, if you see seeing is believing, it is not true. When you see in the mirage, it seems that there is water, but you know that there is no water. Looming, and many examples. If sense perception can make such big mistakes, imagine about rationality and imagine about the rest of it. So they argue that there is nothing really existing out there. That reminds me of a personal experience, if I may tell you. You may laugh, but let me share it with you. Because of the nature of work that I have here, and every time it becomes more and more difficult, all my relatives are back home in Iran. I don't have anyone other than my first direct family, my children and my wife. Last time that I went to Iran, which was also about 5 years ago, it's been about 5, 6 or maybe more years that I haven't been able to make a trip to Iran. Naturally, I miss my parents, I miss my siblings, and I started dreaming about them. Every now and then I dream that I've flown to Iran and I'm with my family, and I wake up, I'm still here in Sydney. And that was really stressing me and somehow depressing me as well. Once I remembered I had a dream that again I had flown to Iran. In my dream I said to myself, I bet you this again a dream. There's no real in it. And what I said to myself in my dream, I said, you know what? Now I'm going to make an experiment to make sure that I'm dreaming or not. Wash your face. And I'm dreaming. I washed my face and I said, now this is real. This time is real. Now I'm there really. Guess what? I woke up and that was still another dream. The argument is this: are we dreaming that we think that we are awake? What if all of a sudden one day we wake up and realize that what we were talking, eating, whatever that we're doing was all a dream? I don't want to go to that discussion. What I'm trying to say is that even if we, for the sake of the discussion, forget about God for the time being, the issue of whether there is any reality out there is always there. For skeptics, the issue is always there. Of course, philosophers from the time of Plato onwards, Aristotle even, they have answered, I think, quite convincing to those people. Avicenna is a very famous Muslim philosopher. He says that if you didn't get anywhere with those skeptics, the best that you can do is grab a hammer, hit on his head, and tell him that, hey, my friend, you're dreaming. If you think that it's paining, it's only a dream, so take it easy. As I will explain it, Muslim mystics, not only they say that it is possible for you to learn, they say it is necessary learning and knowing. I'm talking about knowing. Knowing is necessary. But in terms of your union with the external unity out there, as we will explain it, inwardly, we can get to know about God. Necessarily, we will know about God. But we are talking about the concept of God in degrees. God has empowered us with certain tools. Those tools are given to us for a reason. God has given us eyes in order for us to see, ears in order for us to hear, and so forth. The first type of the tools that are quite common among humans and animals that we are starting from scratch, from the ground, as Dr. Wellen was saying, is sense perceptions. We enjoy that with animals. The degrees of our eyesight and hearing may differ from animal to human and humans to each other, but in general we all enjoy that one. God has given that to us in order for us to obtain certain type of knowledge that can be obtained through the sense perceptions. I don't think we have any, as sensible humans, we don't have any discussion about that. Empiricists, they insist, empiricists, they insist that that's the only tool of knowledge that we have. We'll come to say that although we acknowledge that tool, but we are not limited to that. The question is that with that tool of sense perceptions, seeing, hearing, and the like, can we know God or not? If you ask theologians, they say that no, God is not physical. Sense perceptions are only for physical objects to see. Mystics, they say that, by contrast, you can even know God and you can experience God through your sense perceptions. And they have a good way to prove that. Can you imagine how we can get to know God through our sense perceptions? Yes. Remember I mentioned that before, that for the mystics, there is no such things as creator and creation. The common people, the common knowledge of God is that we think that God is like a king sitting on his throne somewhere and magically is creating. So his creation is a different entity than him. You are talking about two different entities. God is there and the creation of God is somewhere else, and there is also a non-existent somewhere else. Mystics, they say that this is not the way that it is. There is only one thing that exists, and that is God. God equals existence. Yes, God is not being. God is existence, necessary existence. All that exists, because out of existence, out of the realm of existence, you say it's non-existence? Non-existence, there is no existence for it. Non-existence is only perception in your mind. It's something that is an abstractive idea that you conclude from what? From existence. So really when you think about it, non-existence doesn't exist. Otherwise it would become existence. Am I making any sense or not? All right? So only existence exists, and existence equals God. Thank you very much. Existence equals God. Now, how am I expected with my sense perceptions to perceive God? Because you are, he is very right. All what we can say about God is through examples and like and not and more and things like that. Imagine that you are in Australia and you cannot step out of Australia. Anything that you can see here is Australia, isn't it? So, because existence equals to God, you are, and don't take it physically, this is metaphorically, we have to understand, but you are in the realm of divinity because you exist. If you exist, you are in the realm of divinity. Whatever that exists are all manifestations of God. You and all, we are manifestations of God. The entire universe is the manifestation of God. God has, of course, certain different, the manifestations of God are all not the same. God reflects in different manifestations in different ways. The more smooth, the more polished they are, the more they can reflect the existence of God. I'll give you an example that in the Islamic tradition or Arabic tradition of the wedding, bride and groom, they don't sit opposite of each other. They sit next to each other, just beside each other, and there's a mirror in front of the bride and the groom. I don't know if it is in the Western tradition. There's a mirror in front of them, and before the marriage is solemnized, they are not expected to shake hands, to touch, and to kiss each other. But with a cunning eye, through the mirror, they look at each other. The wisdom of putting the mirror in front of them is so that the bride is showing herself to the groom, and perhaps the groom is showing himself to the bride. The situation is this. Mystics, they say that the entire universe, because it is the manifestation of God, in other words, they reflect the existence and world. Yes, certain objects, certain manifestation of God, because they are so smooth and so well polished, it's like a mirror. Why is it that when the bride looks at the wall, cannot see the groom, but when look at the mirror, can see it? What's the difference between the mirror and the wall? Because the mirror is so smooth and polished. Jesus Christ is so smooth and polished, and therefore it well reflects the existence of God. When you look at Jesus, you can see God. Muslims, they say that when we look at Muhammad, we can see God. Not that he is God, make no mistake. They reflect the existence of God. And anything else reflects. Remember, I told you before that Islamically, every single thing that exists in this world is the ayah, is the sign of God. Sign is something that reflects. The term sign that is used in the Quran for everything that exists is because the fingerprint of God, in other words, the fingerprint of God, you can find it on everything that exists because they are in the world of existence. So with your sense perception also, you can perceive the existence of God, and you can experience the existence of God only under one condition, and that is if you can see through them. Those who think that they are denying God, unconsciously they are acknowledging the existence of God, but unconsciously they don't realize that if you exist, that means God exists as well, because you are the reflection and the manifestation of the existence of God. By the way, this is the first part of it. To prove that further, they say that, well, there is no doubt that one of the divine attributes is that God is infinite. Do we have any argument with that? God is infinite. Mysteriously, the infinity of that divine attribute of infinity reflects on everything that we can imagine. And I'll give you examples. Time, place, humans, do you think that you are finite or infinite? Timely, you are finite, but in terms of your existence, you are infinite. Because in order for you to be finite, if you mean to be non-existent, we already agree that there is no such thing as non-existence. The world of non-existence is only a perception. There is no reality. If it has to be a reality, it becomes existence, not non-existence. So there is nowhere for you to go to become finite. You get me? There is nowhere for you to become. You are also infinite. Time is infinite. Place is infinite. Number is infinite. At least potential, you are infinite. God can continue, and He is. Ya da'im al-fadl al-bariyya. In our supplications, that God is everlastingly, His bounty is everlasting. Because His bounty is everlasting, there is no beginning, there is no end for it. So, infinitely there is manifestations of God, or in the language that you are familiar with, infinitely there are creations of God. Although infinitely we are dependent on God. That doesn't make us God, and doesn't make us different from God. That's something that mysteriously about God we need to make a reconciliation between them. So we have with our sense perceptions, anything that we can see, we can imagine that none likes unto Him. Another attributes of God that we believe is that none likes unto Him. You cannot say that God is like to anything in the perfect sense of it. Well, there's mystics, they say that everything in this world is like that. No two humans are identical. La tekrara fit tajalli. There is no replication in the manifestation of God. There is no replication in the creation of God. Impossible. There is no replication. Because God is unique, the creation of God is also unique. Every single creation of God is also unique. There is no replication. That again reflects, and that's what they say by manifestation of divine and the manifestation of God. Because one of the divine attributes is that God is unique, the creation of God is also unique. Every single creation of God is unique. And the examples goes on. So with the sense perception also we can get to experimentally get to know God. As we grow, we get to the higher level, perhaps higher level of tool of knowledge, and that is our rationality. Where am I with my papers? Intellect. Intellect is the second tool of knowledge. Again, God has empowered man with intellect. Through reasoning and logic, we come to certain conclusions. Can we know God through that as well? Yes. Although it is not enough, we are learning to get higher and higher. Surely we can get to know God. Philosophers, Muslims, Christians, Jewish philosophers, theist philosophers have been always proving, mathematicians have been proving the existence of God through reasoning and logic. What logic and reasoning and our intellect does for us is to teach us to get a concept from things that are common out there. Question: do you believe there is any human being existing out there or not? Philosophers and mystics, they say there is no human being existing at all. What exists is Tom, Dick, and Harry. All right? There is no number 5 existing in the external world at all. What exists is 5 apples, 5 chairs, 5 humans. Number 5 is a concept. Human being is a concept that you have withdrawn from similar things, because we all look the same. When we enjoy certain qualities and attributes, the name human being is abstracted from all of us, if I can use the term. By the way, through the means of rationality and intellect, we get to know God as well. The highest level and the most certain way of getting to know the reality Muslim, and that's something that Muslim mystics insist on it so much, they said it's through inwardly, not external senses, through internal senses. Their argument, well, they don't argue, by the way. Mystics are not into argument, philosophical argument. They insist that the Almighty God has empowered us or blessed us with 2 types of senses, external senses and internal senses. Whichever you activate, they will serve you the purpose that you want. If I close my eyes, if I'm living somewhere dark for so many years, like the simile of Plato, perhaps most likely I become blind. I can no longer see. That doesn't mean that I don't have, potentially I didn't have the sense of seeing. Because I did not activate them, I lost them. For a few months I didn't go for it, and I was lazy, I didn't go for walking. A few days ago I started going for walking again, and I felt that all my muscles were aching. This is the reality. Similarly, they say you have inner senses as well. You have inner eyes, inner ears, and so forth, the eyes and the ears of your heart. but because you don't activate them, they are disabled. All what you need to do is to enable them. How can I enable them? They say by self-purification. Polish it, polish it, polish it. How can I polish it? The way, the mechanism that they explain for self-purification is that prescribed asceticism. It's a duty of the mentor, an experienced mentor, that takes his students through prescribed asceticism so that step by step he takes them inwardly closer to God so that they can experience God. Let me give you one example. Perhaps all of us, and very correctly Dr. Whelan touched on that, and this is definitely one of the indisputable discussions, proofs of the existence of God. Instinct. Quran has a good example. He says that when you are in the ship, when you are sailing, and all of a sudden there is a stormy weather, and you see that the ship is sinking, and you lose all your hopes from all worldly means, it is in that very moment that instinctively your instinct of knowing God becomes conscious, and you are crying for help. Okay? So you have that, and once you receive miraculously that help, and you are rescued, and you are stepping at the shore, you experience God. This is self-purification. This is true. Hardship in our life makes us closer to God. The wisdom behind it is that God wants to introduce himself to you. He puts you in a turmoil that no man is there to help you. You lose your hope from your family, your friends, wealth, legal, whatever. No one is there to help you. So that you feel that there is only one super being to help you. You raise your hand desperately for help. You become the recipient of that help. This is an experience that you've had of knowing God. Much stronger than any philosophical argument whatsoever. All right, this is an example of self-purification. Now, let me take you from the other side of it. That was looking from the ground. From the top, because the way that Muslim mystics, they explain it, is that we have two arcs. One is the arch of descent, and one is the arch of ascent. The arch of descent is, the arch of ascent is from ground, from us, that when we want to go up, to get to know God more and more. The arch of descent is from God's point of view, coming down from the realm of divinity. They believe in 4 stages, and this is again in order for us to explain it, although it's all one. The first stage, that is so-called the stage of divine darkness, is the stage of the absolute essence of God. They say that absolute essence of God, they have a metaphorical expression for it in the Islamic terminology. They call it, it's a bird, it's a mystical bird that is called phoenix. I don't know if you have read it in the mythology. Phoenix is apparently an Arabian bird living in Arabian wilderness, and they believe that it's a bird that's impossible to catch. The reason that they use that expression of anqa or phoenix for that realm, because they believe that it is beyond man's ability to reach out to that domain, to that area. The domain of divine essence is impossible. It's just impossible for any human to reach out there, for any being to reach out there. That's a domain that God has reserved it solely for himself and himself full stop. I'll come back to that again to say that mystics, they say it's not divine darkness, it's divine light. Let me go ahead and I'll come back to that area again. Lower than that is the stage of divine uniqueness, because the essence of monotheism is the uniqueness of God. So after the essence of God, we come to the uniqueness of God. They say in the stage of uniqueness of God, God, with the knowledge by presence, not the acquired knowledge, by knowledge by presence, he is looking at his own divine attributes and names. Lower stage than that, it's just God is making himself more and more available for us to be able to know him. Lower than that is a stage that they call it divine unity of God. Before was uniqueness, lower than that is the stage of unity of God. In the stage of unity of God, all divine names and attributes are there. God is omnipotent, God is omniscient, God is ever-living, infinite, and so forth. All divine names and attributes are existing there. The fourth stage is the stage of manifestation of divine names and attributes, and this is where the entire universe appears, not comes to existence to say that they did not exist and now existed. They did exist already in the previous stages. God makes them appear, and that's where Tom, Dick, and Harry, the 3 humans, and everything else, the world of spirit, the world of matter, and everything else exists. Now, the question is, why the essence of God is not accessible? Why is it that As for the divine attributes, we enjoy it somehow, partially at least, we can experience it, and it does exist within us. As I said in the beginning, you are infinite, you are unique in your own style. At the same time, you are limited, because you are different from me, and I'm different from you, and we are different from the trees, and the trees are different from the sun. Although each one is unique and infinite, at the same time they are limited. This is what they call it unity in diversity and diversity in unity. There is a unity in every single being, and there is a diversity, there is a limit. That's why we are not God, and we are, if you like to say, we are godly. We are cautious for the terms that we use. We don't have enough terms to express that. The reason that we cannot see the essence or know the essence of God, Muslim theologians, traditional theologians, they have a different answer than mystics. Theologians, I'm afraid, perhaps Christian theologians, they would give typically speaking the same answer. And that is because we are finite and God is infinite. A finite cannot grasp infinite, as simple as this. Like the example of you cannot pour the water of the sea into the glass of water. Mystics, they say that this, again, looking at this on a very, very face value. What do you mean finite and infinite and two different entities and two different worlds? You are segregating. You are, this again, against the concept of monotheism. There are numbers of answers that I share with you, a few of them here. The first answer to start with, they say that because the essence of God is absolutely unlimited. The essence of God from all aspects is absolutely unlimited. So if I want to know God, that means it has to be perceived by me. That makes the essence of God limited. This contradicts the principle that we have agreed. The principle was that God is, in his essence, is absolutely unlimited. So if it has to be known, if it has to be known by me, it has to be limited. My knowledge is limiting it. Therefore, but that's against the principle that we have agreed. This is one answer, but this is not the main answer. The second answer, I'm starting again from the ground going up. The second answer is that there are certain things, that's the answer that Mullah Sadra gives, very famous Muslim mystic and philosopher. He says certain things in the world, they don't have any external reality, external existence at all. Things that are perceptions, like the example of the number that I gave you earlier. There is no number 5 existing in the external world at all. Can you find me number 5? There's no number 5, okay? There's no human being out there. Avicenna, he says that I searched around the world, I could not find one human being. Although Tom, Dick, and Harry, Mansur, Michael, and everyone else is out there, but they are not human beings. You know what I mean? About the concept of human being. Why is it that there is no human? All logical concepts are like this. They only exist in the mind. They're only perceptions. Similarly, God is necessary external existence. Necessary external existence. Because his necessary external existence in his essence, impossible for him to come to our mind. He does not become perception. Sometimes we learn things through the antonyms, through opposites. In so much as number 5 is impossible for number 5 to come to the external reality, because it is absolute perception. Similarly, if something is absolutely external, it's impossible to be perceived in our mind. Because God is absolutely external existence, it cannot be perceived, because it contradicts with the essence of it. I don't know whether it makes sense or not. The last answer that they have, which is, I'm afraid, the main answer, is that the essence of God is the absolute existence, and hence its existence is too strong. When you're talking about divine darkness, it's not really that it is dark. It is because God is too bright to see. The essence of God is too bright for us. See, let me give you again, I have to give you an example. What can we do? We are in the world of matter and physics, so we have to grasp things through the examples available to us. The example that they give, they say that there are ultrasounds, certain sounds that we can hear, isn't it? If they are lower than certain waves or hertz or above that, we cannot hear it. Ultrasonic waves, maybe 20,000 hertz or something. If it's beyond that, you cannot hear it. It's very strong because it's too strong for you to hear it. The light of the sun, again, God says in the Quran that God is the light of the heavens and the earth. They use the example of the sun. Through the light of the sun, you can see everything around you. If there is darkness, you can see nothing. But what about looking at the sun? You cannot look through this. You cannot look at the sun itself because it's too bright for you to see it. It makes you blind. The essence of God, they say, is like that. It's not divine darkness. It's absolute light and brightness. Because He's too bright, you cannot see it, and you assume that it is dark. So from ground, you think it's darkness. From God's view, if you look, it's absolute brightness. I like to conclude with a very famous poem from one of the mystics of about 2 centuries back, Sabzawari, who says, "O you," talking to God in a poetic way, he says, "O you who is hidden for His strong light, O you who is hidden for His strong light," meaning that because your light, your brightness too strong, is hidden. Al-Zahir al-Batin, we have this expression in the Quran, that God is apparent and at the same time is hidden. But He is hidden because He's too apparent. The apparent that is hidden in His appearance. God is the apparent that is hidden because of His appearance, because He's too apparent. You know, they say that 2 objects you cannot see, the one that is too close to you and the one that is too far from you. God is closer than the jugular vein. Because He's too close to them, they don't see them. They don't see Him. They think that God doesn't exist. No, He's too close to you, then you cannot see Him. You think that He's far. He's never far from us. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Like we talk about God's love for us, which we understand is just there beyond our reasoning. And I had a concept earlier this year that God Himself requires a lot of love, and that when these tsunamis and earthquakes are on, and these tragedies, He calls on us for love.
Yes, see, because God is not needy, we don't say that He requires love. Although, as I said it before, the love between us and God is mutual. God loves us not because He needs to love us. We do need to love Him because we need Him. We are needy, He's needless. So we have to be careful about the terms that we use for the realm of divinity. Not that God requires to be loved, although He will be loved, directly or indirectly, and He loves us as well. He loves His creation or manifestation because it's part of His nature, if you want me to use it this way. It's part of the nature of the oil to be greasy. Not that He needs to love or to be loved. That's what I can suggest. What do you suggest?
Again, we have to be careful of limiting God by our language and concepts. And when you read the Bible, you really have a whole spectrum of stories which very easily become anthropomorphic. That is, we turn God into just another human being, but a big one. So God gets jealous, God fights, all that sort of thing. Now, however, having said that, we are as human beings struggling to encounter in a way that uses our gifts. As Sheikh Man said, we have the tools, the gift of understanding and intelligence. And there is embedded in those biblical stories, I think, something like what you're talking about. It can be partly explained in terms of God wanting there to be love where there is not love, wanting us to care for the broken world, wanting us to reach out in compassion. But I think there's more than that. For example, if you take the prophet Hosea, the prophet is told to act out a whole scenario of shameless abandonment. Marry a prostitute. Really is the most scandalous story. Very affronting and confronting story. And it's and adultery and prostitution are the great symbols of idolatry, and idolatry is the central sin of the Old Testament. I think implicit in that is God's desire, be faithful to the covenant. You have received an unmerited gift. God has been gracious in the covenant, and that, as it were, lays claim to something of your response. Now, I don't want to erode or diminish what I've just said by saying something else. I think Our God is not so much God's lack, but our need. That we come of age, we grow, we are fulfilled as human beings when we love, when we are in love. That's what we're made for. So, again, whatever, and then the apophatic chorus is singing in my ear saying, no, Michael, not that, more than that. So even when we say God is love or whatever, we've got to be prepared to let the apophatic chorus come in and say no.
Plato was told that his son fell in love with a girl, and he said now he's a perfect human because he's experiencing love.
I wanted to ask Sheikh Mansour how you find, up this way, how you find attraction to mysticism among your own young Muslim people here in Australia today. In other words, if you find people you consider devout among your acquaintances and those you teach, would you say that mysticism has an attraction? I ask this because in the Christian tradition, a lot of young people are attracted to the more non-intellectual, the more emotional, singing, that sense. And I'm wondering, that can be an attraction then to more experiential faith. What about in the Muslim religion here in Australia?
They call me a very cool dude mystic, if you want that term. Actually, that's a very good question. Let me tell you that mysticism, and from my experience of so many years dealing mainly with the youth, if you come to the center that I'm teaching and preaching, you will see that 98% of my audience are among the youth, under the age of 30. 98% of my audience are under the age of 30. And definitely there is a very big attraction towards mysticism I can see from the youth. Imagine that Sunday morning programs that have been running for the last 5 years, and to get the youth to come Sunday morning at 5:30 in the morning, Sunday morning, is a big challenge. For the elderly people, it's a challenge, let alone the youth. Normally, I get about 40 to 50 of the boys and the girls. We have 2 elderly people above the age of 30, 35. The rest of them are the range of 17, 18 to the age of 30. And almost all of them have said, just yesterday I received an email from one of them that just last year had joined us, that how much it had changed his lifestyle, his perception and conception about people around him, his family life, how much it was improved. And he said that from a person that used to argue, used to have temper and fight, now I've become a very calm. Even my family, they say, what has been happening to you? And I've become very domesticated, and definitely there's a very big attraction, I can say, among the youth. Those who know me, I hate mentioning that, but the community that they know the programs that I'm running, they all say that the best contribution to the youth that we have is at the Imam Hussein Center, because Sheikh Mansour is changing their mindset to make them type of people that they become more understanding. As you can see, mystical opinion, mystical approach changes our mindset. We don't look at things on just black and white. There's much more into it.
My experience of teaching teenagers too would suggest to me that there's a much greater openness to what we've been talking about amongst them than 15, 20 years down the track, and then maybe the openness happens again after a midlife crisis. I think somewhere in building the career and setting up the family and so forth, to become very functional and very focused on work and so forth. But I think little children and adolescents still have a natural openness to the kind of knowledge, the experiential knowledge of God. And, for example, you take young people away on a retreat and they will sit in silence for an hour or something like that. And they're very open to contemplative prayer. They're not so open to doctrine. I think that's another issue. They are open to the experience. If I can just throw in a little advertisement here for the Aquinas Academy, I'm in the process of trying to find a place of solitude and silence, a hermitage, which I would hope to make part of our adult education program here. Obviously, if it's a hermitage where there's solitude and silence, you can't have hordes of people going there. So, but I believe that that dimension of Western Christianity has been largely overlooked to our loss, our grievous loss.
Thank you. There. Look, very briefly, I hope. In the previous discussion, just like that, good, thank you. Sheikh Mansour, going back to the inquiry coming through there, and Father had spoken, you then gave a wise person saying with a smile. Can you just reflect that saying again?
Sorry, say it again.
At the end of the discussion, you had put a question through about the loving of God, and you made a wonderful statement of it. Then you smiled and made a wise person's summary of something to do with this. Can you remember that now?
You're talking about Plato's example, is it? I think it was a quotation that I said that Plato, the famous Greek philosopher, Plato, have you heard of?
Plato, yes, I've heard of him.
Yes. Plato was a very famous Greek philosopher. He was told that his son fell in love with a girl, and then he said, now he's a human.
Grazie.
Seeing your early experience of life was in Iran, and that's what I've just picked up. Would you say mysticism is a contributing force of Islam in Iran, in the same way as you're trying to make it a force in where you're working?
It would be unfair for me to say that mainly in Iran, although I can say that most of the literature that we have and the most outstanding mystical figures throughout the history are Iranians. For whatever reasons, I'm not sure about this, but that's why that if you really want to study Islamic mysticism, apart from Arabic language, Farsi language is also a must. The main masterpieces in mysticism that we have, they are in Farsi. Some, and perhaps it's not far from the truth, some they say that wars, they contribute towards mysticism. Wars and conflicts that have happened in Iran about some, especially if you look at the about 700 to 800 years back in Iran, there has been so much conflict of the invasion of the Mughals, invading the land of Persia from one side, and that Roman Empire earlier than that from the western side. Wars and the consequences of war keeps people away from the physical and material lifestyle, and sometimes you want to rebel against all this politics. It isolates you. This is again, they say that it's a hidden mercy behind wars, that it keeps people, it makes them tend more internally, and this is what mysticism requires.
Can I just add to that? Thomas Merton, who is a very famous contemporary mystic who died in 1968, met with the Dalai Lama in 1968, just before he died. And the Dalai Lama told him a story of when the Chinese invaded Tibet and they were cast out of their monasteries. The Dalai Lama was a very, very young monk, and he got word to the abbot and said, "What now?" The abbot got word back to him, said, "Everyone for himself." Now, the implication was not, okay, let's all get selfish and individualistic, but we have come to a time when the structures have been taken away from us, our monasteries have been destroyed, so we must discover those. And I think this may be something of what you're saying, that when a lot of the dogmas and a lot of the established structures are taken away from us, then we have to ask the question, well, what matters? What is my commitment? And I suspect something like that is happening in Christianity today.
It is not exactly the same thing, but something like that in Good Weekend at the Weekend, which talked concerned with people who've been in Guantanamo Bay for a number of years, and it quoted poems that they'd written. Well, the depth in those poems was, mystical, really, I think. Yeah, they're very, very beautiful. They go with what Robert was saying, I think, with poetry.
It seems to me the mystics are talking about God as experience, a reality that is experienced. And I wonder from that, as soon as we start talking about God, is there a risk of making an idol called God, so that we're getting involved in idolatry rather than in the reality?
I think it's an idol. I don't know what's your definition of idol.
A concept, creating from a concept, creating an idea of God, of coming from book knowledge, if you like, rather than first-hand experience of reality.
Well, this is what mysticism is totally denouncing. God is not a concept. Remember, I mentioned that
Yes,
yesterday. God is not a concept, and it's not. He will not be known through reading the books. It's through the experience, feeling, personal experience that you will have with Him. And I'm sure you share that with me, or let me at least I can talk for myself. As a theist, as a person who believes in God, I believe in God crystal clear, clearer than the sun in the sky. And at the same time, I cannot imagine how, what. This is paradoxical. It may sound paradoxical, but it's something that you know Him, you have felt Him, you have experienced Him, you have absolutely no doubt about His existence, but you cannot describe Him. If I want to describe Him, and if I describe Him, yes, I've visualized Him, I've personalized Him. We don't believe in a personal God in the sense of, a person, image of God, like what Michael was saying, that very powerful, the omnipotent human. Prophet has a saying, he says that if you want to do that, ants also, they may think that God is a super ant, and with biggest, possible, yeah, this is not God. Yeah.
Maybe there's an analogy in, and it is just an analogy in thinking of something like love. You can't picture love. Love's not a concept. Love's a reality, and you either know it or you don't know it. And we turn to the poets. I couldn't think of anybody more ill-equipped to describe love than, say, a scientist. As scientists, we turn to the poets, we turn to the artists, and all they are doing is saying, look over there. Now, your question is really the reason for the apophatic in the tradition. That chorus keeps coming up and saying no. Keeps coming up and negating every concept, every statement, every image. And John of the Cross is probably the best person in the tradition in this regard. But again, I think in our Catholic tradition, we have allowed concepts and rules and structures, even church in totality, to take on godlike qualities, certain absoluteness. So I would call it ecclesiolatry. And I think human beings are so built, hardwired to find the absolute, that if you don't connect with the absolute, you make the relative the absolute. We have an absolutizing instinct. It's like we're going around saying, give me the absolute, give me the absolute, give me the absolute. And if I can't connect with God, I must connect with God. So I make money into God, or I make you into God, or I make my ideology into God. I need God so badly that something's got to fill the vacuum if I'm not actually seeking God. And the spiritual guides, I think, in all the great traditions, say this is a journey, this is a process. You never arrive. And when you think you've arrived, be careful, you might be clutching an idol.
Well,
the God of theology, the God of philosophy, are like the shadows that we argue about in Plato's cave without actually going out and seeking enlightenment. And we don't want to mistake those shadows for God.
In fact, the early fathers were very strongly influenced by Plato's Republic and that particular image.
Simile of the faith, yeah.
Yes, and they believed that it was inspired, that they weren't sure that whether Plato had been sort of influenced by the ancient Hebrew scriptures or whether there'd been some kind of a conversation happening. They saw so much likeness there. I'm talking about Gregory of Nyssa particularly. Yeah, but wait a minute, there's a couple more coming.
The last couple of weeks on campus, they've been talking about fundamentalism and how it's really growing, and it's because of fear. And last night they had this thing on the martyrdom, and it really affected me because I saw this mother holding this gun, and she was kind of like agreeing with what was happening, and don't know what would push someone to that point. Like from where I stand, I just can't understand that.
Yes, yes.
Can you explain?
Join the club. During the break, one of the ladies, she was asking me the same, and I said that I try to understand always whether it makes sense what others do or not. I try to understand, somehow justify for myself. Not justify, try to understand why do they do this, how come they do it. I believe religion, and God in particular, is the strongest weapon, because you are talking about omnipotence. And if it's in the hand of the wrong people, they can become more, really destructive. It's not the problem of religion, it's not the problem of God, whether Islam, Christianity, in any religion you can find such examples of fundamentalism. It's because of the tools that are in the wrong hand. Rumi has a very good example for it. It says that imagine a very sharp knife in the hand of a crazy drunkard. It's not the problem of the knife, because that knife can be used in a very wise way. It's the drunkard person that is abusing it. And in my humble opinion, I believe that all these crises of today are politically motivated, not religiously. Although religion has been abused to serve the purpose of the politicians, but they are all politically motivated.
And in fact, a number of the suicide bombers and going all around the world, Sri Lanka and various other places, have no religious affiliation at all.
Mm.
So it's not to say that suicide bombing, there's a very good distinction in traditional Catholic moral theology, if I can make it. And I'll put it in Latin because it's easier to understand, believe it or not. We don't have equivalent English words. Supposing I'm walking along the street, we'll just take a very trivial example, and I trip and kick a lump of glass, and it hits you in the leg and cuts you. We make a distinction here between the act of a human being. Hominis means act of man, but it means man in a generic sense, as distinct from a human act. My kicking the glass into your leg happens to be the act of a human being. I did it. But it's not a human act, because I didn't intend to kick the glass and cut your leg. A suicide bomber, who may be religious, but it's not a religious act. The religion is an accidental part of it all. It's an ideological. But they can say whatever they like. And they can say, I'm doing it because I love God. They can say, I'm doing it because God told me to do it. But I say to you, is it a religious act? Or is it the act of someone who calls himself religious? It's a subtle distinction, but I think it's a very powerful one that needs to be made. Well, history has known people who are willing to do that forever. Kamikaze pilots. Go to the book of Maccabees. Have you read the book of Maccabees? The mother who sees her 7 sons willing to, instead of eating the flesh of pork, be done to death by the Greeks, the Gentiles, and she praises God. It's there in every tradition. Yeah, it's awful when you see this, what we human beings are capable of stooping to. But it's got nothing to do with God, and nothing to do with religion. It's got everything to do with our twisted psyches. Fundamentalism is not a theological issue, it's a psychological issue. It is not about faith, it's about anxiety. Fear, anxiety. Yep. Isn't it interesting that it's growing at the moment, when the world is very threatening and rules are going by the by and the world seems to be falling apart? So what do? Create a world that's very clear-cut, black and white. You're out, I'm in. It's a very big temptation. This is why I think it's up to people who represent the religious tradition to be very, very serious and urgent about recovering the essence of what is actually religious, beyond ideologies, which means getting back to the relational dimension, especially the relation with God. What does it mean? You're going to have to save your question till next week, Reg, I'm afraid. Because I spoke too much. No, we're Go next week, you're right. After a week. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for our fourth session on Mysticism, Islamic and Christian perspectives. You should have two sheets. One is the sheet to accompany my notes, and the other is the sheet to accompany Sheikh Mansour's notes. The sheet to accompany Sheikh Mansour's notes there's still some of them to come down, so if you've missed out, Sandra will bring them down at the break. Our topic today in this session is practice, growing into love. Let me say, as a way of overall introductory comment, one of the things that has pleased me, it didn't really surprise me, but I have found it very pleasing how easy it was for Sheikh Mansour and I to come up with topics to deal with. That as soon as we spoke about knowing God, and we were on common ground, loving God, we're on common ground, and the whole practice, we're on common ground, more or less, and we'll approach it in slightly different ways. But I think that in itself is very revealing and very affirming. I'd like to go back and recall a couple of points that I made to begin with. First of all, I would always operate in proclaiming religious statements, not necessarily dogmatic statements, but spirituality statements. Look for the human ground. When you talk about prayer, and particularly when you talk about this whole area of practice, or praxis, sometimes it is put under the heading of asceticism, it seems to me that there are a number of places where we can go wrong in dealing with our highest aspirations, and that's what we are dealing with when we talk about religion. One way we can go wrong, I adverted to early on, namely, instead of focusing on relationships, we focus on dogma and we turn religion into an ideology and we become ideologues. I think we're already right off the beaten track if we do that. Another way we can go wrong is to miss the human. Religion, spirituality, mysticism, if they are genuine, will enhance the quality of the human reality. They build on and grow out of the human ground. They don't cut it off or deny it. There is in our Western Christian tradition, I think, a negative, obstructive kind of a thinking. For want of a better word, I would call it a pessimistic anthropology or a negative anthropology, which sees particularly the human body as bad. And I think this actually filters not only into Christianity but into other religions. And I'd be interested in hearing Sheikh Mansour's comment on this, where somehow when human beings become very focused on spirituality, they become hostile to bodiliness. Because the body is of death, and the body always calls us back to our limits and our brokenness and our messiness. Spirit, the world of ideas, the world of abstractions, promises good order, cleanliness, a wonderful vision that we can live without ambiguity. And the body says, no, I'm sorry. There's a marvellous story amongst the desert fathers that if you see a young beginner floating up to heaven, grab him by the hem of his cassock and pull him down to earth. It's not good that he should do that. So in this area, we're talking about the human ground, and I will emphasize that a little bit, and we're also focusing on relationships. We're going to talk about love as the fulfillment of what we're made for. We're not talking about infatuation. We're not talking about romance. I'm not condemning infatuation. That's a normal sort of an experience, but it's not love. Romance is a wonderful thing, but it's not love. What we're talking about is a communion of being where we share the way we think and the way we are and the way we live in a most intimate way. First of all, in any realm of human life, achievement demands commitment. In fact, we do not have a very high regard for someone who turns up to, say, do teaching or accountancy or law or play a sport or anything, and they just bowl in and they think, well, I can do it without any training or without any instruction or without any disciplined effort. We know from experience, if not from intuition, that human beings perform at their best when there's an element of training, when there's an element of commitment. And commitment involves discipline, and the word discipline comes from the word discipulus, the Latin word discipulus meaning disciple. Discipline means making disciples of our energies and of our talents. So there's a certain amount of focusing goes on. And I think it applies in every realm. If we want to reach a high element, a high peak of human expressiveness, it demands commitment. Take an athlete, and I take athletics because it's a fairly obvious and a fairly primitive example of what I'm talking about. But I think what you see there extends to all realms, whether it's becoming an eye surgeon or a married person, parent, a teacher, a butcher, a carpenter. Anything in life will demand the sort of dynamics that you see if you watch athletes. High commitment is needed for high achievement. Yes, high talent is also needed for high achievement. But not even the most talented person will achieve highly if that person is lazy and doesn't go out there and do what's needed to be done. So high commitment is required. And high commitment involves sacrifice, hard work, pain, which is willingly taken on by the person because they know the end for which they strive, the goal. You'll see in athletes both a positive and a negative commitment. Athletes, if they want to do their best, don't go raging till 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. And this amazes me about some of our footballers who want to be high-performance athletes and they're out drinking their heads off, and you say, my God, how childish, how pathetic. Good athletes who really want to perform at peak and compete don't do that. They watch what they eat. If they go to a party, they will make the sacrifice. They won't be getting stuck into all the things that you and I get stuck into because we're not high performance, or at least I'm not a high performance athlete. So it doesn't matter to me so much. So there are things they do without. But there are other things that they do. So there's a negative and a positive thing. They go out and they do their stretching exercises and they're running or weights or whatever. And what that does, if you think about it, it gives them freedom and it gives them knowledge. If you watch a good athlete, say a good netball player or a good runner or whatever, they know as if by instinct what to do, when to move and so forth, and how to move. Their whole being knows because it's been trained. It responds in a certain way in a given situation. And there's a freedom. If you were to approach somebody like Jana, now she's Jana Pittman, isn't she? And was she? What is she now? Jana Rowlandson, whatever. Anyway, but she just glides across the track. Now, if I were to roll up to her and say, Jana, watch me glide across the track, she'd say, go ahead, Michael. I couldn't do it. I'd be clumsy. My body wouldn't know how to do it. My body wouldn't have the freedom. She's got remarkable freedom. Now, I think those same principles of commitment, which involve sacrifice and pain and effort and focus, which are negative and positive, which beget knowledge and freedom, apply to all realms of life, yes, the spiritual realm most particularly. Why would we think that a high-performance athlete would need to do that sort of thing, but someone who wanted to attain the heights of spirituality needn't do it? It will just come naturally. The whole of our tradition, I think the whole of all the great religious traditions, is you have to commit yourself. You have to make decisions. You have to be prepared to make sacrifices and pain. Because sacrifices and pains are delightful to religion? No. I'll come back to that notion of delight. It's a very paradoxical one. We know that friendship, loving relationships, marriage, parenthood, all involve these things. If you are to be a good parent, a good spouse, a good friend, it involves commitment. And this is the human basis of the whole of our life, a microcosmic or an epitome of what the heart seeks. We seek the fulfillment of relatedness, and that is nothing else than love. We seek communion, and that is nothing else than love, what we call love. We seek to be one. We are unity-tending beings. And to follow that and to facilitate that is what we're made for. We would say in our Judeo-Christian tradition, we are made to be companions of God, that this unity-tending urge within us is not just to link up with another human being or other finite things. Ultimately, it is about God. And it is our relationship with God and our intimacy with God that becomes the context for all our other relationships and all our other intimacies. Let me suggest to you very briefly, a couple of notes about the notion of intimacy. And this is a fairly simple way of thinking of it, because I think intimacy goes hand in hand with what we are as human beings. We all need intimacy. And to deny that, people can get along without it, sort of, but people can get along without love, sort of. But how do we thrive? How do we become the best that we are made to be? There is an intimacy that is physical. Oh, and I would describe intimacy as sharing what matters most, what is most deep to us. And there is a physical intimacy. There is an intellectual intimacy. There is an emotional intimacy. And there is, most deeply of all, a spiritual intimacy. So when we seek relationships, and I think there's a lot of confusion in our culture about this, there's absolutely no necessary connection between physical intimacy and spiritual intimacy. However, if intimacy is to be healthy, I think you can probably actually do without the intellectual intimacy. I don't think that's as important as the emotional intimacy or the spiritual intimacy. And I think you can do without the physical intimacy too, after a while. Children can't, infants can't, but I think it's possible for human beings to grow towards the focus of intimacy being emotional and spiritual. And I think that is, if you like, again, the human ground within which we meet and relate with God. A brief synopsis of the theology of Christian commitment, and this is outlandishly ambitious of me in a few words to talk about the theology of Christian commitment, but I'm going to do it anyway. And you may wish to pick up some of these things in our conversation afterwards. At the heart of the Christian life is covenant. We believe God, Yahweh, revealed to the people of old, has forged a covenant of love, has taken the initiative and reached out to creation through human agency to forge a loving relationship, one that will grow and grow and grow. We are invited into that. That's the heart of what we call Christian commitment. It is God's initiative. It is an invitation into a loving relationship with God and to bring all our relationships with ourselves, with other people, and with creation into that loving relationship. It's important to emphasize that the covenant is God's commitment. It is God's initiative. It is grace. There is a tension within the Christian tradition. Within our Catholic tradition, there was back towards the end of the 4th century, the beginning of the 5th century, quite a struggle. There was a Roman monk by the name of Pelagius who was very, very popular in Rome as a spiritual director. And he said, if you emphasize God's initiative and grace, people are going to sit back and say, okay, it's all grace. We don't have to do anything. So you can't afford to do that, so you've got to tell people, no, it's up to you. God will chime in, but you've got to make the effort. And there was quite a to-do, and Augustine was the focus of the debate. And there was a name given to a heresy, and I'm not sure the heresy actually existed because the tension is still there for each of us to resolve, the heresy of Pelagianism, which focuses too much on the human effort and insufficiently on God's grace. And Augustine said, it is first and last the grace of God, but we must respond. Now, how that works out in the concrete is going to depend on different people. I would say my own experience coming into the middle of the 20th century was that we emphasise too heavily what we were supposed to do. I think the heresy of Pelagianism, if there be such, was alive and well. And it affected mysticism. You find the same kind of fear of passivity coming in there. So starting with the 16th century, as I mentioned in one of our earlier sessions, the Superior General, second to Ignatius of Loyola, forbade Jesuits to pray according to the last 2 weeks of the exercises. St. Ignatius wrote the exercises as a school of prayer, so that having engaged in that school of prayer, you would be a contemplative in the world. You would be a mystic. But this fear of being too passive, of allowing God's grace too much room, and not inspiring people to get out of bed and get on with it. And Ignatius in spirituality, even at its best, focuses very much on will, on the will. And that's what I, as a young seminarian, inherited in the 1960s, and I think it was deformed and deforming, quite frankly. And it wasn't Ignatian, it was Jesuit. There was a difference. It was more like willfulness rather than willingness, and there is a huge difference. We respond. Our own founder of the Marist Fathers in the middle of the 19th century said, if I was training young men to be Marists, I would listen to them, I would help them gently as best I could to get a taste for God. Once they have tasted God, the rest will follow. Now, there is wisdom. There is the difference between a spirituality that is drawn by delight and a spirituality that is driven by duty, at the risk of being just a little bit slick. But I think you get the sense of it. Sadly, I was channeled to the driven by duty, and there wasn't a lot of delight in it, not a lot of joy. And my own sense is once you've tasted the love of God, and that has to be the focus. That is, in our Christian tradition, that is the focus of mysticism. To know that you are loved by God. And if you don't know that you're loved by God, well, you've got to spend time listening to that and allowing that reality to become part of your life. If you focus on doing the right thing and fulfilling the commandments and so forth, and you don't know that you're loved, I think that gets to a very desiccated, dried-up Christianity. Lydia drew my attention to that film, As It Is in Heaven, some weeks ago. And if you haven't seen it, go and see it. She just went and saw it for the third time the other day. But she also drew my attention to the style of Christianity that was represented by the Lutheran pastor there. And my initial reaction to that film, and Lydia's background is Lutheran, my initial reaction was, this is a cardboard cutout. I don't know that kind of Christianity. And Lydia assures me that it's very real. It is a very dried up, willful, joyless, and destructive way to go. It's full of denial. It denies the human. It denies the human. So that is a case, I think, of the human ground being bypassed. God invites us to respond by opening ourselves to be loved infinitely. That's another way of saying we're called to be in a covenant. That's another way we can speak about baptism. We are baptized into Christ. The incarnation is the invitation and the possibility. In terms of Christian mysticism, the incarnation of God in Christ, in Jesus of Nazareth, is the centre, is the focus of it. Our oneness is in him and through him. Our experience of God's love is in him and through him. In particular, it is through and in the Passover of Jesus Christ that we come to know and grow into infinite love. And I'll come back to that in a moment when we get down to the concrete manifestations or applications. So the Christian life may be summarized concretely as follows. And this is a little bit slick too, but I think you get the idea if you listen carefully to it. As you have been loved into freedom, that's the key to it. As you have been loved into freedom, go into the world, be in the world in such a way that God may love others into freedom through you, may love the world into freedom through you. so that your presence becomes the place of God's love. The whole of the human vocation is summed up in that. Be the place where God's love happens in the world now. Okay. Now that is slightly different, in fact, radically different from saying, go out and love people. If you are in any way tainted, as I am, by this willful spirituality, my advice to you is please don't go out and love anybody. Spare us your virtue. Pay close attention, listen to what's going on, and become the humble, bewildered, joyful, amazed agent of God's love. This work is a work of synergy. St. Paul says beautifully, and I think this is a central text for me anyway in the New Testament. St. Paul says in Romans 8:16, your spirit and the Holy Spirit enable you to cry out and call God Abba. So it's God's Spirit and my spirit doing their work. I don't know what they are doing. My task is to use all my faculties to make as much room as possible for God's Spirit and my spirit to do what they will do. To make of me and my life what God wants of it. It is profoundly paradoxical, therefore. In infinite love, I find my oneness with all, in the all, and my uniqueness that differentiates me. In the Christian tradition, you never lose your unique identity, even though you become utterly one with God. And we're talking about something that is inexplicable here, but that is our understanding of Christian mysticism. You never cease to be uniquely other. You are made in the image and likeness of the eternally other, and God's otherness is part of God, and we are made in the image and likeness of that. We are called into a communion of being. We share, we participate in that being which is love. We never cease to be this unique manifestation of that being. That's the ultimate manifestation of the covenant. That's what's in store for us. Now, our part is to work as best we can to facilitate and to enable that to happen. Not to achieve it. Spiritual life is not something by way of mastery. It's not about control. It's not about conquest. It's not about achievement. It's all about facilitation, participation, and yes, a word that our culture doesn't like, submission. That word comes from the two Latin words, sub, meaning under, and mittere, meaning to send. If I listen to and hear the truth in my being and my experience, and I submit to what is true, I will, in my being, discover my mission, why I am here, why I am sent. And there will be a great sense of purpose and a great sense of hope in that. And that comes through submitting to the truth that is revealed daily in my life. Which brings me to the last point, the practice of Christian commitment. How do we do this facilitation? How do we respond to God's love? How do we make ourselves available for such an amazing gift? The first point I make is obedience within the pastoral rhythm of daily living. Obedience in the biblical sense, not in the modern Western military sense. Obedience has got nothing to do with conformism. We discovered that when the Nazi apparatchiks at the end of the war in 1946-47 said at the Nuremberg trial, we were only doing what we were told to do. We were obedient. You weren't being obedient at all. A truly obedient servant would have stood up and said, I refuse. But they would have shot us, that's right. Now, if you wanted to be disobedient and avoid being shot, that's what you were doing in conforming. Obedience in the biblical sense is about listening so that you can hear the truth, what is good, what you must do, and you submit to that, no matter where it takes you. And it may take you to your death. In St. Paul's letter to the community in Philippi, in chapter 2, that his state was divine, he did not cling to his equality with God, but emptied himself and became obedient, yes, even to death on a cross. again, if we get out of this mastery, conquering sort of mode into a mode of covenant relationship, and isn't it the case in a loving relationship that each tries to submit to the truth of the relationship? And if each doesn't, the relationship is in trouble. If each is trying to win out or make things happen in a certain way, that's going to have a deformative effect on the relationship. The covenant relationship with God is no exception. We move into it. And the Paschal rhythm refers to that word that is given to Jesus' saving death and resurrection. And I think the word salvation is interchangeable with the word liberation. Life is liberation. It's becoming freer and freer and freer. Be who and what I am in Christ. If religion doesn't set you free, ask what's going on. The two outstanding qualities of religion, it seems to me, are grace and freedom. A truly religious person will be a gracious person, a graceful person in every manner. And they will also be a free person. Beware the sight of white knuckles and the sound of grinding teeth. Religious zealots are a nuisance. Religious ideologues generally become zealous, and they are destructive. They lack grace. They're about conquest, and you're their target. They're not about freedom. They're about getting people into their way of doing things or getting them out of the way. Ideologies kill. There's no two ways about it. Ideologies are at odds with reality, so in order to survive, they must kill what is in their way. It's the ultimate terrible irony when religion becomes an ideology. And in Christian tradition, we keep doing it. We keep doing it. And I think we do it because we forget that the heart of our faith is a loving relationship where we are drawn into ever deeper intimacy. Concretely, we do that by uniting ourselves with Christ in this Paschal rhythm. The human ground of the saving death of Jesus is the fact that that's the pattern, like a DNA or a genetic code that's in life itself. When the alarm goes off in the morning, that's a moment of death. You hadn't noticed. Submitting to the demands of patience, the demands of courage, the demands of kindness, the demands of tolerance, the demands of love and care in the ordinary business of daily living. These are all, there's a dying to self in this. And the more we can die to self and transcend self, the more we become self. It's a beautiful quotation here, and I ask you to flip over the page. The second quotation, the second bullet point. If you would come up, I'll say it first. If you would come after me, you must deny yourself and take up your cross and follow me. For if you would save your life, you will lose it. And if you lose your life for my sake and the gospel's sake, you will save it. For what does it profit you to gain the whole world and forfeit your life? For what can you give in return for your life? If you read that and substitute false self and true self, it makes much more sense. If you would come after me, you must deny your false self. And there's a false self in all of us that's hankering after attention, that wants to take centre stage. It's self-absorption. I call it the me-go. Not amigo, it's no friend. It's me, ego. It's mine. And the world has to revolve around me-go. And it's death to the me-go that is the only path to life. So you must deny your false self, take up your cross and follow me. If you would save your life, if you would become who you are, if you would follow the false self, you'll lose. If you lose your life, if you lose that false self, you'll find your true self. I think we intuitively know this, and it's one of the reasons why we discipline children, and why children who aren't disciplined are just impossible to deal with. They don't grow up to be mature human beings. How many of us have met 50-year-old children? People who are self-centered, self-absorbed. And let me tell you, it's one of the dangers of celibacy. I think the big danger of celibacy is not adultery or fornication, selfishness. When you live on your own, when you've only got yourself to look after, You can become very self-absorbed and very self-centered. And that's the very antithesis of what we are called to as religious people. Life, if we submit to it, purges us, strips us of the false self, and takes it away. So that what is exposed in this Paschal rhythm, and that's Thomas Merton's word for it, this dying and rising constantly, we get back to who we most deeply are. So there's a gracious acceptance of what life asks of us, getting out of bed in the morning, dealing with boring people, trains that don't run on time, aching joints. You know the stuff of daily living. I think. Or am I the only one who experiences life like that? Now, there is within the Christian tradition the option to deliberately choose more. We might distinguish here between daily asceticism, which is the business of getting on with life in a gracious, generous manner, and chosen asceticism, or ordinary asceticism and extraordinary asceticism. The word asceticism comes from the Greek word askesis, meaning exercise or practice. And there's an immense tradition of asceticism, that chosen asceticism, and we have a small measure of it. And in Lent, people are encouraged to engage in some kind of fasting. And I dare say Sheikh Mansour will talk to us about Ramadan as one of the ways. And the great religious traditions have it. I think we've become rather slack in our own Christian tradition. If you look back through the tradition, we wax and wane. There are extremes that are just horrifying. You know, people sitting on rocks for the rest of their lives on their own, and wearing hair shirts. My recommendation to you, if you want to make yourself available, start with the ordinary asceticism of daily living. The stuff of getting out of bed in the morning graciously and dealing with boring people and trains that don't run on time graciously and lovingly. It doesn't mean you don't confront silliness and incompetence and so forth, but you can do it graciously. The liturgy is a very important part of our tradition in terms of this whole immersion in a culture and in a life process that enables us to grow into the covenant. And finally, working for the coming of the kingdom. First of all, reaching out to bring healing where there is brokenness and pain, and also reaching out upstream, if you like, to prevent the brokenness and pain happening in the first place, to act culturally, politically, socially, whatever way is necessary. This is all a part of growing into the kingdom. Mysticism, it seems to me, is truncated if it's located just in my relationship with God. It's in those fourfold relations with God, myself, other people, and the world. And I must be actively promoting living relationships. Let me hand over to Sheikh Mansour.
I really don't have much to say anymore. I think he might have seen my notes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Before I start, I need to seek your forgiveness and share my apology to you. I had a very busy weekend. I was in Melbourne. In fact, I flew back last night, late last night, and until about 2 o'clock I was half asleep, preparing something for today. I don't know what I have typed. If there is any mistake in it, I didn't have a chance to read it twice, trust me. And if you see I'm a bit busy, please wake me up. All right, practice, growing into love. The second session that we have, remember we spoke about love, and as I explained it, Muslim mystics, for the sake of learning, of course, they divide the discussion of love into two portions, two sides. One love in theory, another one love in practice. In other words, love in terms of the creation and love in terms of the application of love to our day-to-day transactions. So here we are today to talk about love in terms of its effects on our day-to-day transactions, how it can change positively or negatively, and I believe love in God will not have any negative impact at all, our lifestyle. I look at it from two different dimensions. One is with regards to go through the virtues of love or the properties of love, and another one, the signs of love, to check whether I'm really truly a lover of God or not. the way that I live my life, very accurately, Dr. Wallen mentioned it. If I'm not gracious, if I'm not a free person, I cannot claim that I'm faithful or I'm in love with God. We go through the list. First of all, the first I mentioned the virtues of love. Power. Love is the generator of power. It's providing power. When we say that religion and faith is a very powerful means in the hand of, if it's in the hand of the right person, can be very constructive, otherwise very destructive. It's because the foundation of faith is love. It is the faith that makes you being faithful to your husband and your wife, isn't it? Because I love my wife, I try to be faithful to her, and vice versa. So the foundation for our faith is our love. It is the love, therefore, that is the power. A young boy or girl, before the time of marriage, before they become father, experience being father or mother, perhaps they're very lazy to even do their beds, doing anything at home. Always moms and dads are nagging about their kids being lazy, not helping, not giving them any hand. But what happens in me, as soon as that girl becomes a mother, she becomes so energetic, so active. Every now and then, how many times doesn't matter, at night she wakes up to breastfeed her baby. The same lady that before she was so lazy to look after herself, now she is looking after someone else. It's because of the power of love. Love gives energy to our life. The second is self-breaking. Muslim mystics, following a tradition, prophetic saying from Prophet Muhammad, they say that the biggest idol that we are worshipping and we are suffering from is the idol of the self. If you can step onto it, you have a step into your perfection already, and you have a step into nearness to God. The power of love. Love means, they say that in reality, love means not me, but you. Not that what I like, what you like. Not that what I care about, what you care about. They go together shopping, the bride and the groom. If she's really in love with her husband or with her fiancé, the type of the clothing, the type of the color of the clothing even, she doesn't have much choice then. Whatever you love, my dear, and vice versa. Because in that moment of love, it's not me, it's him or it's her, isn't it? So that's the power of, again, another power of love, which is very important. Union with God and nearness to God is impossible so far as I'm in the world of me, myself, and I. I remember I was driving in Canterbury Road once and I saw a big sign, me, myself, and I. I said, there must be an idolatry here. This is the main problem. In fact, what we are suffering from, look at it from a small family unit. The problem in a family between husband and wife is because she says either my way or highway, or either my way or my way again. The same for the man. In society also as well, in our country, globally also, when you look at it, it is all self-centered. As Michael quoted from Jesus, deny yourself and then you can come along with me. So far as you care about yourself, you are not a true lover. So love also provides, takes us out of the shell of the self. And this is an amazing power of love. The third virtue of love is similarity. A lover unconsciously tries to copy the beloved one. That's why our youth, the way that they walk, the way that they talk, the jargons that they use, they follow the musical icons that they are in love with, or the athletes that they are in love with, because of the power of the love. Now, if you take it to the real love, and I mentioned that before, and I'd like to remind you again that mystics, they always emphasize, they say we are not using metaphorics, we are not being, what do you call it, figurative. Love in the real sense of it means love for God. You humans, because you did not see the reality, you are after the mirage. You have not tasted the water, you are after the mirage, and you are using the term love for your figurative relationship, romance or anything as such. But whenever we are talking about love, we are really talking about the real love. Now, they say that if you are really and truly in love of God, the virtue of love is that makes you similar to God. God is compassionate. God is gracious. God is merciful. God is kind. God is forgiveness. How can you say you are in love with God and there is no forgiveness in you whatsoever? You cannot forgive. You keep grudges against people, against the creation of God, and you cannot take it out of yourself. So you are not in love with God, because the lovers are copying the beloved ones. They try to act like them. They try to be like them. This is another power of love. The fourth is that loving those related to the beloved one. This is very important. I believe this virtue of love would solve all our problems. If we are truly in love with God, you cannot love God and hate the creation of God. And because already we discussed that all what exists is the creation of God, or use the mystical term, the manifestation of God, whatever that exists, you should love him, you should love her, you should love it, because they are the creation of God. They are the manufacture of God. They are made by God. One of the very famous mystics, Muslim mystics with the name of Sa'di, in a poetic way, he says, I'm mesmerized by the world as the world is mesmerized by him. Referring to God, I'm mesmerized by the world as the world is mesmerized by him. I'm in love with the whole world as the whole world is in love with him, or as the whole world is from him. Because the whole world is from God, surely whatever that exists is coming from the source of existence. So if I truly love God, I must love the creation of God. In so much as if you love your wife, you must love your mother-in-law. I don't know how it's in your culture. You must love your father-in-law. You cannot say that, I love you, darling, but I hate your mom. All right? We have an expression that is just figurative. We said, if you like the ear comes with the earring. You cannot separate them from one another. And usually in my marriage counseling, I tell the young couples that if you want to capture the heart of your wife, buy also a flower for your mother-in-law as well. You cannot segregate her or separate her from her parents and say that, no, only us. No, family also matters, by the way, as well. So to say that I love God, we must love the creation of God. If I love the creation of God, the next virtue comes, and that is serving the world becomes very easy. See, parents, by our instinct, we serve our children. I don't think any parent would ever do anything to their children, or a mother. Would a mother breastfeed her baby, hoping that one day will come that my son will pay my bills? No mother would ever think of that. They sacrifice all their life, all their wealth, for the well-being of their children by their very instinct. Why? Because they are truly in love of their children. So similarly, if we see that the entire world is the creation of God, I use the prophetic saying that prophet says that the creation of God, not only humans, the creation of God. Whoever loves God more serves the children of God more. So if I want to see how much I love God, I should see how irrespectively, when I say irrespectively, it means irrespective of their race, irrespective of their color, irrespective of their faith, irrespective of their nationality, so far as is he a human or is he a living, that means he is a creation of God, I should be there to serve him as much as I can. With love, because as a teacher, when you are teaching your students, sometimes you love your students, and usually that's the case. You love your students. You develop a platonic relation with your students. But from the mystical point of view, they take you to a higher position. They say, when you love your mom, therefore you love your in-laws as well. You give a special attention to them and you serve them. So another virtue of love is that makes serving humans very easy, irrespectively, without asking for any reward whatsoever. When you feed them, when you help them, you are not expecting anything in return. It's just your heart. They say, for goodness sake? No, you say, for God's sake, or for the love of God. I just do this for the love of God, as simple as this. The fifth virtue is serving. I mentioned the fifth. Is anything that The sixth, being loved. One of the virtues that God has made amazingly, mysteriously in love is that those who are in love, truly they will be loved. Even in romantic love, they will be loved. Why is it that the love stories are the most famous stories? I've mentioned this before and I'd like to bring it to your attention again. Romeo and Juliet, they never die. Although he apparently committed suicide, but they never die in the minds of people. And that is in English tradition. In Persian tradition, we have similar figures of Farhad and Shirin. In Arabic, we have Layli and Majnun. Love figures, lovers, they never die. This is the property of love. We have a quotation in the Quran that God says that for those who have faith, and remember that faith, as I said, the ground of faith is love in God. Those who do faithful things, the faithful people, and those who do righteous good deeds, God has made others love them. Has made a property in love that once you are attached to love, because everyone loves love, you will be loved as well, because you are attached to that source of love as well. Finally, the seventh that I have to share with you of the list of the virtues of love is that love makes you eternal. Again, by our instinct, no one likes to die. We are doing impossible to avoid death, isn't it? That is the best proof that you are created for eternity. Things that you don't find it in your instinct, in your nature, you are not created. Prophet says you are not created to die. Death is just a bridge to take you from one life to another life, to a better life, a higher life, hopefully. All right? That eternity in bliss that you are looking for, love will provide it. Before we mentioned that love is the elixir of life. All right? The elixir of love is the elixir. If you have tasted love, you have tasted the elixir of life, and therefore you live forever. And it was for this reason that people who were in love, whether romantic love or real love, they live forever. In human literature, they live forever, and hopefully in the world after, they live forever. I've mentioned this poem of Hafiz before. I repeat it again: never die those whose hearts are living by love. Thus our eternity is engraved on the tablet of their world. That was from one angle, to look at the issue of love in terms of the virtues of love in practice. Another angle is to look at love in practice, to check it with myself. How many signs of love do I have in my day-to-day transactions that I presented? The first is obedience. I'm indebted to Dr. Wallen to make it easier for me to explain, because I know that with the Christian, it's not a Christian background, in today's world, Muslims also, when we tell them that Islam means submission, why submission? Obedience. Because they immediately think of being obedient to another human, equal to him. Why should I be obedient to my husband? Why should I be submissive to my husband or to my wife or whatever? We are not talking about obedience or submission of humans to humans. It's your relation with God. And it is something very natural and instinct. In fact, those who are against the usage of obedience or submission, they don't realize that we are all obedient to our children. Have you realized that? Because we love them. More than us disciplining them, sometimes they are disciplining us. They are making us conditional because we love them and they are still too young. Because of the love that we have, love makes us blind. And therefore, naturally, you have to submit. Time will come that you have to submit because you don't want to upset your children. How often they come and ask mom and daddy that I'm in love with this boy or girl and I want to marry. How much say do we have? Time will come that you have to surrender, you have to submit, you have to accept it because you don't want to hurt your children. By the way, the first sign of love, which is very natural, is obedience. If I'm truly in love with someone, I listen to him or I listen to her. I cannot help it otherwise. Prophet again says that he who transgresses against God does not love him. Those who deliberately, intentionally, yes, a lover of God also may transgress, may become disobedient, but he does not do it or she doesn't do it intentionally. Please forgive me, the pronoun that I'm using is usually masculine. I'm not talking, it's not masculinity or femininity. I have to use a pronoun. That's the problem you have in English. It's not my problem. If I was speaking Farsi, you wouldn't notice this. Because in Farsi, we don't have feminine and masculine pronoun. It's all the same. In English, and I don't see it, it's difficult to say he, she. You understand, Mysticism mentioned that. So a true lover of God may disobey God, but not deliberately, by mistake. And as humans, we are all prone to committing a mistake. The first, therefore, was obedience. In our Islamic tradition, we have an example that God, when he wanted to test the obedience of Prophet Abraham before he chose him, he put him through trials. And one of the trials was perhaps towards the end of his life. One of the trials, according to Islamic tradition, I'm quoting, was to offer his son as sacrifice. I think the Bible says Isaac, the Islamic tradition says Ishmael, whoever it was, doesn't matter. We are not concerned on that issue. The issue is that your son, after so many years of your wife being barren, not being able to give birth to any child, now God has given you a baby born, and after all, he's demanding your son to sacrifice. And I've asked many Muslims, I said, you think that you're Muslim, meaning submissive to the will of God? Can you imagine that your 10-year-old son, 6-year-old son, your teenage son, God is asking you, bring him for sacrifice, and not that he dies in a natural death or sickness or something like that. Bring your son and you are expected to slaughter him. What, my son God is sheep? What are you talking about? What nonsense is this? Isn't this nonsense? Obedience. No questions asked in the realm of divinity. And once Abraham offers his sacrifice, and offers his obedience, then he passed the test and he was accepted. And of course, God is not cruel. He didn't want him to really, truly, literally kill his son. That was just a test that he passed it. The second is remembrance. Another sign of God is that you cannot help it. I've seen my son, I mentioned this before, I hope he forgives me. I hope he doesn't hear this speech, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Every now and then, every time I go home and he is back from work, he is on net chatting his fiancée in Denmark. Or on the phone, God knows how many telephone calls he's used every week. And we are sitting together. I said, please, son, take a break. It's Sunday. We need to spend some quality time with each other. Any opportunity, and he's talking about Farishte. Her name is Farishte, meaning angel. He's talking about his fiancée. He cannot help it. It's not in his hand. Why? Because he's in love. I'm sure sometimes in our love, we have experienced it by and large. Similarly, the real love is like that. The one who is really and truly in love with God cannot help it. Any opportunity he takes to talk about God, to talk about God's attributes. The best lecture, the best speech, the best talk for him is talking about his beloved one, God. He enjoys it. Okay? So this is another sign of love. I have some quotations from the Quran for you that you can look at it. The third, devotion and worshipping. I cannot again fathom to say that I love someone, and can you imagine that your wife or your husband tells you that, darling, I love you. But anytime you ask him, go and get me a bottle of milk. All right, later on. I'm tired now. Do you have any money? No, I'm penniless now. Can you please do this for me? I don't have time. But I love you. You say, come on, you're fake. What sort of love is this? If you really truly love someone, you dedicate some part of your life, your time. You have to show something to me that you love me. Loving God means nothing other than devotion. Similar to what Dr. Willen mentioned, there are three different. The second most important figure that we have in Islam is Imam Ali. First figure is Prophet Muhammad, and then the successor of Prophet Muhammad is Imam Ali, who was his son-in-law and his cousin. He says that he was asked that, Ali, what is your motivation when you worship God? He said that people possibly worship God in three different motivations. Some, they worship him like slaves, in fear of hell. The second groups, they may worship God like merchants, in hope of bliss in paradise. They are businessmen, tit for tat, give and take. They go through some asceticism, they suffer in this world so that they can, hoping that they can enjoy in the hereafter. They are businessmen. The third group are those who worship God because they love him for delight, not for duty. And Ali says that I never worship God for other than love. Because I love him, I cannot help him. I cannot help it. If you really love someone, and again, I'm sorry that I have to give this romance example and take you to your teenage age perhaps, and when we're a bit naughty. Nights go by, you never get tired. Lovers, they are lying down next to each other, talking hours and hours, they never get bored. The whole night goes, and he knows tomorrow he has to go to work, doesn't care. How many hours they stay awake at night, doesn't matter. True lovers of God are also like this. We are talking about now real love, devotion and worshipping. Those who are worshipping God for the love of God, how many hours they stand on their feet? It is not asceticism in terms of really torturing themselves. Fasting is a torture for us, for those who don't understand why they are fasting, or they don't have a good reason for that. Otherwise, fasting is enjoying, is so joyful. If you know that you are doing it because your beloved one has asked you to do it. Your beloved one will be happy with you to do so. Of course, it has some social benefits. It helps the needy people. But in terms of your relation with God, if you love God and you are following what God wants from you, being obedient to him, you just try to do something to please him, and you enjoy it. Your heart demands for that. You cannot but do it. Similarly, for worshiping, praying, supplications, invocations, and all the rest of it. The fourth is heedlessness from others. Another sign of love is that when you are in love with someone, that love makes you devoted to him or her, and at the same time absent-minded about the rest of the world, isn't it? In figurative love, you can imagine that. In the real love, that's exactly the case as well. Lovers in God, because of the absolute devotion that they have for God, They are heedless of the rest of the world. They don't care about the rest of the world. They are free from the rest of the world. Servitude to God, absolute servitude to God, requires, necessitates freedom from the rest of the world. In Islamic tradition, we have an expression for that, and everyday Muslims, when they want to commence their prayer, they start it like this: Allahu Akbar, God is the greatest, and raising their both hands up to their ears as an expression of no to the rest of the world. You know, there are different ways of saying no. Sometimes just say no, 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 leave me, no. This God is greatest. They supposed to mean like this, to understand that I compare God with anything else, and I found him greater than the rest of the world. I found him to be greatest, and therefore no from the rest of the world. I'm free from anything but God. Heedlessness from others, therefore. The fifth is optimism. A true lover of God, because he loves the whole creation because you love God, love is blind. You cannot imagine that you love someone and you are criticizing him or her. All right? We justify. Again, I remember, during the time of engagement, why is it that this young boy and girl, they are justifying anything? Mom and dad, because they are having a rational look at that time, they are not in love with that young boy or girl, they try to comment. Of course, they are advising, sometimes wrong advice, rational advice, to the young boy and girl. Watch what she says, watch what he wants, be careful. And they get upset. Young boy and girls, they get upset. Mom, please let me live my life. Because he is in love, love is blind. His mind automatically justifies any so-called mistakes, does not see any mistake. Similarly, those who are in love with God, they don't see any mistake in this world. God is never cruel for them. Whatever happens, there's a wisdom behind it, whether I can comprehend it or not. In fact, they see it so positively. In the Islamic tradition, we have an example for that I don't know whether it has any biblical source for that or not, that we have so many quotations from Jesus, that Jesus Christ was walking off with some of his disciples, and they passed by the corpse of a dog, odor and ugly, and all the worms on the dog, very disgusting scene. All the disciples, one after the other, they expressed their disgust about the sin, except Jesus Christ, who said, why don't you look at his teeth, how wide they are? This is the expression of, this is the example that we use for being optimistic. In other words, why do you always look at the negative side of the stories? Try to find some positive. If you are truly in love with God, and you know that the entire world is the creation of God, and God is absolute good, from goodness nothing but good comes. So what seems to you evil is no evil. There is no evil. Muslim mystics, they say there is no evil existing in this world at all. What you call it evil is relative. The sting of the spider is not evil. It's evil for you, but for the spider is a defense mechanism. It's very good. Volcano is not evil, because if there was no volcano, the entire world perhaps would demolish. There is no absolute evil. It's all relative. It's the way that you look at the situation. The sixth, unconscious outcome, tolerating rather enjoying the pain. That's again another sign of love, is that the true lover tolerates anything that receives from the beloved one. We have an expression that love is unconditional. You don't love someone on the condition of this and that. If you're really and truly in love, you don't set any conditions. In the court of law, on the official marriage certificate or things like that, maybe you set some conditions if you want to buy property. But in terms of your love relation with someone or with God in our story, there is no, love doesn't require any conditions at all. It's something natural. It's either there or it's not there. And if it's there, justifies anything else. Justifies anything else. They say, why are you suffering? He says, I'm not suffering. You don't understand the wisdom of it. I'm enjoying it. For you that as an outsider, you interpreted suffering. For me, is nothing but a joy. Remember the example of the pang of being in labor that I mentioned before? For outsiders, they pity, they feel sorry for that lady. And it's not that she is not in pain. She is in pain, but it's a joyful pain. Isn't it? I'm sure you say yes. Proving that it is, I don't know about you guys, but to me they sound crazy. And in fact, they are crazy. Because the true lover is crazy, in a positive sense of it. 2-3 years after the delivery, again she says, I want to become pregnant. And I was talking to one of the young ladies. I said, that how much you suffer every time you go in labor? How come that again you want to become pregnant? She said, I don't know. I like to have children. And Every pregnancy and every delivery is a different experience. Not always is the same. Hoping that the next one would be easier, or nevertheless, I don't care. Finally, sacrifice. Faith, love without sacrifice is a joke. You are not a true lover if you are not willing to sacrifice for your beloved one. The easiest sacrifice is sacrifice of wealth, to give some of your money as a donation. Then it comes the sacrifice of time. Time is also money. And above all, like what Dr. Wellen mentioned, sacrifice of life. Mothers, parents are willing sometimes to sacrifice their children. If her child is in a house in fire, she doesn't care whether she gets burned or not. She jumps into the house to rescue, hoping that she can rescue her child because she is truly in love. Okay? Those who are truly in love with God, even if God demands their life, they by all means, God, me, my life, anything that I have is yours. Whatever that you ask, it goes. Again, because of love, because of the power of that love that they have within themselves. In the Islamic tradition, again, we have some examples for these. Let me see if I... Yes, it's in chapter 62 of the Quran that God is calling for a challenge. All those who claim that they love me, if you are truly the lovers of God, wish for death. If you are truly a lover of God, why should I wish for death? Because Rumi explains that further. He says your body is related to the world of matter, because your body physically is from here. Your soul is from God. Your soul is like a bird that cannot wait but to break this cage and fly to the source, to the origin, to the Almighty God. What is death? Death means breaking the cage, opening the cage, and let the bird of your soul fly. And therefore, when it was the time for Prophet Abraham, again, that's in our tradition, when it was the time for the death of Prophet Abraham, the angel of death appears to him. Abraham, I've come to collect your soul. Abraham says, oh Lord, what type of friendship is this? Which friend takes the life of his friend? God reveals to him, Abraham, what type of friendship is this? Which friend doesn't like the association and the union with his friend? I'm calling you to myself. Don't you like it? Don't call it death. Death is not annihilation. Death is just transformation. Death is a bridge to take you, or death is breaking the cage from this world to the world better. I finish it again with the famous poems of Ibn Farid. Live empty from love, meaning don't claim that I'm in love with God. For the comfort of love is hardship. The comfortable time of love is full of hardship. And its start is illness, and its ending is death. The beginning of love, what they call it, I think that's an expression of Shakespeare, lovesick. Lovesick, the expression Shakespeare, lovesick. So the beginning of it is illness, and the end of it is death. So he who does not die in his love never lived in it. And it is for this reason that Romeo says, tomorrow you shall find me a grave man. Whatever the meaning of grave was, I don't know. Behind honey is the sting of the honeybees. Again, he gives that example, that if you want honey, yes, there are the stings of the honey, the biting of the honeybees. Thank you very much.
I start off, Sheikh Mansour, by asking you to speak to us a little bit about Ramadan.
Sure.
Because that seems a fairly
yes.
ritualized way of doing what we've been talking about.
We are only 25 days away from Ramadan. Muslims once in the year, in the lunar calendar year, that is the 9th month in the lunar calendar, it's called Ramadan. Literally Ramadan means hot, although it's not always hot because the lunar calendar, it rotates around the year. We are, in fact, it's an obligation that we have an obligation to fast. And the fasting starts from the morning twilight until sunset. Now there's around maybe 12, 13 hours. In the evening, there is no restriction. We break our fast. Some people, they feast usually. They stop themselves. So the wisdom of fasting is mentioned in the Quran and prophetic tradition as well. Muslim fasting involves restriction from eating, drinking, sexual intercourse, and things like that. During these hours that Muslims are fasting, they don't even have a sip of water at all. No water, no tea, no coffee, no meat, no non-meat, nothing. No food taking or drinking at all for 12 hours. Hygienically, it's very healthy. It's detoxificating your body, especially for us, like myself, that we need to burn fat. Is very healthy. Socially, we believe it has so much social benefits. We have an expression that you skip your lunch to feed a bunch of people. Imagine every day the money that you spend for lunch, if you put it aside, and in fact it's an obligation that by the end of the month we have to give a charity as almsgiving. It has also a spiritual benefit as well. During the fasting time, as the Prophet says, when your mouth is closed and when you are fasting against food and drink, make sure that your eyes fast, your ears fast, your heart fast. In other words, things that you are not expected to watch, things that you are not expected to listen to, things that you are not expected to talk, restrict yourself. And that's the main wisdom of fasting, as mentioned in the Quran, to develop self-restraint. To use the exact term, it's a self-restraint, so that you can gain self-restraint for 1 month. Other months of the year, it's recommended now and then to fast, but there's no obligation. The actual obligation is only once a month, and sheikhs or not sheikh, priests or not priests, still Muslims are practicing it. That's it.
I've actually got two questions. Yes, I've got two questions. One to do with Ramadan, just a brief information one. Is it the same time every year, or does it vary a bit like our Easter? And then the second question I was going to ask was to do with the honor killings. I wonder if you could comment about that, please. Thank you.
The second was honor killing?
Yes.
Honor killing, okay. Actually, I was just about to mention that. Thanks, you brought it to my attention, because when I was talking about this in the back of my mind, I said, I bet you I have to explain this a little bit further, otherwise they think that anytime the issue of death is mentioned, there is a misunderstanding. To answer the first question, Islamic calendar is based on the lunar system, and it is for this reason. And the beauty of it for Muslims, because our practices goes with the lunar calendar that we have, it's quite fair. Otherwise, if you were in Australia, imagine that always you had to fast in the hot summertime or in the cold summertime, and other part of the world now, such as Christmas, that here in Australia you never taste Christmas. Or maybe I say that because I'm used to Christmas in the northern hemisphere, that always is associated with the snow and things like that. It was very odd for us when we came here that Christmas is very hot season. For Muslims, it's rotating around the year. Now Ramadan is in mid-September. It starts mid-September. Some years ago, I remember it was, when was it? We had Ramadan in January. We had Ramadan. It rotates around the year. Lunar calendar, because the system of lunar and solar calendar are not the same. So it rotates around the year. Sometimes Ramadan falls in summer, sometimes in spring, sometimes in winter. Every 30 years, it comes back to the same month. So in your normal lifetime, less than normal lifetime, you experience at least twice Ramadan in the same Gregorian calendar, if you want to use that. That's about the first question. The second question about honor killing, we don't have such things in Islam. And among so many Muslims even, we don't have it. Some tribes, Arabic tribes, because they are so jealous, I don't know, I hear it unfortunately, it's very appalling. There's absolutely no justification for that honor killing. If I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, by honor killing, I'm talking about like a father who's jealous of quoting his daughter with someone and kills him. Is that what you're...
I think there was also something to do with a Nigerian lady a couple of years ago. I just can't quite recall the details, but she was Muslim and her father stoned her to death.
She must be caught in adultery relation or something like that?
Maybe.
Must be, yes. Honor killing usually is referred to that. One of the family of the girl, usually the brother or the father or the uncle even sometimes, and this is just a tradition, similar to female circumcision. I remember first time that it was brought to my attention, I was surprised, because in Iran we never practiced this. And when I made a research about it, I found that it's more of the African tradition, rather than Islamic or Christian or anything like that. The same for the honor killing. It's definitely not an Islamic tradition. There is no justification. In fact, it's forbidden in Islam, killing an innocent person. Even if she has committed an adultery, there are punishments for adultery, if it is proven. The most difficult case in an Islamic legal system to be proven is adultery. You may hear that the penalty of adultery, especially if it's what do you call it, because adultery for us has two meanings. One is the illegal relation between a man and a woman who are not married. Another one in a married one. I think adultery in English is more of the married relationship. Yes, the punishment that is mentioned in the Quran is stoning. It's not mentioned in the Quran actually. It's in the tradition. It's stoning. But to prove that is almost impossible, because to prove adultery, there must be 4 just male eyewitnesses. And you find me 4 just, and by just we mean that they must be really upright. Not every Tom, Dick and Harry can witness it. Not anyone who could be favored or for any issue they come to the court and give their testimony will be accepted. 4, that the judge is convinced that this person is absolutely unbiased, very upright, very pious person. 4 male just eyewitnesses. And where on earth do you find a guy and a girl that there are 4 such people around? And we have an expression that, in fact, if they are just, they would never watch such sin. So, but the fact that they have watched it, and interestingly, if not 4, if there are 3, they will get the lashes, they will get the punishment. If 3 just men even come per se and they say that, Your Honor, we eyewitness that such happened, and there are not 4, there are 3 even, the judge will punish them. Do you see? So, it's more of the psychological, we believe. In the Islamic history, we hardly have the examples of people that have been stoned to death. It's not stoning to death even. If the law is, if it is decided that the person is confirmed that she or he are adulterer or adulteress, to execute the law is just stoning them. Exactly, perhaps you have it in the Bible as well, that if those who haven't been stoned or they haven't been having any sin, let them come and stone the person. We have this in Islamic tradition as well. Find me people that they haven't, they haven't been naughty, haven't done anything, come and execute the law. The person, they make a dig, traditionally, as mentioned in our jurisprudence. There must be a small dig, a dig that what's the word? The offender can easily step up and run away. And stone him. When you are stoning or stone her, you should not really, your arm should be closed, meaning you are not having a piece of rock and throwing him. Like this, stoning from a special distance. It's more of the humiliation and disgracing the person publicly, and very good chance for the person to run away. And the jurisprudence says that once she's getting up to run away, don't chase her, don't stone her anymore. So we gather that this issue of, despite all this propaganda, this issue of stoning is more of a social disgrace and social or psychological sort of punishment. Not that real killing. First of all, it's very hard to be proven, and the second, the execution of that law normally does not kill the person. Normally does not kill. It's a stoning, not a stoning to death.
But why is it always the women? Why? I mean, it's a feature of the paternalism of the societies, isn't it? The patriarchal view, mindset. But why is it always the women who had to, suffer this punishment and this disgrace?
Not at all, not at all. As there is adultery, there is adulteress as well. It's both men and women, definitely. If a married man also has an affair, that's the word I was looking for. Either of them, male or female, if they have an affair, that's the punishment for it. There's absolutely no difference between the gender.
Well, Jesus said in the Gospel, this was the woman taken in adultery, let him who was without sin cast the first stone. No, nobody, they all went away. Isn't that a better attitude? I mean, what really right do these people have to do that to another human being? No matter what anyone's done, we don't have a right to punish them in that way.
That was the Sheikh's point about 4 upright men. You've got to find 4 people who haven't sinned.
Yes.
That's the Islamic tradition. That's what he's saying.
I didn't really hear it all, but to me it's...
It actually raises a very good point, Mary. I think Christianity is at the moment struggling, for want of a better word, for a hermeneutics of the word. There's an immense pullback to say, well, the word is the word, don't touch it. It tells us exactly what it tells us, and it's easily read. I would say, for example, and I think we're becoming more aware of this, that in the Bible there's a heck of a lot of human story, human intention, anthropomorphisms, talking about God, and you really have to sit. We have a tradition in Western Christianity called Lectio Divina, which comes out of the Benedictine monastic tradition, and it's an untranslatable word, but it means sitting with the text, and they even use the expression of a ruminant animal that chews it over and lets the food go into one stomach and then brings it back and chews it over again. The fundamentalist says there's no need for that. It's all there. It's on the page. And clearly there is need for it. And when we say in our liturgy, this is the word of the Lord, we need to be very, very careful. Culture and custom get tucked in there and get promoted as if it's God's word and God's way. You can see this in Catholicism down through the ages, and no doubt it happens in Islam too, and circumcision is a good example of that.
Yes, that's right, but you could more easily say this is the word of the Lord to the story of the woman taken in adultery, couldn't you?
Oh,
and
yes, well, that's a nice one. But what about from the Old Testament, the book of Judges,
right,
when
the
Jephthah's...
and so on, we say this is the word of the Lord. And this is very puzzling, I find it sometimes.
So I would look at it this way, that it's God trying to speak with us, speak his word in these human stories and in these human struggles. And we need to listen very, very carefully and not rush off and say, look, that's how it happened, that's how God demanded. Like Jephthah, the book of Judges, goes out and fights a war, and he's in trouble. So he says, God bless us with a victory, and then when I get home, I will offer you as a sacrifice the first thing I see. And you know what's going to happen. This is classic ancient legend stuff, and his daughter comes skipping out to greet him, you see. And he says, oh, woe is me. And she says, don't worry, Daddy, I'll go to the mountains and mourn my virginity for 3 months, and then you can cut my throat and sacrifice me. This is the word of the Lord. Now, I don't find that a very inspiring story, but I don't want it removed from the Bible either, because as the fathers say, Gregory the Great, for example, at the end of the 6th century, the Bible rubs our noses in it. I am Jephthah. I am capable of murder. I am the daughter. I'm capable of being murdered. I'm capable of misunderstanding and injustice, and we need to recognize God speaks to us.
Well,
through
David too, the precursor of Christ, you know. I mean, it was pretty awful.
A terrible wickedness. Win.
To you, Sheikh Mansour, could you say a little bit about the relationship between the development of the interpretation of Quran by scholars over the centuries? I mean, in other words, I understand from a bit I've been reading that just as the Judaism had its Talmud to match its Torah, and we in the Christian have centuries of our scholars, you know, continually working, you know, on in bringing an interpretation of the Quran, of our sacred text into contemporary. Can you say just a little bit about what's comparable in Islam, the work, the ongoing work of interpretation, who does it, what's the standing of that interpretation, obviously how that would link with law, Islamic law, including this whole next question, I think we all share Sharia law. I know it's a big topic, but it hasn't been mentioned so far. Yet it's the interpretation of Islam that we and Islamic law that I think actually is basically the thing that worries people. And there must be can't say it's nothing to do with spiritual Islam. I mean, it must have a connection, must have a relationship. Maybe some of it's a distorted relationship, some of it must be a true relationship, just as in our tradition. But could you just say a little bit about that?
Sure.
Thank you.
We have a branch in the interpretation of the Quran, or the exegesis of the Quran, that we have it in Christian tradition, I believe, as well. It's called the hermeneutics, the hermeneutics of the Quran, and that's about the interpretation. We have more than, from the top of my head, I tell you, we have definitely more than 500 different interpretations of the Quran in the last 1400 years by different scholars. Contemporary one, the one before, and certain topics are compared with the interpretation of this particular verse in the Quran in the 7th century, 9th century, our modern time, absolutely contradicting sometimes each other. Because naturally as humans we are influenced by our culture, by our society, and that would influence our understanding. So what they say in that science of hermeneutics of the Quran is that we are inherited with a silent text, and that text is the interpretation of the experience of the revelation. So it's similar to the dream. It's not exactly a dream, but for us to grasp it somehow, it's just like a dream that you have and you write down your dream. Human language is very ambiguous. Human vocabulary is very limited. Human language is very limited by the time and the factors of the time of Prophet Muhammad, Jesus, or whoever else. We are in the boundary of our culture, our language, and all these things. We cannot go beyond it. It is for this reason that, and this text, we have received it now, generations after generation, but it's a silent text. And therefore, because it's ambiguous, and ambiguity is an essential ingredient of our language, Arabic, English, any language. You cannot separate it from our language, human language. I'm talking now to you face to face, and I'm sure you step out with different interpretations. And we cannot help it. This is real, isn't it? Let alone the text, which is more open to different understanding. And the understanding of one scholar from another one varies. Not only in our time, in the past, even contemporary scholars, the Muslim scholars that we have, you see they come with different interpretations and different understanding of the Quran. Which one is the real one? God knows. Perhaps none of them. Perhaps one of them. Perhaps, partially some have some understanding of it. Who knows?
One of the obstacles, I think, in the West we've found in Christianity is that we look for a definition and we look for the right one.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best moments I ever had in my own scripture studies, the professor was talking about some particular text from the Gospel. I don't remember what text it was, but one of my confreres who was very keen to know what the right interpretation was, and Laurie Hennigan, who's got Alzheimer's now, he's a dear man, used to hitch his trousers and he said, it depends who you read. And in the Jewish tradition, we had Peter Pellick here from the University of New South Wales Shalom Institute. And she would always revert to stories. Rabbi so-and-so tells a story, Rabbi so-and-so tells another story, Rabbi so-and-so tells another story. So you're left with the stories. So I think we've got a hurdle in our Western interpretation, both what we expect exegesis to do for us, tell us the answer, what's the right thing. And I think there's a whole transformation of people's consciousness to go on. Don't look for the right thing or the answer. Look for an engagement which, in good faith, which will involve submission and an ongoing discovery and learning.
I wanted to say that Michael shared with us the changes he's noticed since his studies when he was a young seminarian and now. And I wondered, Sheikh Mansour, in your own life, have you noticed a difference in the way you practiced your Islamic faith as a young man, maybe before coming to Australia, and now the way you find yourself practicing it?
Very much so. Trust me, very much so. And if I don't, that means I'm not living the scholarly life. It's only fair to us that we constantly explore new things and never be content with what we are taught. I'm known myself in my community to have a very critical approach to so many traditional views and news and things like right or wrong, I don't see this way. Even I remember I was running a course about some comparison between Christianity and Islam. Perhaps next week I will touch upon an example of it because I think it will relate to the topic of next week, to see how, and I'm indebted in that to the Muslim mystics. They give you that open scope of looking at the bigger picture. Traditionally, we always condemn Trinity and we blame Christians for they're off the track from monotheism. But when you really study more into it, you realize that we are reading it on a very face. There is more into it. That what you are thinking, that they are talking about three different and looking at Jesus as God, separate God, and so yes, definitely I myself I'm called sometimes a rebel, very critical against some of the very outstanding, and I would dare saying that on a stage when I'm talking, and I say that, well, at the end of the day, I'm entitled to my opinion and to my reasoning that I have. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong, as simple as this. I cannot just blindly follow that eminent scholar because he was my teacher or he was the teacher of my teacher. He's the most celebrated philosopher or theologian or whatever like that. And we don't believe in this principle in Islam. You are not supposed to be a follower. If I have a degree in that area, if I reach certain level of education, I'm entitled to my own independent induction and understanding, and it's between me and God, as it was his opinion between him and God. Yes. We believe in general in a very open and living, even in our jurisprudence. We definitely believe that the gate to induction and to deduction and understanding is open to any scholarly discussion. We are not blindly followers, especially in the Shia practice. We don't follow the previous or our ancestors' scholars. Just because in Sunnis they have this, in terms of the jurisprudence, for example, there are 4 imams, and that's why they are divided into 4 branches. Whatever that Imam Abu Hanifa 1200 years ago has said still is the Bible, and they go with it. In the Shia, no, definitely not. It's always growing and it's always moving.
Father, you talk a lot about relationships. Did you know that this is Hearing Awareness Week? And do you ever think, or do any of you people in this room think about the big role that hearing must play in these relationships? And do you think about the things you could do to help people who have a hearing problem?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the last of our 5 weeks together, Sheikh Mansour and myself, unfortunately the Sheikh has picked up the dreadful flu. So one thing we will not be able to say this morning when we deal with that topic, possibilities, what might emerge, immunity to the flu won't be one of the effects of mysticism. What I'd like to do is very briefly recall for you the fundamental structure that I think is at the heart of mysticism as we understand it in the Christian West, and it all goes back to relationships and what I believe is the core of what it is to be a human being. To be human is to be in relationship with God, however you name God, with yourself, with other human beings, and with creation. If you want to ask the question, how human is somebody, or are they being faithful to their humanity, you might look at, first of all, I think most concretely, at how we treat one another. If Michael Whelan claims to be a religious person, I'm claiming actually that I'm living out the core of my humanity. Watch the way I treat people. I think it's a pretty fair test of the genuinely religious. Don't ask me, do I know theology? That's not a test. The devil knows theology. How do I treat people? And indeed, how do I treat myself? Now, there's a certain amount of leeway we must allow in the human being because despite our best efforts, sometimes out of ignorance, sometimes out of just lack of experience, we get it wrong. That's life. That's why we're asked to be loving and compassionate and forgiving. But living relationships is at the heart of it. I've described spirituality as living relationships. I've described religion as the concretization of spirituality. Religion without spirituality is soulless. And we've seen too much of that in our own Western Christian tradition, I think. Without living relationships, it loses its soul. It's got no reason to exist. And one of the great dangers of religion all the time is that it becomes an ideology, that the theological teachings, that the doctrines, that the rules become the preeminent thing, become eventually the only thing. And that passing on that tradition becomes passing on the doctrine and the law. And we forget the living relationships with God, ourselves, others, and the world. I describe mysticism as the flowering of our humanity, that core reality that I am born for relationships, that I grow and am constituted in and through relationships. When that flowers, that's what we call mysticism. And in that sense, every human being is called to be a mystic. specifically Christian mysticism, is when that experience is said to be in Christ. We come to the eternal, the divine, through Jesus of Nazareth, whom we believe is the Son of God. And it is by the power of his Spirit bearing united witness with ours that we are enabled to do that. All right. Exploring the possibilities and what might emerge. Coming up in the lift, Sheikh Mansour and I joked about what direction we were to have taken in this, and it was deliberately left open-ended. I'll be very interested to hear what he has to say. But as I was reflecting on this, you could go in a very individual direction, and I think too often in the history of mysticism in the West, it's gone that direction. And when you go in the individual direction, you actually start to mitigate or diminish the essence of it, which is about relationships. There is a universality about being human. It doesn't mean everybody has to be a gregarious sort of mixer and what have you. You think community and the part that we play in the community. And it's that direction I thought it would be good to go, because I think that is, in fact, the direction in which mysticism naturally tends, and I think it is the direction which we need to take it quite explicitly. First of all, a point of recognition in terms of Western Christianity's history. I've indicated 4 points there that had a distracting, if not diminishing, effect on the development of what I would call the mystical heart of the tradition. First of all, Stoicism and the Greek philosophical tradition. I think that put us onto a more willful kind of an approach to living the Christian life. Stoicism, as you know, saw the world in terms of a universal nous, N-O-U-S, this universal intelligence, and we are made to align ourselves with that intelligence so that we think clearly and then just act on the basis of it. It actually reduces the human person to a thinking person who acts on the basis of what he or she thinks. It's very rationalistic, but more importantly, it promotes, I think, a willful approach to life, ignoring the emotions, for example. The early church fathers in the 4th and 5th century borrowed heavily from Stoicism. And that pertained. And so at the end of the 15th century, Thomas à Kempis writing the Imitation of Christ, a book that had influence on both the Protestant and the Catholic traditions, immense influence in fact, quoted the Stoics in how to live the life of a Christian. Secondly, I think the events of the 4th and 5th centuries, in the breakdown of the Roman Empire, Christianity moved in and picked up the structures, the courts, the very organisation of society. The bishops became sort of civic leaders de facto, if not de jure, and you had the multiplication of a sort of a clerical caste, and there I would say you find the roots of what I would call imperialism. That's most evident in our Catholic tradition, our Roman Catholic tradition. And so there's a heavy structural element, which of course invites use of power, and that presents all sorts of difficulties. So I think that has been a distracting force too. The development of the schools in the 12th century, a wonderful development, but I think it fed into a way of understanding Christianity that was highly rational. And when I went to the seminary in 1965, it was a very highly rational approach to passing on the faith and understanding what it meant to be a Christian. Combine that with Stoicism, and you get what I call head and teeth spirituality. Figure it out with your head, you grit your teeth and just do it. And the whole mystical dimension, which is about relationships, living relationships, is missed. And of course, the Protestant revolt of the 16th century and the Counter-Reformation, a reaction to it, also, I think, put the lid on the mystical heart of our faith. Works like John of the Crosses, written in the middle of the 16th century, never saw the light of day, really, until about the 1930s. The Journal of St. Ignatius of Loyola, written again about the same time, didn't see the light of day. Somebody, a Jesuit looking through the archives in Rome in 1926, I think it was, discovered this journal. And of course, they discovered there a man, Ignatius of Loyola, who was an intensely mystical man. So I think that whole historical element needs to be understood, or at least recognised. Ideology in this time, I think, under these influences and others, has tended to dominate faith. Rules or legalism has tended to dominate relationship, and a head and teeth spirituality has tended to replace grace emergence. Regaining the mystical heart of our faith is a sine qua non, absolutely essential for the renewal of the Christian tradition. We can wring our hands and bemoan the fact that Christianity is in many ways in the Western world a declining religious tradition. I don't think it's going to be renewed by big events, by spending lots of money, or by sort of lots of hype, emotional gatherings. It will be renewed when people discover their roots, the reality of God in their lives, and who Christ is, and what the gospel means, and start to live the implications of that in terms of being a citizen of the world. And that's pretty humble sort of stuff, the yeast in the loaf of humankind, but I think it's the essence. Third point I make, religion imbued with a deep, and here I'm going to develop some of the more positive things. Religion imbued with a deep and authentic mysticism will contribute to peace in the world. Religion, authentic religion, far from being the source of violence, is the source of peace, if it's real. If it's ideology, and if I'm an ideologue, I'm bound to be a violent person. They go hand in hand. Because ideologies are idealizations. Ideologies, sooner or later, will come in direct conflict with what is. And to the extent that I'm a very enthusiastic and strong ideologue, and I've got a lot of other ideologues with me, I will try and steamroll that opposition out of existence. Much violence is the result of individuals and groups not facing the conflicts and pain within. At the heart of this relational life, where I relate with the eternal, I relate with myself, I relate with others, and I relate with the world, concretely, it's my relationships with myself. I've come to believe in my life, just watching myself and others, that most of the violence in the world is violence that I haven't dealt with in here, and I'll try and work out there. Violence in families. And I'm not necessarily talking about violence on a big scale, dropping napalm on villages or anything. The petty violence that happens in the lounge room, around house, when people just don't talk to one another, when people try to score points over one another, when people draw lines in the sand and they say, I'm right and you're wrong, that's violence. Listen to it, and it's my hypothesis, you may or may not agree with it. Most of that, not all of it, most of that comes down to our own lack of connectedness with ourselves, the failure of our relationship with ourselves. I think at the heart of a healthy mysticism is a healthy self-relationship, and at the heart of a healthy self-relationship is solitude. And solitude is not just being alone. Solitude is a process. Solitude is facing what must be faced and what only you can face. I can sit alongside you, I can encourage you, I can guide you, but I cannot face for you what you must face. Your demons, your petty untruths, your fears, your inclinations to try and escape. Only you must face that. And when we talk about mysticism, concretely, remember that's at the heart. Again, it's not spectacular work. You're not going to finish up on the 7 o'clock news for facing your demons. You might finish up on the 7 o'clock news if you don't face your demons. And I do think that culturally and sociologically in the West, there's a lot of flight rather than facing. We would rather flee rather than face. I think the drug culture is a terrible instance of flight. Interestingly enough, Bernard of Clairvaux in the middle of the 6th century encouraged the abbot, right at the beginning of the rule, encouraged the abbot, beware of a particular kind of person. He called that person a gyrovade, which is a neologism from the Latin, which means someone who wanders from monastery to monastery, from place to place. They will not settle down, and that geographic movement is a metaphor for flight. inner flight. So that becomes a crucial factor, I think, and has immense possibilities. One of the quotations I've got on the other side of the sheet, right down, about 2/3 of the way down, Blaise Pascal's famous comment. I've often said that all men's unhappiness is due to the single fact that they cannot stay quiet in a room. I cannot face myself. How can I face you? In order to face you, I must put our relationship on some kind of fraudulent footing. I must pretend. I must play game. And if you collude with me because you're not facing yourself either, then we start to form, we've got the basis of a society of fraudulence, total pretense, and total vulnerability to all manner of bad things. Knowing yourself to be one with the one will radically transform your perception of both yourself and the other. Clearly, if I'm working at this process of relationship, of growing in oneness, with myself, first of all, that's concretely where it starts, with God, and under God. I don't look at myself as some kind of a disconnected ego that's in the world and must get itself sorted out and solve all its problems, and then it goes to the world as an efficient participant. I never reflect on myself except in the context of God. I am a spark of the divine. I am a manifestation of the divine. I discover my true self in God and only in God. If that is the way I live, if that's the way I think, every time I catch myself in some kind of petty violence, selfishness, meanness, scoring points, judging, that should shout at me. And my experience is this, that the more you become aware of this call, you actually awaken to something that's given. In the depths of our being, we are already one. We are participants in being with a capital B. That's what it means to be a human being. We start to wake up to that, so that any violation of that, any affront to that, comes as a shock to the system, comes as something that we would rather not align ourselves with. This is the work of conscience. And it wouldn't be surprising if it made you physically ill. That would be a compliment to you if you did something evil and you got violently ill when you did it. I would say, good on you, the system's working well. If when you can do bad things, even petty things, without averting to it, that's when you're in trouble. That's why all the great guides foster self-awareness. And once you become aware of this fact that you are in the oneness of being, that you share being with all these other human beings, you long for that unity. You seek it. You promote it. Which brings me to point number 4, the issue of dialogue, conversation. Since 1994, I've been part of a group in the Catholic Church that attempted to promote conversation within the church. Catherine and Sam down there know the group and are part of it too. One of the things, and I would never have thought this about conversation, I encourage you to experiment with this. If you start taking conversation seriously, and to begin with, the very etymology of the word ought to make us alert. Convertere, conversation shares its roots with conversion. Try this. Every time you enter a conversation, I don't care how small or menial or mundane it is, every time you enter a conversation, enter it with the desire to be converted. Or, to use non-religious language if you like, enter it, every encounter with another human being, whether it's on a bus or someone in your family or at work, enter it with the desire to be transformed in this interaction. One of the traits of the ideologue is that they are sealed off from change. Ideologues cannot have conversations. Don't try and have a conversation with an ideologue. We had a wonderful event here yesterday, the launch of Jeffrey Robinson's book, and there was a young fellow there who was very, very angry and briefly interrupted the proceedings and then gave us the finger and left. And Jeff Robinson made the observation, there are some people you just cannot have a conversation. So don't berate yourself and say, well, I'm failing. No, there are limits. However, insofar as it is possible to have a conversation, Jeff made an interesting comment, logical situation of a person. You may argue over theological points, you may argue over facts, but you can't argue over psychological situations. And if someone, and people who are ideologues, people who've got the answers, that is a psychological issue, not a theological issue. So conversation actually is a transforming thing. And I think there's this hadn't occurred to me until I started to reflect on these notes here. The fundamental link between mysticism and conversation. I think each feeds into the other. That if I'm a person who is able to engage the other person in this manner of conversion, desiring and opening myself to transformation, my encounters with others will become a source of mysticism for me. They'll become a source of living relationships. They will draw me more and more deeply into oneness. I don't think, certainly in my lifetime, there ever was a time when we needed to be more actively promoting unity and community in the world and reaching out to one another. You don't have to agree. That's not what the conversion is about. And it's possible, is it not, for two people to love each other dearly but disagree about things? That's life. And one of the experiences I think we are finding in the Christian tradition is that ecumenism, interfaith dialogue, doesn't necessarily mean we all become part of the one happy family where we all conform and believe exactly the same thing. Difference, if you go back to the story of creation, one of the great paradoxes is that the oneness of God gives birth to a prodigality of differentiation and being. And I think we ought to honour that. But you can't hold diversity and unity together in tension unless there's an active and quite explicit work to promote relatedness and relationship. And that involves relating with trees and dogs and water and air, as well as human beings, as well as God. So the whole dialogical thing, and I see a great future in terms of interreligious dialogue. I don't think there's a lot of future in interreligious dialogue if we just argue about law or culture or theological points or what happened in history. We must deal with those issues, but on the basis of meeting one another as human beings. Human beings who seek what is true and what is good. Human beings who long for communion with the divine, however we name it in our particular historical, cultural, social, theological perspectives. And in that sense, we're very grateful to you, Sheikh Mansour, for joining us here in this course, and I hope it's not the last time. Finally, the last point is a whole grab bag of things. Mysticism can facilitate sanity. Now, this is an odd one because what society can do to us is be sort of an analgesic, can be sort of an anesthetic. So we can actually be quite mad altogether and think madness is normal. And if someone steps outside the madness and becomes normal, they're the mad one. So that sometimes if you start to move in this direction of living relationships and fostering community, you may find yourself feeling irked by or unable to fit in well with what's going on in the world around you. You may find it difficult to sit at dinner parties and have small talk. You may find it difficult to watch TV. You may find it difficult to just be a part of this culture. Well, be prepared for it. It wouldn't be surprising if that development happened, because I rather suspect our culture is out of touch with itself. And if you get in touch with yourself and with people and what is deepest in people, there'll be a certain misfittedness will start to impress itself upon you. First of all, flight from the true self, I believe, is a major source of mental illness, both as cause and symptom. It's not the only cause of mental illness, but if I'm running away from myself, it's quite likely that things will happen in my life in terms of depression or anxiety or whatever, or conflicts. And the role of a therapist or a counsellor is to gently but firmly get me to face what is real and what is true. Nothing heals quite like reality. At the heart of mysticism is the process of facing yourself in truth and love. We find our true self in God. And here, I hope what you're hearing and what I'm communicating is a sense of mysticism at the heart of sane living, actually. Mysticism is at the heart of any successful society where people promote relationships not on the basis of status or on the basis of possessions or on the basis of efficiency or functionality, but on the basis of being, on the basis of what is. You are first of all a human being before you are a human doer or a human haver. Our culture turns that on its head. It's forgetful of the being. You are a human doer and a haver or a human nothing. Pretty much, I don't think I'm being too harsh. That's pretty much the way it is. Secondly, our sanity needs ways of knowing what is true and real that are trans-rational. If you try to reduce knowledge, knowing what is true and real, to the merely rational, I think that is, you move down the path of irrationality. There's nothing so irrational as rationalism. We human beings learn to know, and we do know through ways other than the merely rational. And we need rituals and symbolic processes that facilitate life's transition. Ways of negotiating pain and suffering, birth and death. You can't negotiate these, understand these things, live through them helpfully on a purely rational, functional way. Cultures have always known this and have developed rituals, symbolic processes for dealing with these imponderable, mysterious human realities. And I think a lively mysticism in a culture can aid that process. Thirdly, mysticism needs detachment and begets detachment. We progressively become clearer about what matters and what doesn't matter. Think back to when you were a child, your earliest memories. Think about things you were attached to. It might have been a shawl or a doll or a coloured bit of clothing or something. That's the way of human beings. We go through life taking hold of this and taking hold of that, and we cling to it. And I think we cling to it, there's probably a number of reasons, but one reason I think is anxiety. There's maturity involved in detachment, of letting go. And I would say the measure of our life will not be what we have when we die, but what we can do without. What we're able to let go of. I'd refer you back to that quotation from John of the Cross I gave out on the second set of notes. The path to true knowledge, you must go by way of not knowing. You want to possess everything, desire to possess nothing. You want to be everything, desire to be nothing. And this is not just a pointless or a functional stripping down for the sake of nothing. This is about getting to who and what you are so that you can flourish as a human being. Maybe, just maybe, a spirit of detachment and renunciation, because it helps living relationships, but it's also engendered by living relationships. Like people who love each other can do without. What matters comes into view. In our world today, a world that places so much emphasis on possession, which I think is having a dreadfully deleterious effect on the environment, a spirit of detachment is going to go a long way towards saving our world from destruction. The great spiritual guides throughout the history of the great world religions have promoted that. You will not find a genuine guide saying, go out there and get as much of the worldly goods as you can. Use as much of this worldly stuff as you can. It's all about get rid of it. Move away from it. Can you do without it? And that's not just because they're mean. Far from it. These are big-hearted people who are going for what's most possible for us as human beings. Fourthly, mysticism grounds life beyond human systems. We do not depend on those systems for our identity or security. That's my phone, I'm sorry. over there. We do not depend on human systems for our identity or security when we are genuinely focused on God. In terms of thriving in our world so that we don't become vulnerable to what others think of us, what others expect of us. I worked in a discussion group the other day, and there was a youngish woman there who's got a good career and so forth. She's talking about the pressures on women now, how you must have the successful career, be the successful mum, the great cook, and all these demands. And if your centre of gravity, if your security, if your rootedness is out there in society, you are going to be absolutely gobbled up by all those expectations. If your centre of gravity is beyond human systems, if your centre of gravity is in God, in the eternal, you can treat these as relative. You can be detached from them and say, well, so be it. More specifically for Catholics, you will not thrive in the Catholic Church today unless you become an ultra-conservative, which I particularly don't want to do, or you become a mystic. I don't think there's any other choice. If you look to the church for recognition, for affirmation, to tell you who you are, to support you, you're going to be very vulnerable. You're disposing yourself to depression on a big scale. Why remain within a system? Why remain within organisation? Because you're a human being. You've got no other choice. Human beings cannot live in this world without systems, without institutions, without structures, without law. And if we go and make up some other religious form, it's going to have all the same flaws as the Catholic Church, maybe worse. So stay put, but guard your rear. Be a mystic. In other words, you get your energy, your delight from God and what God has done in the world, your sense of Christ at work in the world. Again, going back to Jeff Robinson's book launch yesterday, Jeff, I think, is probably a little bit overly concerned about the ramifications of that book. And those of us who read the manuscript, the draft manuscript, and gave him some feedback, he didn't name, the reason he didn't name us publicly was because he wanted to protect us. Well, I was one of those people. I don't want to be protected. From the bishops, from the authorities in the church. Jeff himself has had some pretty bad experience, I must say. But it was interesting. He said when it came to the question of writing this book or not, he said it was a question of integrity. He was a bishop too. It wasn't only health. So it's not just a matter of conforming. In order to thrive within a system, and let's face it, it's a dysfunctional system. Really, it's a sick family, the Catholic Church. And you won't thrive there unless you become one of the sick people and, you collude, or else, and it's the same in any family, you've got to somehow or other find a way of being there without being of it. And I think mysticism can aid that. Finally, and obviously from the foregoing, I think a vigorous mysticism can foster care for the environment, can protect our world from overuse and abuse, because you don't need to have all these possessions. You don't need consumerism to keep you happy. Your felt needs are very, very, they're very big but very focused, and they're not focused on this world.
Let me write the name of a book that some of the friends, they asked me about Rumi. I did a bit of research. Unfortunately, I'm not reading much of the English literature about the Muslim mystics for obvious reasons, because I think I have access to the original sources. I don't need to read the translations. Nevertheless, because I was asked to give a book, introduce a book about Rumi's teachings and works, I did a bit of research, and the best that I could find is the book written by Dr. Franklin Lewis, Rumi, Past, Present, West and East. The good thing is that this book is a scholarly research about Rumi. The person, I can tell from the translations that he understands Persian language very well, so we can somehow trust his research. And he has given you very good variety of sources for your further information in terms of the internet sources, in terms of the literatures, books compiled about Rumi. By the way, I hope you find it useful. Thank you very much, Dr. Whelan. This is the last, but hopefully not the least, and the last of such a series of talks that we are going to have. In advance, I apologize for my ugly sound, maybe my voice, because of the flu that I had. Thanks to God that I could make it from Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I was bedridden completely. Very dreadful and nasty flu. I'm getting older, and it seems that every time it's getting more severe. I don't know why he chose this topic. Possibility is what might emerge. And believe me, I was also so eager in earnest. What is he going to talk about today? And interestingly, when we were coming to the hall, he asked me the same question that Dr. Warren was wondering what the topic, how I'm going to deal with it. Well, I've been thinking about it, and perhaps we could address it from different angles. The angle that I'm going to share with you, in short, this is my answer. What might emerge, this is my hope, and I believe that this is what is going to happen eventually, that mysticism will be the only surviving ism or ism of all different isms, of all different doctrines, ideologies, theologies, philosophies, and you name the rest of it. Mysticism is the only one can really serve humanity at large. Even if mysticism is a myth, which we believe it's not, but even if it's a myth, it serves humanity definitely more than any other isms. And I have reasons to prove that. The last 4 sessions, I believe, are very good, coming from 2 different ideological, so-called ideological backgrounds, Christianity and Islam, Dr. Whelan and Sheikh Mansour. We could stay here forever and debate on some ideological issues. With all respect to him, scholars of higher calibers of both of us in the history have been debating. Philosophers have been debating among themselves, and they never cease to continue their debates. There is never such an agreement among them unless that they agree to disagree. As a famous Greek philosophers, they were saying it. Rumi explains this very clearly for us. He says, you know, the reason that such debates in the schools of theology, not only between Muslims and Christians, Christians among themselves, Muslims among themselves, even a Muslim scholar with himself, time to time, he has different debates. It's because none of them have seen the reality. They are all going with their assumptions. I was talking to my sons a few nights ago, and I said to them that, Dad, I'm almost 46. If I want to confess a sin or a mistake that I have committed more repeatedly in my life is one, more repeatedly than anything else. Guess what it is? Assumption. In our family relation, in our relation to our friends, in our studies, assumption is the major offense that we repeatedly commit. And we regret it later on, but God, I don't know why again we commit it. Rumi says that because we are all going with our assumptions. And then he gives an example of an ancient fable. I think he borrowed that fable from a Hindu story. That there was a village, that people of that village had heard about elephant. Perhaps you've heard it, but they had never seen elephant. So a smart man, he decides to make a good business. So he buys an elephant and brings it to that village, but he brings it at night and keeps it in a dark room, complete dark room. And then he'll sell the ticket and tell people of that village that everyone can go inside the room, just touch the elephant because there's no light, absolutely there's no light. Touch the elephant, come out and describe what the elephant looks like. The first person goes in, touches by incidentally, he's touching the legs of the elephant. He says, wow, how tall, comes out, says that elephant looks like a tree. The second person goes and so happens that he's touching the trunk of the elephant, comes out and says, wow, elephant looks like a pipe. The third person touches the tail of the elephant and comes out and says, elephant is like a snake, and so forth. Rumi says that they are all right and they are all right. در کف هر یک اگر شمعی بودی اختلاف از بینشان بیرون بودی. In Farsi, I translate it. He says that only if they had a candle in hand, there wouldn't be any dispute among them. Just because they are all blind in that sense, or because they are going to darkness, they don't have access to reality. They are going with their assumptions, they come out with their assumptions, And he says this is a problem of all the schools of philosophy, all the schools of theology, all the schools of ideology and the rest of it. Humans are fighting each other because of their assumptions. So what is the solution? He says that there are solutions. Mysticism teaches us certain characteristics, and in fact they enjoy certain characteristics. That's my claim, that it will be eventually the only isms existing. Dr. Whelan is coming from a Catholic background, I'm coming from an Islamic background, and I have quotations that I give you today. You will see that there are people who've been living 1100 years ago, some of them, 900 years ago, in the middle of so-called dark ages, but see how advanced their opinions. You think that we're in the 21st century and we've come a long way. Now we are thinking of multiculturalism and understanding and integration and all such things. Let's go through what mystics they have said centuries before us, and how advanced they have been in the way that they were perceiving the world. The bedrock of all mysticism, to the best of my knowledge, this is not only true as a Muslim and non-Muslim mystics that have said. Webster, even in the first session, I remember I quoted this, that the definition that usually they give for mysticism is union with ultimate reality. So it's about union or unity of God. If there is any God, there must be one God. This is again something that all agree upon. All right. The bedrock of mysticism is that that again I cannot refer to it as a concept. The bedrock of mysticism is unity or union, and union with the ultimate reality. There is an ultimate reality, and we want to unite ourselves and be with that. As for the Islamic mysticism, the bedrock of Islamic mysticism is the idea of unity of existence that Ibn Arabi especially introduced, and he elaborated on it. The concept of unity in existence is not easy to understand it, in so much as when I ask a Catholic to explain to me Trinity, he says that it's beyond logic. It's difficult to explain it. You have to somehow understand it, even you have to have faith in it. To start with, they say that believing in God starts with the numerical belief. In early primitive stages, man thinks that God, when we say God is one, it means that God is one, not two, three. Numerical concept. Later on, he learns that there is no number in the realm of divinity. When we say that God is one, we are not talking about one versus two or three. We are talking about uniqueness of God. Then they say, come off, there is more into it. They elevate us to intuitive unity of God. Intuitive unity of God, it means that because the existence of God is so strong, like what I was talking about the other day, it influences the existence of others as if they don't exist. Example again they give. We have to give understand God through examples, unfortunately. The example that they give is this. They say that when you have a candle in a dark room, you see the light. But when you take the candle out under the sun, you don't see the light of the candle, because the light of the sun is so strong as if there is no more lights around. All the lights of the streets, if they are on in daytime, sunny daytime, you won't notice them at all. That's the situation when we say that God exists, not that other than God doesn't exist, but because the existence of God is so strong, it encompasses the existence of the rest. Now, then they said, no, there's more into it. The highest stage, and that's where Ibn Arabi took Muslim Islamic mysticism, he says that it's not only intuitive mysticism, in reality also.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for question and comment. Lydia?
I do not understand the very last line on the page. Even if you do bad to us, you see but good, Rumi.
Is it because of my translation, or you didn't understand the meaning of it? No, I think what he means is that no matter what you do to me, remember that Rumi was living at a time that his homeland was invaded by the Mughals, and he had to leave his homeland, and that's why, in fact, the reason that we call him Rumi, there is a misunderstanding that it's not he's from Rome, or Rumi was from the country, today's country of Afghanistan, that used to be part of Iran or the ancient Persia. But because of the war and invasion of Mughals to the eastern part of Iran from the China area, he had to flee like so many other people and resided in Turkey and died and is buried in today's Turkey. What he means is that no matter what you do to us, so many of his relatives because of that invasion were killed. And still he says that does not make me hate you. That does not make you have any animosity against you. No matter what evil you may do to me, you see but good from me. In other words, from me, all what you see is always goodness. No matter what comes, I'm not making any exchange. I'm not transacting that. If good, do good to you. If bad, do bad. Yeah.
Would that be like the teaching of Jesus? Love your enemies, turn the
Love
other
your
cheek.
enemies. Love your enemies.
With
That's
those who hurt you. Sam.
The mystical and the contemplative, how some sort of practice like stilling the mind on a daily basis to get in touch with the inner self. How important is that in all of our discussion?
I didn't get the question here.
Sam's actually, I think, getting on to strategies for listening, for promoting inner awareness. Like it would be possible to become terribly busy and forget God and what have you. Maybe like the stopping 5 times for prayer during the day would be one way to do it. Do you have any other? And it actually crossed my mind to approach you and ask, could we do a session on prayer sometime? Muslim approaches to prayer.
I remember last time I promised you this and I still haven't fulfilled it. I wish I had some time to explain to you the spiritual journey that Muslims make during their daily prayers. I'm sure you will be definitely moved by that, because the way that I explain it to my fellow Muslims, I can tell you that some of them were in tears, and even they say that, yes, although we say it verbally, we never knew what you are saying, with the explanation, with the mystical explanations that I shared with him. And the explanations that I came up with, in fact, about our daily prayers is something that I experienced it. To be very frank with you, some maybe more than 20 years ago, I just had a mystical experience, and since then I've narrated it to so many people, something that I experienced it. And you know, when you have a dream or something that you experience, it touches you more than anyone else, and you feel it more than anyone else. And I hope that we will experience such things more often. And just a story of honey that I said, you have to taste it. For Muslim daily prayers, I usually suggest to people that if you want to taste it, at least you have to go for it for about 6 months. Then you will feel it. And I promise you that you will really feel it. Yeah. To practice it. Muslim daily prayers or prayers. You know, you don't enjoy typing if you just for the first time go typing. It kills your wrist and your hand, isn't it? For the first time that you go swimming, you hate it. You hate when I see people around me. I remember when I was a kid, I was jealous of them. Could I ever swim like them? But until you get into it, what do you call it? You get hang of it. Then you'll enjoy it. Then you will enjoy it. It has to become part of your system.
What's been raised actually is what's pressing on my mind and heart. I was wondering if you could be a little bit more detailed about how you pray. As Christians, we have thousands of books about how to pray, and yet it all comes down to some very simple practice. Could you just say a little bit about the actual practice, the spiritual practice of prayer on a daily basis? And I'd like it perhaps if you could share, Michael, just what is your normal daily, what I call practice, and then we can hear it in a more detailed way.
Could I add to that Muslims, as we understand, pray 5 times a day. Now, in present society, how is that practical? And I understand that maybe women don't need to go to the mosque, or maybe don't, but what in practice is faith?
All right. Several questions. I hope I can remember all of them. In a nutshell, Muslim prayers come in 2 ways. One is the set prayer, another one is the one that is not a set prayer, it's optional. The set prayer has to be said in Arabic language, and it's set formula, set phrases for it. and certain timing, sort of certain timing for it. And the onset prayer is supplications that you can say it in any language, at any time, in any format that you like. This is the onset prayer. Both of them are recommended. The set prayer is what you've heard of the Muslim 5 times daily prayers that we pray at dawn before sunrise, we pray at noontime, and we pray in the afternoon, sunset, and in the evening before we sleep. Now there is an option for the noon and afternoon prayer that we can combine them. This is again a jurisprudential discussion. And the sunset and the evening you can combine them as well. For Muslims who are working and living in the West also it works. Not difficult really, they can pray. It takes literally 5 minutes to take a break. I usually tell them that how long does it take to take a cigarette break? Go out and pollute the environment. You can go at the corner of anywhere. You don't have to go. We don't have to go to the mosque to pray. You can pray everywhere that you want to pray as long as you can locate the direction of the Qibla, and this is usually towards the west. In Sydney it's towards the west. Ablution has to be made. Ablution, physically it purifies the person, and at the same time is an expression of inner purity as well. And stand towards the Qibla and they offer their prayers. It takes 5 minutes maximum, each one of them that they want to do. So 5 minutes really is not much. During the lunch break they can easily perform their prayer as well. And as for the women, Muslim prayer is not only for men, it's for men and women. The only thing is that I think in the Jewish tradition they perhaps they have this as well, that during the menstruation cycle of women they are exempt from it. And we believe it's a merciful law for them that they are exempt from that set prayers. The onset prayer they can always do it, but the set prayer they are exempt from it, they don't have to do it because it's perhaps not a convenient time for them, so they are exempt from that law. Otherwise, men or women, once they reach the age of puberty, they're supposed to pray with two different intentions. That theologians, if you ask them, they say it's a duty to pray. Mystics, you ask them, they say it's a delight, not a duty. As you can see, two different approaches with two different mentalities.
Can I ask you one further question? Is there a tradition in Islam of individuals spending many hours in prayer, just quietly, personally sitting or standing or kneeling?
It's recommended very much so, especially night time. The more secluded the person and the more isolating himself, the more secretly the better. We say the best love is the most secret of love. So if you want to make love with God, also make it secret, because you don't want to show off to people. And if you want to talk and open your heart, it's better to stay in your bedroom, for example, lock yourself in and open your heart to God and talk to Him. You believe that God is closer to you than your jugular vein. He hears you, He sees you, you don't need any intermediate at all. Just open up to Him and talk to Him, and that's it. For the not set prayer, it's absolutely up to individuals how long they want to prolong it and what they want to say, in which language and which format. Whether kneeling, prostrating. Having said that, again, we believe that during the prostration, this is the closest posture to God, because you are expressing you're humiliating yourself before your Creator most. Whereas when you are standing or bowing, there is a more gesture of humiliation. Prostration is the strongest gesture of humiliation. But at the end of the day, Prophet Muhammad has said, make sure that your heart is prostrating more than your head and your body when you are praying to God.
In our Christian tradition, I'll speak particularly from our Catholic tradition here. First of all, if you were to ask what is prayer, there are many, many descriptions. So let's go with the one, raising the mind and the heart to God, which is a fairly standard one. Deliberately turning to God within, to worship, to be there, to be present to the presence. There are a number of different ways in which that is done. Communally, we have liturgical prayer. Our word liturgy comes from the Greek word liturgeia, which means service. We stand before God in service. That's literally the understanding of liturgy, that it's prayer of the assembly, it's prayer of the church. And that is formal, ritualized. It involves body movement. It involves such things as incense. It involves vestments and so forth, and fairly set things. Now, being present in that kind of prayer, it definitely involves something trans-rational. You immerse yourself in it. And in our Catholic tradition, I think there is a strong sensual dimension to that style of prayer in terms of what we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we say, what we do with our bodies. It is not uncommon, for example, for Catholics to learn very early on, when you go into a church, you reach for the holy water font and you genuflect and you kneel and bless yourself, all this kind of ritual, which can be done as mere routinism, but not necessarily so. It can have with it a certain sort of ushering you into another dimension. Another style of prayer is personal prayer. Maybe this is what you were talking about earlier on. And in the Catholic tradition, there are set prayers like the Rosary, for example, litanies, and so a lot of it is repetitious, which has fallen on hard times, I think, in a very rationalistic world, because repetition, again, doesn't make sense if you want to understand. The best way to kill the Rosary is to try and understand what you're saying. It's about a prayerful hum. It's about opening up a presence. My own experience of personal prayer began with the discursive meditation, which is asking questions of a gospel scene: who, what, when, where, why, imagining it as vividly as you can, engaging in some kind of inner discussion about it. And this, incidentally, is the original meaning of meditatio in the medieval tradition. You explore, you think, you research, you wonder about aspects. And then you finish up with, this is the Ignatian method, a colloquy or a conversation or some words. Now, John of the Cross would say that style of prayer lasts a matter of months before you start to mark time. The use of the imagination, the use of the intellect has got very serious limits to it when you're in this sort of territory. The tradition that John Cassian and the early fathers had, in the East you had the Jesus prayer, and in the West you had more the mantra style of prayer, but both are the same sort of thing. You use something very simple, a simple formula, and my own preference for the last 30 years has been the Jesus prayer. I've got some notes on it there in one of those handouts. It's Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. And again, whilst that is a condensation, if you like, of the whole gospel story, you don't think about it in a rational way. You don't analyse it. You don't try and concentrate on what it means. You trust the words and the meaning to take you somewhere. And in that Eastern tradition, they talk about praying the words, first of all, with your lips. And you literally say it, and you keep saying it, and you repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it, until it gets from your lips to your mind, and then you take your mind into your heart. So you end up constantly at prayer, praying in your heart. Now, in my own experience, it's a question of using that as a focus to bring myself back, so each time my mind wanders off, and it does often, I simply say that. And I find when I wake up in the morning, I'm saying that prayer. When I go for a walk, I realise I'm saying that prayer. It just becomes part of the warp and woof of my thinking and my consciousness. I also, as it were, instinctively revert to that prayer, or that prayer emerges in me when I'm in a tight situation, when patience is demanded, or wisdom. Not so much to desire some kind of magical intervention, but to keep me as a human being focused, keep the context right inside my psyche. There is another kind of prayer in our tradition, the prayer of petition, which is problematic for us because you pray for things and they don't happen, or you get down to trivial things like praying for parking places and so forth. I pray for the world. I pray for intentions of my friends and those who've asked for my prayers because Jesus said to. I don't know what effect. I don't have expectations. I do it because it's there as part of the tradition, and if the gospel says do it, I surrender to that and trust that it's a meaningful and valuable thing to do. See, the primary prayer that Jesus gave us, the God, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, that's a petition. Your will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. This is petitionary prayer. Now, what do I expect from that? I don't know what I expect from that. It's part of my engagement, my being present to the present, and I trust absolutely that the more I'm present to the present, the more I will be in harmony, the more I will be an instrument of peace, the more love will come into the world through me. Don't know whether that's helpful.
Well, more like this meditative, using a phrase over and over again. Is there anything comparable in mystical Islam?
We also have that one, and we believe that yes, the more often you use it. In fact, there's a statement, there's a verse in the Quran that says that people of God are not those who only remember God when they are standing on their altar or on a prayer mat to pray. People of God are those who they remember God in the middle of their transactions. He's in his office, in the middle of his business transactions, and he remembers God. You live with God. It's not only when you are on your prayer mat you remember God, and when you're off, you switch off your worldly life. You live all the time with God. That can only happen if you repeatedly wake or remembrance or certain words makes a big difference. The more we say to ourselves, the more we remember it, and the more we become conscious of it. Living with God consciously is the essence of prayer. And if I may just add something to what Dr. William said about praying, why is it that our prayer sometimes is granted, sometimes is not granted, and we don't know the wisdom behind it? The way that we explain it to people usually is this, that there are two different approaches to God. One is the approach of a beggar to a master for a loaf of bread, and if he does not give you the bread, you get upset. Another approach is the approach of a lover who wants communication with the beloved one. We say that the main wisdom of supplication and praying with God is to talk to him. To have the opportunity and blessing to be able to talk to him is the granting of your needs, because that's the main need of your soul. As your body needs food, your soul also needs nutrition. The nutrition of your soul is to talk with God. Talking with God is pleasant. And when you are communicating with God in prayers, supplications, you are intaking all those nutritions. So don't be silly to say that whether God gave me the loaf of bread or the parking spot that I was looking for or not. The fact that you were able to talk to him, that means that your essential need was granted. The loaf of bread and your need is only an excuse for God to bring you to himself, because he knows that otherwise perhaps you wouldn't approach him. He deliberately makes you needy so that you turn your face to him.
One thing too, I grew up in a Catholic family, and we said the family rosary, and we went to Mass and so forth, so I grew up, prayer was just part of my life, and I never really thought about it. Then I went through a stage as a young adult thinking prayer is my duty, and we were reminded constantly as young priests and in the seminary, the men who leave the ministry are those who stop praying. So there was a certain fear element, there was a certain driven element to it. What I've come to realize more recently in the last 15 to 20 years slowly is prayer is a need. It's a need like food or sleep. And therefore prayer is a right. I have a right to close my door and go in there and feed my soul. And I shouldn't feel guilty about that. Prayer is also a duty. As a member of the body of Christ, I have a duty to pray for the world, and pray for myself and pray for people. But coming to the realization that it is first and foremost a need. Prayer is a need. And I'm incomplete. I'm out of sorts. I'm not fulfilling my best possibilities if I'm denying that need or not fulfilling that need. And let me tell you, the need grows with every year. It's like the more you slake the thirst, the more thirsty you get.
Can I make a humble comment, perhaps in this branded environment, that, and I don't say this as a Muslim attacking Christianity or Catholicism, by no means at all. As a friend, as a sincere friend, I have this comment, and I've mentioned this to so many of my Christian friends, and that is, it disheartens me to see Christians and the new generations of Christians, they are losing their faith in practice, I'm talking about. And Christianity is becoming like a ritual, a ceremonial thing only at the time of their wedding, when the priest wants to solemnize, if at all even, unfortunately. My humble comment on that is that Christians, unfortunately, are not practicing their Christianity. This is the problem. They are not practicing the Bible. Jesus, according to the Bible, definitely did pray. definitely did fast. Disciples did the same. Your ancestors used to pray and used to fast very regularly. The new generations, with secularity prevailing, they step by step they stayed away in practice from Christianity. And once we are not practicing our faith, what else is left from it? Muslims, they would have the same problem. We see it among them in the Muslim community as well. The difference between a practicing Muslim and a non-practicing Muslim is very obvious. Muslim by name, only having a sword, if you might have seen, some Muslims just carrying a chain of a sword on his neck, or just carrying a chain of cross on his neck for a Christian. That doesn't make him a Christian or a Muslim. There's much more into it. I think perhaps if we can introduce more of the practice of Christianity to the next generations, in a sensible way, in a way that we can really relate to them and make them understand why do I need to practice, the way that Dr. It's a need that you need it. It's your right. Fight for your right. Your prayer is your right. Don't deprive yourself on that right. And hopefully the new generation of the Christians, the youth, will also put it more into practice and go back to the way that the ancestors used to live Christianity and Catholicism, and I'm sure they will enjoy their life here and hopefully in the hereafter as well.
In some ways, didn't Christ predict that in saying a couple of things? Many are called, but few are chosen. And also, I've forgotten the situation when he said this, but for some it's too hard, whatever it was, you might remember. So, in other words, I think he seemed to imply that not everyone was going to meet, what Christianity expected of them, in other words.
A comment that you just made about practicing, I think my perception of religious people in the world today is there's those that don't practice and behave in the way that you're talking about in the Christian society an awful lot, but the people who are becoming more and more fundamentalists, causing a lot of global problems. So, how you're going to solve that problem, I'm not quite sure. But the thing is, people see their religion, if they're religious, from my experience, from their tradition. And they need that. I don't know why, but I suppose we all need some sort of structure. As Michael was saying, he grew up and what he experienced, and that's become part of him. And that was his parents' right to do because they had him, and every parent's got that right. But often it's very, very hard if you're a religious person to see it out of your tradition, and I think that's probably what's causing a lot of problems in the world. The aim of the exercise is to get all religious people together towards God and be accepting of people's practices, the way they pray or the way they want to have a relationship with God. Because if you don't pray, you're really saying, I don't want a relationship with God. The same as if I don't talk to you, you assume that I don't want a relationship with you. So that's the big problem. I think that ideal that you finished up with is excellent, but that is the problem I see. It is fundamentalists in Christian sects, and I'm not quite sure about Muslim structures.
Remember last week, I think, or the week before, we discussed this, that religion is a power. The abuse of power doesn't mean that religion is a problem, whether Christianity, Islam, or any other religion. I don't deny that religion is a very powerful weapon, if you like to use it as a weapon, very powerful means. But if some people are abusing it, doesn't mean that I don't need it. Some people are scared of internet, for example, or the computer, because it could be very dangerous, breaking the family. Mobile, I remember when it had first come, many were complaining that, it's separating husband and wife from each other, family members from each other. Technology is also powerful, but it's not, already we went through this, it's not the technology that creates the destruction. It's the mentality of those who are behind it if they abuse it. So if you want to deprive yourself of the spirituality of religion because it might be abused, better make sure you don't abuse it, or teach them the right way so that they don't abuse it. At the same time, it could be very constructive. I found religion very constructive. The most powerful humanitarian institutions in the world are the religious institutions, Muslims or Christians. Look at the positive side of it as well. Who are in Africa and all those disadvantaged countries, really they are generously, and I witnessed that myself, generously offering their time, wealth, and everything for the benefit of those disadvantaged people, religious people. People with no faith, why should I be bothered? It's only me, myself, and my wealth, my welfare, and everything for me.
I think there's something instructive in the word religion. Now, the etymology, the English etymology of religion is re, R-E, ligare. You get our word ligament, ligature. It's about tying. Tie again. There's a recognition in that word that something's broken in the human heart and it needs ligature, it needs reconnecting. When religion is about ideology and status and power rather than reconnecting with God, it's not religion at all. Though it may go under the name thereof. If I can go back to the question you've raised about our young people moving away in droves, and they definitely are. Something less than 5% of our young people who go through 13 years of Catholic schooling, within 12 months of finishing, are involved in the church. Less than 5% of them. Now, that ought to make us question our whole system. I think one of the major issues we've got is that we think passing on the faith is a catechetical type, and it's an informational kind of exercise. So that you teach people information and you've passed on the faith. The experiential dimension is very often lacking. Occasional, sometimes it's there, but too often it's lacking.
I wanted to ask Sheikh Mansour, if you were to offer a course like this, sharing, say, with Michael or a Catholic priest, on prayer or mysticism in your community, would that be acceptable?
I was actually thinking of that. Yes, for sure. Of course, it's very possible. Definitely. Hopefully we'll work on that. I was sitting there and that crossed my mind. You just read my mind. Yes.
And another course maybe will come out of this is a course on prayer. I think that could be very valuable.
With St. James Church, St. James Church,
yes.
St. James. Since 1995, it's more than 10 years now, we've made a brotherhood or sisterhood, whatever you want to call it, a relationship between Imam Hussein Islamic Center on teaching and preaching at Elwood and St. James Church, they're Anglican. We've made a sisterhood relation, and time to time, in fact, they come over and attend our congregational prayers, and we go there and we attend their congregational prayers as well. We experience from each other. We can expand it, of course, here as well, definitely.
Sheikh Mansour, thank you very, very much, and thank you all.
Thank you very much.
I think you'll all agree that there's a sort of a little culture has developed in our midst by our meeting in this way. It's March of the Ants. The great metaphor that I think of. We just got to keep doing it. Keep doing it. There's nothing spectacular, but it's very real and very substantial. And I thank you for your time and energy. I know how desperately busy you are, and you've really stretched yourself, especially this morning with the flu.
In fact, I wanted to bring, I had the plan in advance today to bring my wife and my young daughter. Unfortunately, just today and this morning, in fact, it was that at their school there was a special ceremony going on that the head of the state of the immigration was coming there. The principal, she was asking, in fact, desperately was asking me to attend it as well. And I said, I'm sorry, unfortunately I cannot, but my wife had to go otherwise. It's a pity that they couldn't make it. Otherwise, really, I had in mind from day one, I said the last session, I'll introduce my wife and my daughter to our friends here. Anyway, she gave her regard and regretfully that she could not make it. Thank you very much, Dr. Wallen, for your invitation. In fact, it was a privilege for me to be here. And I hope that we learn from each other, and communications and conversation, converting us to one another.
Yvonne has a little recognition of...
That is excellent. I love flowers. Thank you very much. And this is already second. Who was the first? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you. That's all right. Maybe I'll give a small one here. Thank you.